Hello, everyone. How's it going? You having a wonderful day? I sure hope you are.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. You know what? It's funny that we're going to talk about these two movies today and not women talking because today's International Women's Day, and we missed.
Oh man.
That would have been.
Oh,
That would
that
have
is
been
we really the thumbnail didn't lie. We really are bad at planning stuff, huh?
Yeah, I know. We totally fucked that up. It's funny because that was the original plan. Was to talk about women talking and others today on International Women's Day. You know what? Maybe we'll let women have this day before we shit
All
all over.
over all over them and their talking.
Yes. Howdy, 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 hello. Hope everyone's having a wonderful International Women's Day. Hope you're respecting women out there.
Leave flowers at the grave of a woman.
Yeah, I suppose that's one way to celebrate. I, for one, respect women, which is why today we're going to be talking about two male-directed films. Avatar: The Way of Water and The Fabelmans. It's James Cameron versus Steven Spielberg. The
A t-
SmackDown
the
drag
smack
out.
the WWE smackdown of the film universe, you could say.
Two, I suppose we could call them legendary filmmakers.
I think at this point you kind of have to, right? Like,
At least, yeah, I
I
think
mean,
so.
James
Yeah.
Cameron has how many movies on the list of
Top grossing movies of all time. A
yeah.
lot.
And then Steven Spielberg is just, I mean, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
So
E.T. Come on.
unfortunately, today we have no guests because I'm bad at planning things. And I was on vacation this last weekend, skiing in Colorado, having a great time, and not doing the appropriate planning to get any guests today. But that's all right. It's just going to be your two hosts talking about two movies, just bros having a good time, having a bad time in this case, actually, talking about Avatar: The Way of Water. Because,
Right, well, we are going to open with it. Yeah, that is.
yeah,
We are going to open with the bad times.
you know what? And I think I'm just going to come out and say it. Avatar 2, it's not good. It's not a good
Someone
movie.
had to be brave enough to say it, Gerald. Avatar 2 sucked. It just sucked balls. Somebody had to be brave enough to say it.
Yes. The two most profitable directors of all time. I think that is probably true. I don't
Yeah.
know. James Cameron's an obvious number one. I don't know who number two would be.
I,
If not Spielberg, I mean.
yeah. I can't imagine. Like, the only other person I could think might even be in the same stratosphere as Lucas, and he didn't really make. He's not like really a guy who's known for making money as a director. He's more like
That's true. But I mean, if we're going to give him credit for all of Star Wars, he'd definitely be up there. But
well, he
I don't
didn't.
think.
Yeah, but he didn't direct
No,
Empire or Jedi, so
true. That is true.
or any of
Yeah.
the sequel trilogy.
Let's see. Let's see if Google will tell us the most profitable directors of all time. I feel like it's got to be Cameron and Spielberg. Okay, so number one, at least according to Wikipedia, is Steven Spielberg.
Oh,
Worldwide box office gross. I have no idea if this is adjusted for inflation or not, but it is $10 trillion, 10.6
holy
trillion
shit!
total. Yeah. And James Cameron in second with $8.6 trillion worldwide.
Jeez, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I think part of it is that Spielberg just has more movies.
Yeah, yeah. James Cameron likes to take long hiatuses.
He sure did. What is it, 13 years between the two Avatar movies?
Yeah, 12, 13. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised
When did
if
it come out? 2009? Yeah, 13. Holy crap.
I wouldn't be surprised if Spielberg released like 7 or 8 movies in that time frame.
I, I mean, yeah, Ready Player One definitely came out. That definitely was a movie.
Um, what was the one? Bridge of Spies? That
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
came out at the time.
That was a movie. The
The
Post. Yeah, I think you
BFG?
already said that. Oh, yeah, the BFG. I forgot about that one. Yeah.
I didn't see that one at all. Did you?
No.
That's fair. And so number 3, at least according to this list, would be the Russo brothers at $6.8 trillion.
Wow. Hey, look at that. Good for them.
They beat out Peter Jackson by
Wow.
a little less than a little more than
Interesting.
300 million.
Well, Peter Jackson. Does Peter Jackson have? Oh, well, he had King Kong, but he kind of only has like 4 big
Massive.
blockbuster, like
Yeah.
massive movies, right? And it's the Lord of the Rings and King Kong. Because I don't,
Mhm.
as much as I love that World War One documentary he did, They Shall Not Grow Old. I love that documentary. I don't think that was a
That even go
rousing box office success.
Did that go to theaters, or was that like a streaming exclusive sort
I
of
don't
deal?
remember. I have to look that up.
Yeah, wait, you're forgetting easily his most iconic film, the one with the giant city trucks.
What?
You know, the joke was supposed to be that I don't remember what it's called, but do you remember that Peter Jackson movie where there's, like, giant cities and they're, like, battling on You don't know what I'm talking about?
What? What the
Hold on.
what the fuck?
Did he not direct that? Maybe he didn't. Oh, there's the Hobbit movies too,
Oh.
obviously. Mortal
Oh,
Engines.
I
That's
I try hard to forget about the Hobbit movies.
you've also forgotten about Mortal Engines,
Oh my god.
but he didn't
I
direct that. I was wrong.
wow.
I think he just produced it or something.
This movie
That
looks
joke
terrible.
didn't work at all. All I remember when it came out was that they, like, plastered Peter Jackson's name all over it.
Oh, I remember the trailer now. Yeah, there's like a giant city on wheels chasing after a little city on wheels, and it nabs
Yep.
him with a harpoon.
Yep. That's geopolitics in a nutshell, I would say.
James Cameron seems like he would certainly.
So, I guess we should, get into it because we got a chonker of a movie to talk about, and that would be Avatar: The Way of Water, the long-awaited question mark sequel to Avatar, which is that the most profitable movie of all time? Did it beat out
I
Infinity
think
War?
technically, because he re-released it after Endgame, then that yes, the first Avatar did end up beating
Mhm.
out Endgame over. Yeah, and now Avatar 2 is up there as well. So,
James Cameron, he certainly knows how to make money, but does he know how to write a good story anymore? I suppose we'll find out. Hugh, what did you think of Avatar 2: The Way of Water, Electric Boogaloo, something, something?
oh, JB. That movie was really dumb. It was really, really stupid. So stupid that it actually kind of made me angry. I was sitting in a theater full of people, none of whom seemed to recognize exactly how fucking stupid the characters in this movie, the decisions that they make, the writing choices that motivate everything, none of them seemed to pick up on exactly how bad this movie was, and it started to make me quite angry and depressed. Uh, I had a notebook that I kept scribbling away in furiously as the movie went on. I think I pissed the Latino family off next to me quite a few times because there were a few times where I took my 3D glasses off because you couldn't go and see this movie not in 3D. I took my 3D glasses off and sort of slammed them against my book in frustration. Um, it. I hated this movie. I hated it. I hated it almost as much as Avatar 1. Maybe even a little more because I haven't watched Avatar 1 since 2009.
I think I don't remember hating Avatar 1. I remember being among the droves of people that were like, "Ah, that was, it looked cool." And then you forget what happened in it. It was more forgettable. I don't necessarily hate the first one, but if I watched it again, I might. But but considering I had to watch an over 3-hour movie just to talk about it, I wasn't gonna watch its predecessor also in preparation
Clocking in
for it.
at over 3 hours.
Yeah, I figure, you know what? I'll go into this movie the way most people are, having 13 years between watching the last one, and I thought, maybe this new movie will do a good job of setting everything up. It doesn't. I suppose, unless you had more to add to how much you hated the movie.
It looked pretty. It was pretty
Yeah,
neat 3D. I thought it looked amazing, and I can't wait for the day when video games get that sort of technology. I cannot wait to fly around space in Mass Effect re released again 3D. Uh, it'll be fantastic.
yeah. Avatar: The Way of Water is an incredibly transcendentally dumb film. It's one of the stupidest movies I've seen all year. I didn't like it at all. I didn't hate it. It didn't make me angry. I think I maybe it's because I was tired, but I think I rolled my eyes at the movie more than I had any movie since maybe the first Black Panther. I I just every single thing that happened,
Good
I'm like,
company
oh,
to be in.
come on. You know, I think what's most impressive about just how bad the film is from a writing standpoint is how stupid both the heroes and villains are alike. A lot of
There's
times in a bad movie, it's one or the other that's really stupid. You know what I'm saying? This
yeah.
movie, I think, kind of throughout all the decisions that both the villains and the heroes are making are so stupid that you can't even just pick a side. Like there are times in the movie where I really wanted the humans to win, which is
And
not what
honestly,
James Cameron wants, but then they do something so stupid that you can't even root for them. All around, it's just so impossible to root for anybody in this movie. I think it was incredibly, incredibly stupid.
there were times when I questioned whether or not the villain was actually the good guy.
Yeah, there are times when you're, and we'll get into it. I think this movie, what I can understand people really hate about it is how morally fucked this whole film is.
It
You know what I mean?
insanely misanthropic.
Yes, there's that, and oh boy, are we going to talk about that. But even from a sort of basic standpoint, I think the movie makes it entirely abundantly clear who you're meant to think are the good guys and the bad guys. But then it so royally fucks up the depiction of what heroism is and what heroes do and what villains do that it's just a nightmare. I think morally this is one of the most confused films I've ever seen, and I can't wait to talk about it. Though we should get right out of the way at the very beginning, it's a very pretty movie. It looks really good for the most part. There are a
Look at
couple
that.
moments
Look how
where I
pretty
thought,
it looks.
yeah, yeah. There are a couple moments where actually the CGI, I was like, oh, they didn't spend as much time on that shot. That's all right, but they breeze by. It's a very pretty movie. I saw it like you. I saw it in 3D because it was no longer an option to not see it in 3D, which at first annoyed me, but I must say, after about a few minutes of getting used to 3D glasses, which I don't think I've worn to see a movie in about a decade, maybe since the first Avatar, if not more, I will say that after a few minutes, I did start to settle into it, and it is probably the best looking 3D film I've ever seen. Just in terms of how the 3D is executed, what it adds to the visual experience. Like, he knows what he's doing. He sure
Yeah.
knows what he's doing with the 3D technology. I like there are a lot of textures. There's a lot of flame embers and
Little
bugs,
bugs and
raindrops.
raindrops or vines hanging down in front of your eyes, in front of the characters, and then it moves, and they kind of move into the frame. It complements the cinematography great. It looks very very real. It's like the best looking video game I've ever seen.
Yes. There though I think one there's a major criticism you could make of the visuals in this movie, and that's that they look so incredibly unrealistic, which because Pandora is just so idyllic, it's insane.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable how idyllic it is. And I think that's actually a problem for the movie. Because I think there's a line in the very beginning where he's talking about how dangerous the forest is. And it's like, if you're a Navi, this place isn't dangerous at all. Really? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's only the humans that bring any sort of danger. It presents this depiction of nature as like, well, you can just live in harmony with it, and then it's not dangerous, it's not ugly or anything of the sort. There's
Yeah.
not just animals killing each other all the time. In real life, like whales and dolphins rape each other. You know what I mean? Like, there's
James
none of that
Cameron
in
has
this.
clearly never been on the Nature is Brutal Instagram page, and it kind of
No.
shows.
Yes, exactly. And I think that this movie utterly fails to give any sort of nuance to nature itself, which is both beautiful and like violent and brutal and all that sort of stuff. I think, if you want to experience that, go watch any video on nature is brutal or nature is metal, whatever they call it now. It's insane. This movie utterly fails to have anything in the nature side of Pandora be gritty or
Reflect
ugly
how
at
real
all.
nature works
No,
at all. I mean, even
no.
for the humans going through there, there's not a lot of that in this one, but there's a main character, one of the children, who is a human who just kind of like gets along with it perfectly fine. Uh,
Mhm.
Nothing whatsoever come like nothing whatsoever comes to harm him because he can just paint himself blue and act like a blue savage and
Yeah,
do it like and the planet's basically just like, ah, well, you're cool.
yeah. Yeah, it's so cut and dried how how black and white, even like from a visual standpoint, everything with the Navi is beautiful and pure and perfect. There are no blemishes. They don't even get dirty ever.
No,
You know what I mean?
like they don't get dirty, and like it's odd because they really are kind of idyllic in a way that at certain points, especially in this movie when they are supposed to be grieving, I found the way that grief looks on their faces to be kind of uncanny. It's like
Yeah.
almost as if he just couldn't imagine a way that like these perfect beings could ever, ugly it up. You know,
Yeah. Though I will say there are like I actually think the design of the sea Navi in this movie are pretty ugly. Like they have like really far apart eyes. They look kind of stupid, and it's funny to
yeah,
me.
well, we can get into that too because
Yeah.
I don't understand how they, evolved to have completely different body parts from the tree Navi, essentially. So thicker tails, thicker arms, webbed fingers, and everything. Clearly, a branch of an evolutionary chain, but also nothing in their physiology is really like anything sort of special that lets them go underwater for so long. You can just learn to do that if you're a tree Navi by practicing meditation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of funny. You know, like, they are presented as biologically quite different, but then nothing about the behavior, and you're right, they don't really have any sort of natural physiological ability to breathe underwater longer. You can just learn how to do that. Yep.
Yeah.
Someone said, "Where's the parasitoid wasp larvae growing out of a living caterpillar?" Yeah, there's none of that. There's not like, for a movie that is very much concerned with, oh, nature and environmentalism and all that sort of stuff, there's no sense of what nature is actually like. It's presented so one-dimensionally here, it's cartoonish. So that's
It's hippie escapism. It's sci-fi hippie escapism.
yes, it is. Anti-human hippie escapism. And the reason I started talking about this is because I wanted to get the discussion of the visuals more or less out of the way at the beginning, because and to mention that I don't really care how pretty the movie is that can't sustain more than like 5 minutes of runtime, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
need to be invested in the story, and so I don't give a shit how pretty it looks. I can just watch the trailer if I want to see how pretty it looks. I can just look up clips online and go, oh yeah, wow, the CGI sure does look really good. That's awesome. Good for you
And
guys.
I wonder if it's going to have the same issue I think that Avatar 1 did, where, I think one of the main reasons why it kind of slipped out of the cultural zeitgeist for 13 years, basically, is because there's no such thing as really good 3D technology that lets you watch it in 3D at home. So the only way that you're really going to get the full experience of the good part of this movie is going to a theater and watching it on a big screen in 3D. Like you
I mean, I do
if
imagine it looks pretty good in 2D as
I'm sure it
well.
does, but you
Yeah.
lose out on a lot of the 3D, the nice things that the 3D enables, like the textures to, be very close in front of you and to really see the depth of the
Mhm.
images, I, it just doesn't have the same wow factor if you're only watching it in 2D, At
Yeah.
least not for me.
No. Though, yeah, so that the visuals, they look pretty for the most part. They're almost too pretty for you to believe anything that's happening some at times. Unless until the humans show up, then things are allowed to get ugly and gritty and violent, you know. But that's the visuals out of the way. Now it's time to talk about the story, which might be one of the dumbest stories of the year that I've seen. And I think it's worth noting that not only do I not think, especially in terms of how it's written, not only do I not think that Avatar 2 deserves to be one of the Best Picture nominees, one of the top 10 movies of the year, I think in many respects it deserves to be nominated for Razzies instead. I think
I
it's
think I think the human child spider could certainly compete for worst performance by a
yes,
supporting actor.
yes. In other words, I don't think it's even mediocre. I think the story is that stupid.
It's
Oh,
yeah, I would agree with
oh,
that.
let's talk about it. We'll talk about the broad strokes of it. The basic gist is that actually, you should summarize the very beginning because I got to the theater a couple minutes late, and when I showed up, he was just explaining how he hears the Navi language as English now. So I
Oh
think I
yeah,
missed
yeah, yeah,
a little
yeah.
tiny bit of the exposition in the beginning.
Did you? Yeah, did you? And so I did. I started taking notes immediately. Looks great, but man, the dialogue is cringe as fuck.
Oh, it's
Um,
really bad.
yeah. So he basically summarizes a little bit of what happened in the first movie, and he summarizes how beautiful and paradisical Pandora is.
Hmm.
And he summarizes that now he's got a family. They fucked. He fucked a blue chick, and now they've got blue children. And also, they adopted a human because the villain from the first movie apparently brought a baby with him to Pandora the first time, or had a baby on Pandora. I'm not. It's kind of unclear exactly how the baby got here. Point is, it belongs to the villain of the first movie. Um, and when the humans left after Jake Sully's successfully led rebellion against, and he doesn't call them humans, he calls his own kind the Sky People, which I find to be also pretty cringe. But
More than cringe. We'll get to that.
he
Continue.
uh, he they successfully pushed the humans off of Pandora. They gave up their. We all should be so lucky as to knock up a blue chick, yes. But they gave up their claim to the unobtainium under the tree pretty quickly after one loss to a bunch of savages with bows and arrows, despite the fact that they had literal air power, tanks, rockets, fight flamethrowers, bulldozers, all the kind of stuff that you would expect would be able to easily bowl over a bunch of people shooting with bows made of wood and arrows made of stone.
Yeah.
They abandoned Pandora and their claim to the unobtainium. They seemingly just forgot about the unobtainium, and they left the villain's baby with them on Pandora because you can't put babies in cryosleep, apparently, for some reason.
And so they gave the baby to the enemy. Is that how that
Yeah,
worked?
they just left him
Just left him
they
to
just
rot.
left him. They were like, "Fuck it, we can't bring this baby. You guys, have fun eating him or whatever. This is your spoils of victory."
Whatever you do. So I want to say really quick that I think the only plausible explanation is that he had the baby while he was on Pandora. Because if the baby can't be put into cryosleep, which is why they can't bring him back when they leave Pandora, then they couldn't have brought him here as a infant. So he
Yeah.
must. There's no other explanation other than he had a baby while he was here. We don't see any of that. He seems pretty busy in the first movie because they didn't plan on him having a kid when they wrote the first movie. Like he's just busy being a general trying to kill these blue people. But now he has a kid and he's here for contrived reasons. Now, one thing I want to mention, and this will become clear if you've seen the movie or as we talk about it, that our main characters, even though they've raised Spider basically from birth, this human, they've raised him among them.
They change his name from Miles to Spider, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
They do not give a fuck about him.
No.
Except there's the two sons. So Jake Sully has two sons. They kind of care about him a little bit. And his Sigourney Weaver's
Oh
clone
yeah,
daughter. Oh God,
Sigourney Weaver's clone's daughter, who was born of, for the purposes of this movie, born of immaculate conception. They will, I'm sure, in Avatar 3 or 4 or 5 explain how the fuck that happened. But Sigourney Weaver's Avatar clone's body has been in a coma since the last movie, and somebody snuck in and fucked it, and it got pregnant, and it gave birth. So we got a little bit of a Kill Bill vibe going on, because I guess the
Or
Navi.
it was a virgin birth, essentially.
Yeah, yeah.
That add to all of the absurdity that's in this movie. So someone said it's sort of interesting how well the human clone Navi hybrids are that they can actually mate and reproduce. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is interesting, isn't it? It's like their avatars are so good that they can mate with Navi and actually give birth. So they're hardly avatars at this point. They're basically their own functioning biological organisms that they can actually reproduce with the Navi. But for some reason, they haven't nailed how many fingers they have.
Yeah, maybe they keep it at 5 fingers because they put a human brain in it, and the human brain would explode if we had to deal with only using 4 fingers to try to do stuff.
No, that's so stupid. I absolutely do not accept that. Because the human avatars are controlling this 9-foot thing with giant arms and a tail and all these senses and abilities that human beings just don't have. But they're like, well, to make sure that it all makes sense for their little monkey brains, we should give them 5 fingers instead of 4. Don't know why, but that's fine. They can apparently reproduce, and especially that's it's so funny because it reminds me a little bit of Blade Runner 2049, but worse in every way. Where Blade Runner 2049 is about the miraculous birth of
Yes. Yeah.
someone like android birth a person, and the whole movie's like, holy shit, that how did that happen? Blah blah blah. And this movie's just like, oh yeah, avatars can give birth. Next question, and they just fucking move on. There's so many things like that in the movie. They just like breeze right past, even though they have like world shattering implications. Like the fact that the brain juice of the whales can make humans live forever. That's one of the stupidest inclusions I've ever seen in a movie like this. They just mention it casually.
It's like the new unobtainium that ends up having no bearing on the plot whatsoever. We just mention it, and then no, that's a thing. That's a thing that happens in this world, and you're not gonna get to deal with the consequences of that until the 9-hour cut of Avatar 3. So buckle the fuck up.
Yes. Not only that, also fucking forget unobtainium. It was the whole fucking reason for the first movie. Gone. No one cares now. It's presented in the first movie like it's the world's or the universe's perhaps most valuable natural resource, and that's why we want it so bad. And because mining and exploitation of nature and all those themes, gone.
Yeah,
no mention
now
of unobtainium at all anymore. No one gives a fuck about it.
now the humans have returned. This is also being summed up within the the first couple minutes of the movie. The humans have come back.
And he has the audacity to be surprised too. It's like, fuck off. God, Jake Sully is so stupid. There's going to be so much more of this, but he's so stupid. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe the humans came back. It's like, why? Of course they're going to come back. Of course they're going to regroup. Are you?
He may not have seen the reason that they've come back coming, because I sure didn't, and wouldn't have expected that. So instead of coming back to protect their investment in mining the extremely precious and rare metal that is underneath the tree, they're back this time because Earth is dying. And so I guess terraforming a planet where they can't breathe the air for more than 10 seconds, and with a hostile native population that already repelled them once, is the only and best option for this that they can find in the entire fucking universe.
Do they even talk about terraforming? Do they use that word in this movie?
I can't remember. I think Tony Soprano's wife does say something about it.
Yeah. Okay. Really quick. Why is she in this movie? I was like, hey, look, it's her. And then she does nothing of it, like nothing interesting at all. She doesn't get to showcase her acting talent. It's just like, hey, it's the wife from The Sopranos. Cool.
She's a military bitch now. She's running the show.
She's so good. She's so good in The Sopranos. Anyway, so yeah, the humans are back. We don't care about unobtainium anymore. Suddenly, even though Earth was not dying in the last movie, and this movie doesn't take What? How many years apart are these in the actual logic of the
Well,
story?
he has what, three children, three natural children basically, and they're like what, 16? How
Okay.
old is the oldest one? Is he 16?
I don't know. They're teenagers. I don't know actually. Let's just like maximum 20 years. How about that? Does that seem
Sure,
fair?
yeah. That's yeah. I don't think it would even I don't think it would come quite close to that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll say we'll just round up. Conservatively, it's been 20 years since the first movie. Earth was not dying then, but it is now. Like rather suddenly, it would seem.
Dying past the point of just being able to terraform the Earth back to normal.
Oh yeah, there's that too. Okay, so they're gonna come to this planet, which is just so much less terraformable than most planets you would think. But no, let's just assume that this is the best. This is the closest and best Goldilocks planet. The only place that makes sense to terraform. Sure, that doesn't make any sense, but let's just pretend it is. They don't care. They like no mention of unobtainium at all. We're not going to mine that anymore. We're here to. We're going to set up a settlement, and then in a year they set up really fast because they do this 1 year later sort of thing after they
Yeah,
show up,
they've
and
got
they've
railways now and guards and everything, and they're all still wearing oxygen masks. It doesn't seem like the terraforming has really begun in earnest yet, but
it doesn't seem like it's begun at all.
yeah.
Actually, there's no mention of it. Yeah, so so the humans show up again. Jake Sully has the audacity to be surprised that they're back, and he keeps calling them the Sky People, and you are a Sky person. Like he's just actually to the point where he just doesn't think he used to be a human anymore, and you can tell because
On all
he
levels but physical, I am a Navi.
exactly because he doesn't sympathize really all that much with Spider. He cares more about his Navi children, even though Spider is the most like him in basically every respect. He doesn't really care about Spider. He's just totally forsaken humankind at all, and so much so that when other Navi, the Sea Navi and the Tree Navi, when they call human beings demons, he just agrees. He just also calls them demons.
Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah.
Very cool. Thanks, James Cameron. You know what? This movie tells me more than anything that if James Cameron had the opportunity to forsake humanity for like some noble savage group, he would totally do it. Like that's
He would go and be, yeah, he would go and be some backwater alien, like a human masquerading in some backwater alien's skin. He would just completely blend in with them. We'd lose him forever. No more Avatar movies. Somebody send him on a mission to space. Bezos, I'm looking at you.
so, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna bring this up now because James Cameron, recently, I don't know when this interview took place, but it came to my attention recently that in an interview, James Cameron said, "Hold on, let me pull up the exact quote. I don't know if you want to show it on screen. It's up
I
to
can do
you."
that.
But he says, "I can relate to Thanos. I thought he had a pretty viable answer. The problem is, nobody is going to put up their hand to volunteer to be the half that has to go." That is a direct quote from James Cameron. And the reason I bring it up now is because I think it makes a lot of sense of Avatar 2 The Way of Water and just how insane James Cameron has become as an environmentalist, as a misanthrope. It's
Then
insane.
there you go.
He actually thinks Thanos was right. Just it would have been better if half
It's
of
not a
all
meme.
life just volunteered to go.
It's not a meme for Cameron. He would have made that call.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane how much he seems to hate humanity. And it's I mean it's made very obvious in the movie because the humans are, at least according to James Cameron, they're exclusively bad, unless
Yeah.
they agree to forsake humanity and live with the Na'vi instead. And like to be clear, they're not pacifists. They kill human beings freely, and the camera views their deaths with glee in many respects. The movie does not like humanity at all. And what's interesting about it to me is that for all like the Na'vi in terms of how alien they are, how foreign they are to human beings, they're basically just like this weird they're the noble savage, but they're basically people. in terms of how they communicate, what they talk about. They're just an idealized form of humanity with like they're bigger now and they have a blue
They're
paint job.
bigger, they're stronger, they've got tails, so they're more like monkey.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's really cringe. We'll get plenty more of it. But in the year that humanity has settled on Pandora again, this time with more mech suits and all that sort of fun stuff. Oh, don't you just love how when they land, they just immediately set fire to a giant forest? It's
Yeah, like, oh, you mean like what they could have done before?
it's funny because part of me, because I want to root for the humans so bad because unlike James Cameron, I don't hate humanity. I want to root for the humans, especially when you find out that their planet is dying. So when they come down and just torch a giant forest, it's like, yeah, go get them, fuck them up.
Well,
because
yes. Oh,
because the movie is so insistent about who you're meant to root for. The contrarian in me is very much trying my best not to root for the heroes. I'm like, fuck you. It's just so cartoonish and one dimensional. Fuck it. I'm rooting for the humans, but then they do something really stupid and I can't even do that. But so they've set up a base and they're quickly expanding, but they're still wearing gas masks. It doesn't seem like they're close to terraforming yet. But
but Jake Sully and his little band of resistance fighters are raiding choo-choo trains like Native Americans back in the Old West, and stealing guns and stuff. Interesting to note because none of the other Navi will ever really use guns apart from Jake Sully. So he's stealing these guns for something, but I'm not
for
really sure.
himself,
It's not to arm his people, or doesn't
no.
really seem like it. Um, and I
God, this
can't.
movie, sorry, I have to interrupt because this movie's so fucking confused about whether guns are good or useful or not. Because our main hero uses them constantly, but none of the other Navi do, even though they absolutely should because it's superior weaponry. But in the logic of the movie, you basically don't need guns ever because a spear can take down an entire plane helicopter because they're made of fucking wet cardboard. Like it, it's so
I still can't get it because I remember having that problem in the first one that, like, the stone and stick arrows are constantly busting through the tempered glass of a
yes.
helicopter or a
Mhm.
plane or a robot mech suit or something like that,
Yep.
and just instantly getting through there super efficiently and just utterly annihilating the humans. But the guns are all completely fucking useless. They miss 90% of their shots.
They're
Uh,
useless when the human beings hold them.
yeah,
Yeah.
the only time guns are worth anything is when Jake himself is shooting because he's Jesus, I guess.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't seen the first one in a while, but I do have the impression that in the first movie that they had a lot of the same problems we just mentioned. The human beings were at least more formidable.
I,
Like when they had those giant things decimating the forest, like they were more scary in the first movie. There were still problems where like when the plot needed it in like the final act, they were just shooting down planes with bow and arrows, and it was really stupid, don't get me wrong, but there are points when the movie wanted to be tense earlier on. My memory is that the human beings were actually more formidable. In this movie, they're not at all.
yeah, no, they're kind of just clowns, basically. They're faceless bad guys. They don't
Yeah,
do much.
yeah, and how pathetic is that? You know, if they want to, if he wants to have any tension in this movie, he used to understand action movies and tension and how it relates to storytelling. Now it's like the human beings are basically pathetic, and then they can just be killed off with ease by like female Navi with a bow and arrow. They can shoot down entire ships, all that stuff. And it's like, wouldn't you want your villain to be more formidable? And like, it would actually require some sort of ingenuity, working together, all that fun stuff to actually defeat them.
You would think so, but actually, what if they just had, like someone in chat says, special wood? What if they just had special wood that's stronger than human metal and glass and things that we can make?
James Cameron has special wood for the blue people.
So there's another comment in the chat there too that says, "Weren't the gun scenes cut because Cameron didn't want to romanticize guns?" I would not be surprised. I didn't hear about it, but
I heard that as well. And then watching the movie, there's a decent amount of it's only Sully uses guns until the very, very end, where one of his sons does as well.
yeah, but he doesn't do it
So-
well.
no, he doesn't. So that's why I said that the movie's confused about guns, because though guns are obviously the superior weaponry compared to what the Na'vi have, Sully isn't training the Na'vi on how to use them. They steal a bunch of them off of a train. And I guess the logic is that just keeps them out of human hands because no one uses them but Sully. But when Sully uses them, he's incredibly good and they're incredibly useful. And even to an extent, if you cared about the characters in this movie, you might actually think Sully is cool for the way he uses guns. So I'm very confused by James Cameron saying that he wanted to not romanticize guns in this movie, because he still kind of does. I mean, I'm not saying the because he's not romanticizing it, but by his logic, he would be, right? Because the hero is using guns with ease and shooting down all these guys and being a badass
very effectively, and it's super cool, and
yeah. So the whole gun thing is stupid,
yeah.
but
they steal a bunch of guns.
Yes, hold on. I wanted to mention real quick because they blow up this train that's on a railway, and they're doing their whole freedom fighter thing, sabotaging the humans in sort of guerrilla warfare style. And one thing I noticed is that they utterly blow up the ship. They're tankers that I assume are filled with fuel. They just detonate those. I'm like, oh, I guess they really care about their environment, huh? You know what I mean?
Yeah, fuel spills and
there were giant oil tankers that they exploded. I'm like, I don't think that would be good for the forest, you guys. I feel like maybe if you had any sort of finesse at all, you could steal these guns without creating a giant ecological disaster here. But the movie doesn't care about that. So I just wanted that said, that they're very reckless about that sequence.
They seem to be intending to cause as much damage to the target and the surrounding area as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cool, very hippie stuff,
And so, and for this little raiding party thing that they're going on, his sons are along with him. They're flying their little pterodactyl things. But he says, no, you got to stay up and you got to keep a lookout. But they're reckless young teenager types. And so they go down.
They go down to take some rockets. Yeah.
And then later he has to yell at them like, you disobeyed a direct order, that sort of thing.
Yeah, because one of them gets in trouble, or both of them. I can't. Oh, yeah, the thing explodes, and then one of them gets trapped near it, or something like that.
Yeah. So he gets very mildly injured, and so he
has to. Yeah, he has to yell at him, and it's worth noting at this point that Jake is quite possibly the worst father. So the Ohio thing.
Jake in his attempt to save Pandora turns it into Ohio. Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's good.
But Jake is quite possibly like the most unself-aware and maybe even the worst father is in cinema history, because he is constantly shitting on his second son. Constantly. Mm-hmm. Never gives him the benefit of the doubt once, despite all of the themes of, families stick together kind of thing. He will not, like, to the point where it becomes like a big character thing for the second son, that his father kind of seems like he hates him and doesn't respect him and thinks he's a bit of an idiot. And Jake never takes action to show otherwise, really, until like right at the very end. But even then, like, after the big climactic battle or during it, he's giving him shit.
Yeah.
like real hard shit too. Like he's blaming deaths on him and whatnot. It's pretty fucking mean.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that after this, when he has to yell at them both, his wife Natiri, is that her name? She's like, you're too hard on them, and he's like, no, I have to be hard on them. I'm a dad. That's my job. And it's like, okay, that's what his character thinks. But then he's only really hard on the younger son.
Yeah, he's not very hard on the older son at all. He's like when the older son gets in a fight later on in the thing, he, gives him a very stern talking to, and then looks at his, like, sends the younger son away, being like, "You fucking moron." And then he
Mm.
goes to the older son, and he'll say things like, "Hey man, look both ways," and be like, "Yeah, the guy looked worse, right?" Like he's giving him, this tacit encouragement of like, "You're a real man. I'm proud of you, kiddo."
Mm.
Meanwhile, like, just completely lambasting the second son, as if that could never possibly come back to bite him in the ass.
And as if they're really meaningfully different from each other, because they're not
No,
really.
not at all.
They
They
both have
they
the same proclivities to be reckless and rebels and want to prove themselves. They both have proclivities to getting into fights, as we'll see later. They're not meaningfully different in that way, but for whatever reason, one of them is the black sheep of the family. I mean, that's not even including Spider, who's the real black sheep of the family.
For good
It's worth
reason, I would say.
it's worth noting that no, not for Sully. It makes no sense
No,
that
but
he
for
doesn't.
me,
Sully. Oh,
Spider is a terrible actor.
oh,
I could afford to see him, not anymore. To not see him anymore is what I'm trying to say.
yeah. Oh, one of the funniest scenes for him is when he's like, maybe it's good that you don't know who your father is.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. He's talking to the tank baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's after this raid too, because like the raid goes, somewhat shaky because helicopters come in because the two idiot sons weren't up there to warn them about the helicopters coming in, so they have to take down the helicopters with bows and arrows again and get out of there, without any real meaningful difficulty. And then they are home, and he's yelling at both of his kids, and yeah, they yeah. So
Sorry, my dog was barking at the UPS guy. um, Continue.
I'm trying to remember where it goes after the raid. I think this is where they go to visit Sigourney Weaver's tank mother. Is that
Yeah.
yeah, they go to visit with her. And so okay. The daughter of Sigourney Weaver is played by Sigourney Weaver, right?
Wait, really?
Is it? I thought
Oh,
so. Maybe it's not.
why
Maybe I'm
would they
wrong.
do that? Hold on a second. Did they? Oh my god, why would they do that? Did they like digitally make her voice younger or something?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, she does play her own daughter. She plays like a teenager.
Yeah.
Why?
Um.
Her character is so inexplicable to me. It's
Yeah, I don't. I think it'll, like, clearly that character is being set up to be a big part of 3, 4, and 5 avatars. But yeah, this character played by Sigourney Weaver is wondering who her father is, because we've got to get all of these children set up,
Mhm.
very quickly, very very rapid fire
Yes.
kind of way.
She
So
she was some weird sort of potential virgin birth or some mysterious rando raped Sigourney
yeah.
Weaver's, like, comatose avatar. Not really sure which. I think we're probably gonna go in the virgin birth direction here, which is love that. Why
More of that in sci-fi,
Yes,
please.
more supernatural bullshit in this already ridiculous sci-fi universe, please. Thank you.
It's my
And
favorite part
meanwhile,
of the Star Wars prequels.
oh god. God, fucking god, the prequels are so bad. So yeah, and she's going, well, they're making a joke about, oh, maybe your father was that weird nerd guy who was a
Who's
scientist along
making eyes at your mom in this video that we have, that we're just
yeah.
sitting around watching, of your mom for some reason because we're
Oh,
all
it's so
bored.
funny. It was so funny because this is how bad the dialogue is. They're saying, "Oh, maybe your dad was Ned or whatever his name is," and she goes like, "You guys deserve to die." I was like, "Whoa, Jesus, calm
Yeah,
down."
I'd said out loud in the theater when she did that. I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
It's a really, if it's meant to be a joke, like, or like a teenager, like, ribbing kind of thing, it's delivered with a lot of, like,
Oh, she means it.
vitriol behind it.
She is so upset that they would even joke about the
That
fact
yeah,
that her dad could be that guy, and it's like, what's wrong with that guy? He's a scientist. Like she's so upset by it, and I don't understand. It just seems to be an insult to that guy. I'm not
Yeah.
really sure why. And then Spider, in the most amazing acting performance ever, goes, maybe it's actually not such a bad thing you don't know who your dad is. And he gives this kind of like pouty look. It's like, oh God,
Shut the
really?
fuck, Jesus Christ, dude! Really?
Listen,
Like your dad was from the human perspective of things, your dad was kind of a hero. You are not a Navi.
yeah, well,
You freak.
he basically he, he's essentially a Navi. He's been raised by one, even though they don't really treat him like one of their own. Um, he's upset that his dad was evil villain man from the first movie, so he's a little edgy about it. So have we? I don't know if we've really talked about who the villain is for this movie yet, and how that works. I think it's by
I
this
think
point.
about this point is when it starts to
Yeah.
come into play. So, would you like to do the honors?
Oh, it's the same one from the first movie, except he's blue now.
Yes, yes.
I
The general or whatever he was from the first movie has been,
Yeah,
yeah.
Miles Rich. He
He,
was killed in the last movie, but before he was killed, they had him cloned as a backup. Him and only a couple other Marines, for some reason, were all cloned and given avatar bodies just in case he dies.
just in
And
case he died, which of course he did not believe was possible. And he
oh,
even says so in his little video about explaining how this has happened. He goes,
yeah.
I don't think I'm going to fail. I probably won't fail, but if I do fail, which probably won't happen, I bet you'll be looking for some payback.
And it's like, I don't think I'm going to die, but if I do die, it'll be because of Jake Sully. What? Like what? It's simultaneously trying to make sense of the fact that he doesn't know what happened to him yet, while also justifying the whole revenge plot that will come to serve as the foundation of his motivation in this film. And so it's like, if I hypothetically die, which I won't, it definitely will have been Jake Sully's fault, and you should go get revenge and kill him. It's like, whoa, it's like a blizzard of contrivances all at once. It's
Yeah, all wrapped up in a particularly cringy little video of
why does
him.
he have to do his own video? That makes no
He's
sense.
doing his own video, and then he has to ask Giovanni Ribisi to explain it to him in the middle of it because he doesn't understand it because he's just a big dumb military man and he don't get no science stuff. But then when Giovanni Ribisi does start explaining it, he basically tells him, "Hey, egghead, shut the fuck up. Am I gonna do it or are you gonna do it?" And
It's
then
like,
kicks him
well,
off the like.
yeah, it's so stupid. And don't you just love how his avatar has a buzz cut, so it's him?
But technically, it's like a buzz cut rat tail mullet in a way. It's like Billy Ray Cyrus in the 1990s.
Well, of course they have to have dumb hair because they're avatars.
Yeah, they have
Because
to have that big long ponytail, because
yes, oh God,
yeah.
it's so
So
it's the most contrived, I think.
it's really really lame.
Oh, and we're not even done because I think the premise, because we've established like the sort of inciting incident for a couple of elements here, but not the full extent. And when we have the full extent, I think this might be one of the most contrived premises I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not being intentionally hyperbolic here. I think it's insane how contrived it is. But we should press on. Is this the point where he gets his new mission?
Kill Jake Sully.
Yeah. So he, because past him thought that if I hypothetically die, it'll definitely be Jake Sully's fault, has told new avatar Blue Quaritch that, like, you got to go hunt down Jake Sully. And he's like, goddamn right. And so he goes to the wife from The Sopranos, who's the general of this
The
human.
new general of the human colony on Pandora,
And she's like, your mission is to go kill Jake Sully, which is convenient. Because he's a freedom fighter terrorist guy from their perspective. He's leading these hostile attacks on our attempts to colonize this place. So we gotta put down those hostiles.
he's going all Lawrence of Arabia on our asses. We
Yeah.
need you to go take him out. So, Jamie,
And I'm like,
I wanted to ask you a quick question. So let's say you are writing Jake Sully in this particular situation.
Hmm.
Jake Sully finds out what's going on. We'll get to that through, the descriptions in a little bit. Jake Sully's going to find out what's going on, and he's going to realize that he has a couple of options open to him.
Should we wait? I know where you're going with this. Should we wait until we've set it up?
You know what? Sure, why not?
Yes, because I think it's a very important question. I want to get all the context in place first. So,
Okay.
from the
That's
human's
called
perspective,
foreshadowing.
Jake, yes, in the biz we call that. So the humans are like, okay, we got these raiding parties, who are getting in the way of us trying to make this a place that human beings can live, right? And it's
Yes.
weird. They don't say that they're trying to eradicate all of the Na'vi. They just want to pacify them such that they can make this a place where human beings can live, which is interesting. And because humanity is dying, and if we assume, though there's no real reason to, that this is the best place or maybe the only place that they could colonize, I don't know. It's so stupid. But if we assume that, then I'm like, hey, let's, I'm rooting for the humans here
One of
because
them has to be diplomatic enough to just like broker a deal, right? Like they can't all be contrived, cartoonishly evil assholes, right?
well, see, Hugh, that's where you're wrong because they're humans, and so they're all assholes.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. There aren't any
But
good humans.
they're just trying to. So they're not trying to eradicate the Na'vi. They just want them to stop attacking them so they can set up a colony here. And Jake Sully is leading the Tree Na'vi and constant attacks and disrupting their plans. And so they're like, okay, Avatar Court, you got to go kill Jake Sully. And it's like, okay, cool, let's do it. Go get him, Tiger.
Oorah!
And
There's quite a
so,
few oorahs,
oh, plenty of them.
and the theater that I was in erupted in cheers whenever an oorah happened. I'd like that's not
Wait, really?
yeah.
When when the humans did it?
When the human Navi did their little oorahs, yeah, the avatars did their oorahs, they would clap.
Wait. But do they know they're supposed to be the villains, or are they just along with me deciding to root for humanity?
They could just be Marines, and they may not realize, like,
You saw this with a theater full of Marines for some reason.
near a military
They're
base.
like,
It was near a military base, so it
okay,
is possible.
maybe, yeah. So they go trying to find Sully. They don't know where he is. All they know is that their base of operations is probably in those stupid fucking floating mountains. What the hell? I know that's a problem from the first movie, and it'd be kind of strange if they didn't show them anymore. But those make no sense, right? We can all agree.
Yeah, I think we're all on board with that. I don't understand what the fuck those floating like they bring it up and then there's more of them in other places too. There's rocks that float above the ocean at one point. I don't get it. I don't understand what the fuck those are supposed to be.
They just float because this is a sci-fi planet, so things don't have to make sense.
And it'll make China think of their cool little rock pillars and go, "Yay."
Yeah, it's. I mean, what's the logic supposed to be that those are like that? The electromagnetism of the planet is so bizarre in those spots that it lifts giant rocks but has no effect on people. Like, I don't
No
understand.
effect on people or flying anything
No,
into
because
them.
gravity works basically the same here as it does on Earth. Like, I would say exactly the same as it does on Earth because when human beings walk around, they're not like jumping like they're on the moon or anything of the sort. Gravity works the exact same except for floating mountain ranges. Like this is like the worst kind of sci-fi fantasy spectacle. It's like, whoa, look at that. How does it work? I don't know. Just isn't it?
Stop asking. Why are you asking questions, man?
So they go looking for Jake Sully's little band of freedom fighters who are living in the floaty mountains. And for some reason, they go and they find themselves at the place where Quaritch was killed in the last movie.
Oh yeah, they also before that, like as this is happening, they sort of throw out a line about how the entire environment is super hostile to human creatures, but not to Navi. So they have a supposedly tension filled little scene where the avatars have to stare down some alien wolves, I guess, and just hope that they don't attack them,
Hmm.
which confirms the theory that they'll like the environment is actively against the humans,
And
like,
not the Navi.
and not
Yeah,
the Navi.
which gives lie to the to what Jake Sully says in the beginning about how the forest is a dangerous place, and it's like, not for you guys, it isn't. There are wolves that just don't give a shit about killing Navi. They only give a shit about killing humans.
Except for the ones that paint themselves blue and run around with the Navi, I guess. Like, that guy doesn't really seem to have too much problem navigating the world of Pandora.
Oh, so Yinny in chat says unobtainium. If there's unobtainium, then surely there could be weird magnetism or helium-weighted materials that could make stuff float. Not entire mountain ranges. I do not believe that at all. I'm sorry. There's no way. It has
It's
no
just
effect on the people. It's just those random mountains just happen to float.
maybe
I
those rocks are just made of solid helium, I guess.
The wolves are racist. They are. You know, actually, in fact, a lot of the people in this movie are racist, which is fun. Speciesist, I suppose. No, the Navi are actually kind of racist. We'll get to that. But there's a lot of bigotry on all sides here. It's surprising for a movie that's trying to be this mainstream, but so yeah, they find themselves I suppose randomly at the spot where Quaritch was killed, and they're investigating that, and Quaritch is looking at, where he died and going, "Damn, I can't believe I died there."
Can't believe I was killed by Jake Sully there.
and he finds an arrow and he focuses on the specific the feathering on the arrow itself. Um, this will become the movie thinks this will become important later. I'll say it that way. Um,
Yeah, he
even
kind
though
of,
it's not important later, as
yeah.
we'll soon see.
Well, and at the same time as the humans in Avatar bodies are exploring the murder site, Jake Sully's children have wandered to this site as well, basically, because they've found footprints of giant boots in the mud
Hmm.
that look like they're too big to be humans, so they must be avatars.
Yep. So they go investigate, even though that should be very deeply concerning to them and they should probably report it immediately. They go investigate, even though they're all together, like they have their youngest kids with them. This happens several times in the movie, by the way, where they're all just walking about and they have their youngest like kid brothers and sisters with them, and then they go do dangerous things and put the kids in danger. It's like, you guys are so stupid.
Yeah.
First one makes, it should be they should consider it like a danger to go investigate this, right? Because they're like military boots. They must be avatars. Who else would they be if not hostiles, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no, with all those boot prints, there's no way they know what avatars are still active on Pandora at this point, so they would definitely know. They're doing the standard, action movie with teenagers thing where they have to, no, I want to prove myself to dad, so we can do this ourselves. We're men.
Mm-hmm.
And they go with their baby sister, who's like, I don't know, like the equivalent of a human 8-year-old, probably.
6 or 8, yeah,
Yeah,
something like that. Young and very, very dumb.
yeah,
So,
one of those.
cannot defend themselves at all, and it would be a danger to put them in any sort of situation.
Yeah, so they go to investigate, and wouldn't you know it, they get caught.
Yeah, so it's there. This movie does this a lot. This is a trope that really annoys me in general, but it's not unique to this movie. But this movie does it plenty of times, where people are talking at normal conversational volume when they should be whispering. It's like, how hard? Why is it that so many filmmakers just do not understand how sound works? They're they're like looking through the brush at these people that they know are obviously a threat to them, because they're calling it in like, "Dad, oh my god, you're not going to believe this, but there's these military avatars." And the dad's like, "Okay, stay right there, don't do anything." And when they're talking to each other and their dad, they're just talking at full conversational volume, they're not whispering. And it's like, well, no shit, you got caught. you moron. Like, whisper to each other if you're gonna say anything. Oh, and also they're almost more concerned with getting caught being here because apparently they're not supposed to come to
Yeah, they're
where
not allowed to go to the
Quaritch
crash to the murder site for some reason. It's
for some reason.
taboo.
Yeah, this is the elephant graveyard. They're not supposed to come here for some strange reason. And they're like, well, should we report this dangerous threat? No, like we'll probably get in trouble. And it's like, no, just tell them. And so they end up telling them, and then they immediately get caught because they're idiots.
Yep.
And but this is more points for the avatar, the humans and the avatars. I'm like, hey, good for you. You managed to capture these dumbasses.
You managed to capture a bunch of retarded children. Thank God.
Yeah.
Somebody's competent. So yeah, they capture him, and they take him prisoner, right?
Yes.
Jake, yeah, they take him prisoner for leverage. They don't want him dead. They want them alive.
Because he's trying to draw Jake Sully out. And so they take him prisoner, and they're going to take them back to the human base, but they haven't yet when Jake Sully and the others have to go fight to try and rescue them.
Yep.
Right? I think that's how it works.
Yeah. They come in. This is the first example, right, of of the villain sort of holding the kids at gunpoint and saying, "Don't you test me," and then getting tested and just like completely failing.
Yes.
To follow through. Yeah, the first of several instances.
He's holding the children of Jake Sully hostage, and Jake Sully and his band of rebels come to try and rescue them. And at no point does he actually like kill one of them. You know what I mean? Or like, I think does he threaten to in this scene? Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
I think he does. Yeah, because he wants leverage, right? Like like you would if you're under attack by a hostile force, and you've got pretty much the ultimate leverage. You've got his children. You go, look, if you kill me or you attack me or any of my friends, I'll fucking kill them. I will blow them away. Do not test me. Jake Sully and his band of rebels proceed to test him. He does not pull the trigger. They kill at least one of the human the human
More
avatars.
For sure, because they kill them with ease.
Yeah.
Once again,
they kill at least one of them, and he doesn't do anything. He does not just follow through on his threat. He doesn't even wound the kids. He doesn't shoot one in the leg. At least to be like, look, I'm not bluffing. He just lets them get away, basically.
Yes. Not only that, so he captures, or sorry, rescues, the opposite. He rescues everyone but Spider. Spider gets captured. And at this point, it's worth mentioning that Quaritch, and I thought they kind of rushed this, but right away, he's like, oh, you must be my son. So he knows right away, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting narrative choice. Spider's the only one that gets captured. And I watched Little Platoon's video on this, and he made a really good point here that I thought basically the same thing when I watched it. It's like, oh, okay, well now they're gonna have to have a conversation about like whether they should risk life and limb to go save Spider, right? Because he's not technically one of you, but of course they're gonna learn to do the right thing and go save Spider anyway. No,
nope.
They make no attempt to go rescue Spider because even though Spider is the person who Sully is most like in almost every respect, they don't
not care. They do not care.
No.
They're like, nah, fuck it. He's lost. He's lost. We lost him.
Yeah. Samantha Dragon says, if you call my bluff 7 or 8 more times, you'll see how serious I am. Unironically, yes. That is what happened. I'm so amped to get to the finale of this movie because I think it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. For that exact reason, I'll hold off. I'll contain myself until we get there.
Yeah. So they've captured Spider now, and I think this is the point where we can get to the question.
You have a question.
The question. Me, right? Yeah. So you have written Jake Sully into this corner. One of his his surrogate child, not a real child, but someone he's raised as his own. who is his last connection to his own humanity, has been captured, and he now is aware that there is a hostile human-like Na'vi marine force that is out to get him.
Hmm.
And that the humans are looking to eliminate the leader of the Na'vi resistance.
Yes.
Uh,
And eliminate or stop the resistance altogether.
yes. So Jake Sully has options. What option would you have chosen for him at this point?
Well, so there's a couple things. One, I don't know why they don't think they should kill. I'm sorry, they should try to kill Quaritch for one, and rescue Spider because he's their adopted son. You should
Yes.
probably
Well,
want to rescue.
and he is their adopted son who is very intimately involved in the resistance effort and
Yeah.
can
Hmm.
tell the humans lots of information
Where they
about
are.
where they are based, what's going on with them, all of that.
Yes,
So,
he is. It's a threat that to them that he's captured as well. And Sully seems to realize that they're in danger, not because Spider was captured, though that should be part of his rationale. He's like, well, they're going to come for me. I'm putting my family in danger, so we need to leave. What?
we need to run. We need to run
It's
away.
run away. And so, okay, before I get to what I would have him do, we need to talk about what he actually does because it's this is what I mean when I think when Jake Sully is maybe one of the worst protagonists I've ever seen. This is like the dumbest choice I've ever seen. So, to be clear, he is leading the resistance fight on behalf of the Na'vi. It doesn't seem like all the Na'vi are participating in these little, skirmishes with the humans, but more than just his family are. Like
Well,
that.
it doesn't make it clear whether or not it's all of them, but because they're basically a hive mind, you can assume that it's probably all of them, and he is promoted in a way as like leader of the tribe.
Mhm. So,
So you know that
yeah,
the entire
he's
tribe of
leading
tree
the tribe.
people.
Yeah, but I think maybe because when we see them go on these fights, they're not launching an all-out war. It's like a more of like a guerrilla freedom fighter sort of thing. So like they're sending these like bands out to attack, and so either way, more than just his immediate family is engaged in this battle.
Mhm.
Obviously, we've been shown that. But Jake Sully decides, oh my god, I'm putting my family in danger by doing this. And it's like, okay, first of all, bitch, you've been bringing your family to these battles. All right.
Yeah.
And you saying to your sons, hey, you need to stay on lookout, doesn't mean they're any less danger when there's like helicopter ships shooting missiles. All right. You're already putting your family in danger. They've all signed up to do this. You're putting your tribe, your tribesmen
Your
and women.
tribe that you are super loyal to over your
Yes.
own species, apparently. You're putting
You're
them in
put,
danger.
Of course, right? But they have signed up for this battle, one assumes, right? Because they
Yeah.
did in the last movie. All those things are already in danger, but you've decided because they're looking to kill you specifically, and you have no reason to think they wouldn't try to kill you specifically. You're the leader. You've decided, no, now I've realized I'm putting my family in danger. So we need to run. We need to leave the tree Navi completely and go into hiding. Okay, first of all, if there's kind of two possibilities here. It's not made clear. Option number one is that if he and all his immediate family leave, then the freedom fighting and the resistance will continue, led by someone else, right? If-
That's what you assume when you see there's a scene before he decides to run of him promoting somebody else to chief of the tribe.
yes. Well, okay, so real quick. So there's essentially two options here. One is that when he leaves, the freedom fighting stops. There's a new leader in charge of the tribe, but the freedom fighting stops. If the freedom fighting stops because he leaves, then the humans got everything they wanted, and like game over, right?
Yeah.
If that's what happens, if Jake Sully's not even leading the resistance anymore because he ran into hiding, you might, if you were the humans, go like, "Oh, Quaritch, well, don't worry about it. We'll deal with him if he comes back. You focus on killing whoever the new leader is." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it doesn't really. This decision protects no one,
It
and
if it like in a way it actively damages his entire like the entire arc of his character from the first one because
mhm,
he is now in a position of being like the war leader of the
Mhm.
tree Navi against an invading force who is here to stay now, and who, like,
Mhm.
actively burned down their trees and then sent bulldozers out to dig them up. Like, they don't want them here. They didn't
Mhm.
want them here before. The tree people all signed up for this war, you assume, because we never see anything, otherwise indicating that there is like a pocket of tree people who
No, there
don't
isn't.
want this war. There's no diplomats in this movie. Nobody's negotiating with anybody. It's a
Mhm.
simple thing: Navi versus human. So when we get to the point where he straight up goes, "Oh, well, I saw one guy, and now I'm going to abandon my role as the leader of
Mhm.
your tribe because I realize that my family is in danger. I don't give a fuck about the rest of your families. I don't need to fight to protect them. I need to
Yeah.
run away to
Yes.
hide my family somewhere in what he calls uncharted territory, which is fucking rich to me because the humans have satellites. They're sitting
Yes.
up there in
And
orbit.
scanning
Google
technology.
Earth. Google Earth would be able to find where he went. You know, it's
And we've
not.
seen this in both movies that they have the technology to, like, from an aerial point of view, tell exactly how many people are there, and they've scanned all this stuff. Yeah. They
Yeah,
have, satellites in orbit around the planet. Like, they can't there's no uncharted territory as far as the humans are concerned. You know what I mean? Like, they can find him is
yeah.
the idea.
Well, and why wouldn't he, like, have taken, like, that is an incredibly useful resource to have as a
Mhm.
leader of a military expedition. You wouldn't want, like, cart maps. Like, if you haven't explored your own fucking planet,
Mhm.
like, you can't plan properly if you don't know what's just over the ridge line. If the
Yeah.
map ends somewhere, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, the Na'vi aren't especially smart in that regard. They don't like, so much of their world is completely unexplored by them because they're just so happy-dappy where they are.
Yeah,
So
and there are, like Semantic Dragon says, there are other tribes there, and they know about tree people. So it is charted. Like,
yeah.
it has to be.
So so he decides to leave and abandon the tree people who one assumes are going to continue the fight, because if they don't continue the fight, then the humans just get everything they want. So they wouldn't do that. So the fight is going to continue without him. He's just like, no, I'm such a dad. I suddenly don't want my family to be engaged in this fight because I care more about them than I do the entire, like,
Tribe of people
Navi
who I
people.
abandoned my own
Yeah.
species for.
So I'm going to leave entirely because I don't want to put anyone else in danger, man. I can't do that. And it's like, ugh, he's so stupid. And
Why
so
and
they
why
leave.
would he assume that would, like, the other thing too is, why would he assume that this would work? Why would he assume
Yeah,
that, like, that they would
number
stop
one,
fighting the tree people if he's not there? Like,
yeah, they would if the tree people keep fighting back, they're gonna keep fighting the tree people, of course, because they're trying to pacify the hostiles. The tree people are the hostiles. But he's like, I'm gonna go leave. And what he eventually does is finds a different tribe of Navi people, the Sea Navi people, who are, for some reason that's not entirely clear to me, not engaged in the war with humans at all. They're aware of it, but they're just not involved. They're neutral, I guess. The fight hasn't been brought to them, at least. And he decides to go hide out with them and put them in danger instead.
yep.
See, it makes no sense because if the tree people are going to keep fighting, then him leaving has no effect on whether they're still in danger. So I think he might actually assume that the tree people are going to stop doing the whole resistance thing if he leaves, because otherwise, why would he think that would save anyone's lives? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but instead of sticking with the people that he knows, he's going to a group of, not a group of other Navi who we'll see pretty quickly are just a little bit on the racist side, who don't particularly like that the tree people have now showed up, bringing the war to their little shores,
Mhm.
and he has no reason to believe that these people wouldn't just be like, yeah, he moved in on that island over there. I'll take you to him. Like,
Yeah,
why wouldn't they do that? I don't
yeah.
understand. If
We'll
there's
we'll get we'll get to their reaction in a second. I want to come back to the question you asked me, is that what would I have happen here instead? And I think, okay, well, number one, if he's concerned with this is maybe the first time his like actual children, adopted and biological children, have been endangered, I could see that being upsetting for him, right? And so he wants to protect them. I feel like, first of all, bringing them with you wherever you go, they're going to be in danger because they're after you. So if you run away with them, they're in danger. So I feel like what what I would have him do if everything else had to be the same leading up to this point is I would have him and some of the other warriors, the adult warriors, maybe he wouldn't send his sons. He wouldn't take his sons with him because they're not quite old enough yet. If you want some tension there, him and the other adult warriors are going to keep fighting. They're going to go try to rescue uh, uh, Spider, and they're going to fight these people that are fighting against them. Meanwhile, he's going to send his family to the Sea People so they can be safe there. And then while they're there, they'll convince the Sea People to come join the fight. That's what I would have happen.
I would only add that he would, like, if Spider presents such a danger to the resistance of the Na'vi against the humans, clearly he would probably prefer him to be rescued, because let's assume that we're going to allow Jake to have some sort of affection for Spider, instead of the cold apathy that he's met with on almost every occasion in this movie. But you would assume that he'd be like, okay, well, we're going to launch a rescue mission for Spider because we need to get him out of there. But if you can't make it back with him, kill him.
Yeah, that would be the ruthlessly pragmatic choice. And maybe, you know what you would probably do if you want to establish that as a possibility? You have one of the other fellow warriors say that he needs to do that, and maybe Sully is reluctant to.
Yeah, and maybe Sully's son is one of the ones who's going, volunteers to go on this mission, refuses to go to the Sea People, and then because he doesn't want to kill Spider, he ends up getting caught. Like, you could go a whole bunch of different ways with it, other than just run away.
Yeah, he's a coward.
A straight up Monty Python moment. Yeah, like
he's a coward in one sense, and he's stupid in the other, and he's a bad person to everyone else in the tribe.
yeah.
Like it's such a
Well, and
I didn't think much of his character before, but I would feel comfortable calling this character assassination.
yeah, me too. I think it's ridiculous. It's also, an issue that he's bringing his family. I think you could probably make the argument he's bringing his family with him, because if he leaves his family there, right, they might try to use them to get leverage on him. Like, if they capture his son and threaten to kill him, we're going to see this play out quite a few times. Like, he will be obligated to go and, kill a bunch of people to get him out, regardless of whether or not there's actually a threat to his son's life. So, he's taking his family with him to protect them, but he has no reason to believe that the humans wouldn't just start massacring tree Na'vi in order to try to draw him out, because, he gives a shit. Ostensibly, he gives a shit about them too.
Exactly. So what I would do is I would have him stay and fight and send his family away, and then you could have some tension with the sons, who feel like they're ready and willing to fight, but he's not sure they are yet, and he errs on the side of wanting to protect them. So he sends them away. They go to the Sea People, and they end up rallying the Sea People to come join, and then they come back and they prove themselves as warriors, and he's like, oh, okay, you are men now. Like something like that would be what I would do instead. That way, he sends his family away so they're not in danger, because he's got big dad brain. Sure, that's fine, but he stays and fights, and he tries to rescue Spider because he's his adopted son. He should care about him, and he poses a threat to the Tree People, and he's the leader of the Tree People. God, it's so bad. It's so bad all around.
Yeah, that he just abandons his post. Gives it up to some other dude who we don't know who it is, and he just nope, I'm out of here. Peace. Bye.
And so they leave, and they take the long, arduous journey across the ocean to the Sea Na'vi, who are like the Na'vi that we're familiar with, except that they're a slightly more cyan shade of blue. Uh, they have like wider limbs so they can paddle better, and they have bigger tails so they can paddle better. They still have the same dumb haircuts, and their eyes are still really far apart, but they're not yellow this time. They're ever so slightly different, and I guess that's enough for them because when they arrive, when our band of cowards who are running away arrive at the sea people are like, "Who the fuck are you guys? Ugh, tree Navi. Look how small your tails are. What are you doing here?"
Shrivel
There's
little short tail man.
there's some xenophobia here.
Yeah, and but I bet you they're gonna overcome the xenophobia because
One
the Navi are perfect.
Oh, they're so inconsistent about it too. It drives me crazy. So they show up, and then there's some like bickering and bantering between them. And God, I don't know why they decided to do this with Natiri, but Natiri is so confrontational in this movie. Like, first of all, the
Yeah,
first thing we learn about her in this movie, other than the fact that she's had some kids, is that she doesn't give a fuck about Spider. And it's like, oh, okay. Even though she should have some sympathy for Spider because Spider is just basically Sully, but with no like avatar body. She's like, no, weird demon child of the sky people. I don't really consider you my own child. And it's like, okay, that's an interesting choice for her character. But then in so many of these scenes later, she's super hostile.
oh yeah.
She reminds me of a little bit. She reminds me a little bit of Galadriel in Rings of Power.
Oh no,
A little
yeah,
bit,
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, she has
like
that. She has that kind of girl boss energy of
yeah.
like showing up with nothing to ask for a favor and being really fucking entitled about it. Yeah, pretty much.
She's a little like that in that respect, yeah. But then the leader comes and he's like, "What are you doing here? You guys are gonna bring the fight to our shores. We don't want that." And it's like, yeah, fact check true because that's literally what happens. Because of course they're gonna keep coming after Sully. Because why wouldn't
Because
they?
they have satellites and they can chart that territory. They know where you went, dude. Like
And so
you're
he
not
literally
slick.
he just brings the battle to these people that had nothing to do with the fight and puts them all in danger instead of he abandons his tree people to put these strangers in danger. It's like, cool, thanks, Sully. And so when the chief is like, no, we don't want you here, you're going to bring the fight to our shores, it's like, yeah, he is. That's literally what's happening right now. But he manages to convince them that like, no, we'll adapt and we'll, oh, this is when we get the thing about how many fingers they have.
Yeah,
So
they're really racist about the five-fingered Navi, and I like yeah.
yeah, the only discernible difference between the avatars and the Navi is the number of fingers. Everything else is the same. You would think that maybe the avatars wouldn't be able to, reproduce, but they can, apparently. Literally, the only difference is the number of fingers they have. So that's cool. That's the only way to tell these so-called half-breeds apart. Sully and all his kids have 5 fingers instead of the 4 that most Navi have. And of course, that's a point of contention with these people. Like, oh my god, look at these demon spawn freaks that have 5 fingers. Cool.
Oh my god. But eventually, the sea people are convinced to
Yes.
allow the tree people to stay with them for a little bit. They must learn their ways of the water. Uh,
Yes.
and so then they basically just they immediately throw the kids into swimming
Mhm.
and teaching them how to like do the breathing underwater, or I guess it's not breathing underwater. They
Yeah, holding your breath for longer.
Yeah, how to hold your breath super long. They basically just expect them to know what to do, and then give them shit when they can't do it.
Yeah, they're not especially helpful at first.
And
Though I will say, like, okay, so we spend basically, I don't even know, is it half an hour, 45 minutes? We spend a lot of this part of the movie just doing the whole training sequences from the first movie again, but in the water this time.
yeah,
And this is easily the slowest, most like, okay, come on,
like
come
yeah,
on.
now you have to learn how to ride our little dolphin thing instead of your little
Yeah,
pterodactyl thing.
it's a Leopleurodon sort of looking thing. You gotta learn how to ride that. And
And it's not going to be the same as riding the bird one. No, I tell you what. It's a little faster when you're doing it on the water. You better hold on. And
And
then you
so
got to learn how to not breathe underwater because apparently, even though, like I said earlier, we've evolved webbed fingers and bigger limbs to paddle and thicker tails and wider eyes and all that, we have not evolved anything different with our lungs. It's just a trick of the breath.
yeah, it's just something you can learn to do. So they're all practicing, they're learning how to be sea people. And this is where I think the movie's a bit confused about whether they want our characters to be outcasts here. Because the movie flip flops back and forth between having the other children who are teaching our teenage people how to be, sea navi. At first, like they're helpful and they're like playfully bantering with them, but they're like giving them shit the way a teenager might be, like competitive, like, oh, you can't do this thing, like that. It's playful banter, but then the girl is helpful and they're teaching them how to be sea people. And then a scene or two later they're like, you're some demon freak, that it's like they they can't
They
decide.
cycle between it very quickly, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they're just, yeah.
Like
And a
this
lot
is
of this is just an excuse to do the same thing from the first movie but in the sea, because James Cameron likes the sea and he likes to.
his name is James Cameron.
Yes. And so they ping pong back and forth between being really helpful and teaching them how to be sea navi, and then getting into fights with them because they're bullying them essentially.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
like, I
just go
mean,
back and forth.
basic
Yeah.
schoolyard bullying shit. Like you idiot, you can't even swim.
Hmm.
You got 5 fingers, you little freak. And then one of them goes, "Hey, look, this is one thing I can do that's kind of cool with my 5 fingers. I can punch you in the face, bitch. Ha ha!" And he gives him a little sucker punch, as if like you can't
Yeah.
punch with 4 fingers, I guess.
No, that was so bizarre to me. Like, because I was watching the fight afterwards, I'm like, wait, do the sea people legitimately not know how to punch? Is that what's happening here? It's
Uh,
like they never learned how to punch.
Well, yeah, I
And I
mean,
was
you would
watching
think
the
so
fight.
because he like when he walks up to him and says, "Look, if I ball my fist up like this," it's just like
Yeah.
this is straight up like the "Do you like apples" thing from Goodwill Hunting. It's like there's no way that somebody's gonna fall for that in real life. Like I know what a fist is. I know that if you get close to my face with it, I'm gonna back away or at least
Yeah.
get defensive.
So if that really is the implication that the sea people, or maybe even all Na'vi except for the ones raised by Jake Sully, don't actually know how to punch, I just don't believe that at all. I mean, like, look at the design of these creatures. They would obviously punch. Like that's what they have,
They
built
have
into
fists
their
and rocks, and
physiology. Exactly. So yeah, they get into fights, and then there are scenes. This is definitely the most boring, skippable part of the movie. Uh, Sully's like, "Hey, you kids, stop getting into fights. We're supposed to, lie low and not cause any ruckus here." And like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
so
He's
uninteresting.
so like they get in a couple fights, they get in arguments. Somebody's bullying Sigourney Weaver because Sigourney Weaver is the one who apparently is like the most freakish of them all.
Yeah, they they do this with so many of them, where it's like, "You're an outcast. You're a freak," But it's like it,
I
like they
mean,
all have that in common, but they're all isolated about it. You know what I mean? Like Sigourney Weaver, Curie or whatever her name is. She's like, I'm a loser, weirdo, and freak who no one likes. And then the other kid's like, so am I. And it's like they're all doing the they so many of them have like the same sort of arc. It's very strange.
yeah,
Yeah, they should absolutely know how to punch.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there's all these, scenes of them learning how to train, and then
Oh yeah, and
okay,
then this
so
is when we get the whales. We're getting our intro. We're about to get our intro to the whales.
before we get the whales,
Oh wait, is this when Spider? What comes next? Is it Spider? Do they break it up and go back to Spider and Quaritch here?
I don't remember. We'll get to that in a second. But I just finishing up with the whole training sequence of the movie. There's a part where they're learning how to breathe underwater, and then kind of out of nowhere, Kiri discovers that there are these weird jellyfish that if you attach to your back like angel wings, you can just breathe underwater indefinitely. They just drop that
Yeah,
like nothing, and I'm like,
yeah.
wait, shouldn't you wear those all the time? What is
Yeah,
happening
why
here?
why why wouldn't you just keep them around? I don't understand.
I don't understand that at all. I guess they're so delicate you can't use them for hunting and stuff, but they just drop it like it's nothing. And I'm like, oh God, this is gonna come back later, isn't it? We spent so much time learning the proper way to breathe underwater, and then they go, oh, by the way, there's a jellyfish. You can just do it for you. You don't need
You
to
know,
breathe at
it
all.
it, it is going to come back later, but not really in the way that you would kind of expect. Yeah, like
No.
I think it comes back in a way that's very like mildly.
Yeah. So I suppose what we should say for Quaritch and Spider is that they're interrogating Spider just not very well because they're stupid. They're trying to find like where are the resistant, where's the rest of the drugs going, that sort of
Where is
thing.
he?
He's like, I'm not going to tell you.
Well, and
And
they're
then
they're spinning him in a machine that they have that, like, if you think about it, it'll just show. It's like just show, and Edie Falco, or Tony Soprano's wife, is sitting there going like, just think of an image, and we'll see it, and then we can stop. It's like she's incredibly bored with the dialogue that she seems to have
yeah,
been given here.
the gist is that they're trying to get information out of him and he won't do it. And then Quaritch is like, you know what, let me try an approach. And he's like, you know what, I respect you for not telling me anything about the resistance, where they are, and for no reason, instead of trying to pressure you to give me that information, you're just going to come hang out with us. And you won't be locked up at all. You can just come hang out with us and then teach us everything we need to know about how to be proper Navi.
And yeah,
Right?
and Spider gives him a whole like get the whole teenager thing. It's like, you dumbasses wouldn't even know what to do if it bit you in the dick. Like he's
Yeah,
doing stuff like that. A lot of that's not an exact quote, but a lot of the dialogue is pretty cringe like that.
yeah.
He
Let's
calls
just.
them dumbass all the time.
There's a lot of that. They call each other "cuh."
Cuh, bruz,
Bro,
bruz,
there's so many bros in this movie.
bro.
Like, how do you do, fellow kids? You guys say "bruh," right? Am I right, fellow kids?
That was so cool, cuh.
Yeah, it's me, James Cameron. How goes it, friendos? So let's just summarize Spider's arc here. Like, because I'm not going to go through every scene with him, because the basic idea is that he should absolutely be loyal to the Navi, but because this guy who's obviously a villain and is like threatening people and torturing people and is trying to kill his adopted dad, help.
And as far as he knows, his family.
Yeah, is he's out to kill those people, and he just helps them train anyway. He doesn't really try to run away, even though he has a number of opportunities to.
I
He
mean,
doesn't give them bad information in an attempt to like hinder them
yeah.
or waste their time. He just helps them, and it's the most like he just can't decide whose side he's on, and it's so stupid. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me a bit of Man of Steel, where like obviously in Man of Steel, Clark should be on the side of people and humanity, right?
Yeah.
But then he's so torn by the fact that he got to meet his or like he got to find out more about his biological parents, that suddenly he's like not sure whose side he's on anymore. It's that's what it feels like. It's so not.
Yeah, it does. It's very odd, and especially because it's not even really his dad. It's a clone of his dad in the body of a Navi. Like
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
doesn't. There's no real loyalty here. You're not that, and they say to. I think the Edie Falco says to Quaritch a few times, like, you got to remember that's not your son. Like, he's not your actual kid.
Their connection to each other doesn't make a lot of sense.
And you would expect that, like, as they're using him to sort of teach them more about the planet, right? They're gonna let him go out with them on, raids or missions or, reconnaissance missions to gather intel or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're going around with him. He knows the planet. He can just leave.
Yeah.
He could
Yes.
probably ditch these assholes somewhere and, like,
Oh.
be fine.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
instead, he leads them to the top of the mountain where you can pet and ride the pterodactyls, and teaches them to ride the pterodactyls, effectively giving them an air force,
Yes.
which they didn't
Yep.
have before.
No, they didn't. They were just walking around on foot constantly. Yeah. Oh god. And so he's helping them out even though he has no real reason to. Thanks, Spider, you fucking dickhead. Um so
Yeah,
he
inexplicably helping them out, which like is gonna come up again later, but we'll get to that when we get to it.
yeah, and Quaritch doesn't even make any real attempt to lie to Spider about what he's really trying to do here. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
so obvious that he's trying to kill Sully and he'll kill anyone else to get in the way. Spider has already seen him threaten to kill his brothers and sisters in order to get to Sully. He's
yeah.
already seen Quaritch do that, and he's still helping them out. And what passes for any sort of animosity between them is just him going, haha, you guys suck at this.
You're really bad at being Navi.
He's got like this
You
weird
pronounced
sort
the
of,
word wrong. You got a bad accent, dumbass.
yeah, he's got a smug adolescent superiority when he should hate them and want them to fail.
Yeah.
And they don't even like keep him as a prisoner really. He's not even
No,
handcuffed.
he's allowed to do whatever he wants. He can go anywhere he wants.
Supposed to.
Basically, they don't keep him confined to any particular room.
No, no, they don't. And so, that's his arc for the movie. It's very, 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 very annoying. And
They don't even
stupid.
manipulate him with a whole like Jake's not coming for you. He ran away. They don't even do that. They don't even drop
No,
that
they didn't.
at all.
That might have been something to do because Jake did abandon him.
3.5 hours. You couldn't fucking through 3 hours and 12 or 15 minutes or whatever. You can't drop one line about like Jake and his family abandoned you because he did.
It's funny that might require some sort of self-awareness on the part of the writer to acknowledge that Sully did abandon him.
Oh, that's true.
Sometimes I legitimately wonder if they're even aware of how much of a coward and an idiot Jake Sully is in this movie. They kind of give him an arc where he's like, you know what, now I'm going to stay and fight in the end, which leads me to think they do have some sense of the fact that he shouldn't have left, but not. I don't think they realize the extremity of his decision making in this movie.
No.
And so we're back with our sea folk, and I'm going to breeze through some of this. There's this prolonged sequence where the bullies take the younger of Sully's biological sons and say, hey, come hunting with us beyond the reef. It's like, whoa, we're going to go to the drop-off, like Finding Nemo. And he's like, go out there and touch the butt. And so he goes out there trying to hunt this fish, and they abandon him there.
Yeah,
and he's like, oh, no.
They ditch him, and he's like, oh, God.
I'm out in the open ocean, and I don't know where I am. And then, wouldn't you know it, a shark.
Yeah, something.
It's a shark. It's, for all intents and purposes, some sort of shark with a weird mouth comes, and he tries to kill them. And it's this long sequence where it's just, he's not going to die, though I kind of wish he did. And there are so many times where he should have died in this sequence. It's insane. The fact that he lives through this is, it's not even like he should just, it's so contrived. So he's swimming away and he happens to find this coral forest. I don't know how else to describe it. That the shark can kind of break through, but not easily, and he's just constantly swimming away, and it keeps going and it keeps going, and he's just about to be killed. And then finally, the shark stops, even though it could just keep going through those coral logs or whatever you want to call them. It stops, and he's like, okay, maybe it's gone.
Maybe it'll go away. It'll go away. I'm just going to sit and wait. But oh no, he's not very good at holding his breath now all of a sudden. So he tries to calm himself down a little bit. And then it works for a half a second, and then he's like, fuck it, need air, and he starts swimming up. The shark is still there, predictably. It was waiting for him to just leave the coral. It starts coming at him, and we get our nice little "there's always a bigger fish" moment. Qui-Gon Jinn, R.I.P. And a big whale comes and devours the shark, just like saves him from the shark.
The luck in the timing here is just so absurd. Because to be clear, the whale doesn't eat the shark; it just kills him.
Yeah.
Well, it just because this weird like horn like thing on his head, and he just obliterates the shark with his head.
Because it's not just a whale; it's a hyper intelligent other species that shares the oceans with the sea, Navi.
Yeah, so I just want it to be made clear that this younger son should be dead, and the fact that he isn't is just insane. The
Insane
luck,
convenience, yeah.
timing, contrivances here are just enormous. That this whale happens to be floating by, and he goes, "I need to save this Navi that I don't know," and so, but he, but he's a killer, Hugh. He's a
He's
killer
a
whale.
killer. Yeah, we're gonna get into that part pretty soon here because
So
the whale.
yeah, the whale saves his life. But then he passes out underwater, and then he just wakes up and he's fine on the top of the whale. And then he talks to the whale, and it turns out that the whale is trying to communicate with him and can basically talk because he's very, very super smart. And he takes a little harpoon out of his fin, and he's like bonding with this whale. Isn't it cute?
Very Free Willy style, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the whale goes to take him home to the ocean people, and so they get there, they get back, and he, instead of throwing his bully under the bus, he does the noble thing where he says, "No, no, no, it was my idea. Don't blame them," and basically makes nice with the bully, who is the chief's son. Everybody gets mad at him for no real reason. Like Jake is just furious at him without asking, like, "Hey, what's going on here? Like, what are you doing? Like, why did you do that? You put us all in danger by going out beyond the reef."
No, it's worse than that. He says, "You brought shame upon this family." Like he's some sort of
Oh my
medieval
god.
Chinese guy. Like it's so stupid. So
You brought shame upon this family by being such a crappy fucking hunter.
yeah, so he gets invited to go hunting, right? And then they abandon him. And he tries to cover for them because he's not trying to make enemies and he wants to try and be noble. I don't know if it's especially noble, but he's trying not to make enemies. Based on how everyone responds in the moment, no one even seems to believe him. The chief's son doesn't believe that it was all this new kid's idea. He's got this look on his face like, "Yeah, right, I don't believe you." And Sully seems to have that look on his face as well. But then he's like, so so the chief doesn't believe him. The chief believes his son did it. Like the chief's own son put him up to this. And Sully seems to suspect that might be true as well. And then he goes, "You brought shame on the whole family." Like, no one thinks there's no shame here.
Yeah. What do you mean shame? Like everybody's just kind of like, yeah, sorry, Chief's son was being a bit of a dick. Sorry, we almost got your son killed. You like, and then he's like, yeah. Goes home in private. It's just like, you fucking moron.
He's
Like
so
he's
yeah, he's very harsh.
cartoonishly harsh with
Mhm.
the second son. Like this is the main thing that I kind of wanted to bring up. Just like he can't accept that his second son might not have done this on purpose. It's just like he's the one who's been getting bullied,
Mhm.
and he told him to make it up with the other guys.
Mhm.
And it's aggressively stupid, and they all don't believe that a whale saved him. Like they're all just like, the whales aren't back yet, idiot. Like you wouldn't know that. It's
Yeah.
just like, how would he know what what one of the whales was? He's from the tree people. He doesn't like. This is uncharted territory for them. Like, why would he know?
Everyone's like, "No." And I think when he describes one of the whales, they're like, "No, that's the bad outcast killer whale."
Yeah,
No.
that whale's a killer.
And he's like, and no one believes him. And like, why would he lie about that? Just everyone is so convinced, nah, if you need to stay away from that whale. He's a bad influence. It's so bad. And so what we learn from that implicitly is that they're aware of there's intelligent whales out there that they haven't seen in what seems like a long time. They almost act like they're a mythical thing of legend that hasn't come back for hundreds of years or something like
Yeah,
that.
well, like, yeah, they're on a migration thing or whatever. It's almost like if you were friends with geese, and then every winter the geese disappeared, and one of your friends said that he got rescued by from drowning by a goose, and you were
Yeah.
like, the geese aren't back yet. Like,
It's the ducks in The Sopranos. And so yeah, and then okay, so meanwhile, Quaritch and friends, how do they figure out where Sully is? They just assume he went into hiding because we haven't seen him in a while, And so they're like, well, oh, I remember how they get led there. In this whole sea sequence, they take them to the most sacred place in the land of the sea people. And it's this beautiful lagoon type thing with impossible geography that makes no sense, of course, because that's how you know it's super special. And she takes them to this underwater coral plankton thing. And it's like, this is our tree.
version of the tree. This is the anemone tree.
Yeah, there's a tree underwater. That's their sacred tree. Because remember the sacred tree from the first movie? This time it's underwater, which pretty much sums up the whole thing. I think the whole movie. It's like, remember the first movie? This time it's underwater. And I think it's then when the girl, sea Navi person, is like waxing philosophical and poetic about.
and Sigourney Weaver plugs into it and has a seizure underwater.
No, really quick, before we get to that, one thing she says is, she says the way of water. That's the title of the movie. She says, the way of water has no beginning and no end. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Looking at the runtime.
Yeah. We're how far into this movie? How much further do we have to go?
Yes, but so she plugs into the spirit tree, I guess, as you do when you go here, and she has a seizure. She sees some weird vision of Sigourney Weaver. She has a conversation with herself, I suppose, because she's playing both characters for some strange reason. Then something happens. I'm not really sure what happens.
Yeah, I don't. I remember that they're having a talk, and then real Sigourney Weaver gets pulled away from blue Sigourney Weaver in like a weird, kind of an effective little horror sequence. Honestly, I thought it was kind of cool. Not like it's never been done before, but I thought it was interesting. But we never she's having a seizure plugged into the tree, but we never really find out what happened there. I don't think it ever. I think we're gonna find out, I'm sure, in Avatar 3.
Oh, they're making her some sort of weird spirit baby female Jesus thing. It's very dumb. I don't know what's going on, but she has a seizure, and immediately I think this is said so that it's clear to the audience what's happening, but I'm not really sure why these sea people know what a seizure is or talk about it in that term. If they're weird tribal people that use ancient medicine, like these people should be much more religious in how they talk and think about things, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, they are in some aspects. Because they pull her out of the water for having a seizure, they fly in the avatar body of the nerd who may or may not be her father.
Yeah.
Who comes in to do like science medicine on her, and the chief's wife kind of walks in, gives him a disgusted look at all the machines. She comes in with her witch doctor medicine and goes like, well, I clearly am not needed here. And she like gets all passive aggressive and starts to leave. Like, I'm not gonna fucking help your daughter then. You think you're gonna plug her up to a machine? You're gonna give her a polio vaccine? You idiot. You just burned some herbs on her forehead.
Yeah, continuing the whole noble savage motif, of course, the science people with their modern, well, even future medicine, they're of no help to this person having a seizure. Clearly, we need like witch doctor, spirit, herbal medicine. That's going to do the trick, and that works, of course, because that's the type of movie this is. All ancient, like noble savage stuff that works totally, and then all the human attempts, technology and medicine, that's all stupid and useless.
Yeah, let's burn some seaweed and do a little chant. That'll cure her brain tumor.
So she manages to cure her of her seizure, and she wakes up and then has a little cry about it. But then so to be clear, the scientists who came to try and help her came in one of those helicopter planes, right?
Yeah.
And that's how the human beings, the colonizing human beings, find out where they are. It's like, guys, what are you doing? You don't think they could track that? They came because they were near the tree Navi people. They were loyal to them, and then they flew their helicopter out to be useless and do nothing and say, well, she had a seizure, and are unable to help her. And that leads the humans directly to the sea people. And so that's how they find out. It's like, great job, guys. Sully, I mean, I guess you really didn't want her to die, but you led the people. Remember how you came here so you wouldn't put your family in danger? And then
You were
you
gonna, well,
brought.
he was gonna trust them to just do, like his plan was basically to just live there forever, right? So he was gonna trust them and their customs no matter what. But then this woman, who is clearly not his daughter, right? Like, this is another adopted child. I just want to make that clear. Has a seizure. He's like, no, fuck these people that I came here to hide with. I need my medicine from Earth.
Mhm.
Like, loyalty to a point is Jake Sully's calling card, I would say.
And stupid and reckless because it brings the human beings there.
Yeah.
Of course.
And this is where the whalers come into play. There's apparently a thrive. They commandeer a whaling boat. The human avatars commandeer a whaling boat in order to chase them out into this territory that once again is very clearly charted because the humans saw it from a satellite.
Yeah, so before we even I have so much to say about this part. Before we even get there, Jay Jameson says in the comments, how do they even have an operational helicopter left over and still functional after over a decade? Good question. I don't know why the colonizing humans are letting these fringe traitor scientists just continue to live there and operate near the tree Navi people. I don't know how that happens. What?
Like,
How are they?
one assumes that they're in hiding. They're in like a small area in the big forest. I guess that like they can't find them for some reason because the humans are cartoonishly incompetent at a thing
They
like
should
that.
have found them and killed them. Is what should have happened.
Yeah,
Because it's not like they're living with the Navi. The Navi don't like these. They call them demons, right? So they're not just going to house the the scientist people who are still alive, and even if they're loyal to them,
yeah.
like they're living on their own somewhere, and they still have a helicopter ship and fuel in order to fly it across the world to wherever they are now, and so that brings all the humans that are after them. They know exactly where they are now. So, well, sorry, they don't know exactly where they are. They know that they're somewhere in this island chain, right? And so this part just utterly baffles me. So Quaritch is like, we're going to go commandeer this whaling ship. And he doesn't know it's a whaling ship. It's a ship. And he's like, I'm going to take over your ship. We're going to go hunt down this people. That's an order. I'm not going to, I'm not going to tell you again. And they explain to them that, oh, we're on a whaling operation, actually. You know what? I think what baffles me the most about this is that none of the human beings seem to be in communication with each other. How does Quaritch not already know about this? Like, why do we not already know about this?
Evidently, there's just a thriving whaling industry happening on Pandora now. Like,
Yeah, out of nowhere. And Quaritch
that's
isn't
just
even
happening.
aware of it. And so he commandeers the ship, and he's like, "Hey, you got to let me whale. I got quotas to meet." And he's like, "Bitch, you can whale." Like there's some pretend conflict here because he's like, "No, I'm commandeering this ship to go hunt down Jake Sully.
We
Fuck your
we
whale
go
now."
straight to Jake Sully. I don't give a fuck about your quotas.
Yeah, but then coincidentally, happens to be when the whales come back to the sea people, specifically where Sully is. So like, I don't even know why they have the pretend conflict about how like, oh, you can't go whaling. We need this ship to go hunt after Jake Sully. When the plot's going to be like, actually, the whales are with Jake Sully.
So yeah, if he had just let them continue whaling, he would have arrived at his he would
I'm
have
not.
arrived at his destination.
There's a lot of pointless conflict that doesn't actually amount to anything. So now we get the whaling sequence.
Yeah, this is the part of the movie where I figured after a good minute or two of well, no, this isn't the whaling sequence yet. I think we get the sequence where we find out what the whales are to the Navi. They're like buddies, spirit sisters, I think is what they call them.
They have a deep emotional and personal connection with these whales, such that some of the like they have like a sister or brother whale that's like their specific counterpart or something like that.
Yeah, so the sea chieftainess has a sister whale who is like the chieftainess of the whales, and they got pregnant at the same time.
Oh God! Yeah, so she goes up to her whale, and they actually just talk. Like it's subtitled, but they actually just have a conversation
because they can just speak. They can like the whales can just the whales can speak the language.
Yeah, or they have another third language in common or whatever. But the sea whale is even just like, "Oh, how's your baby doing?" Like, it's just
Yeah.
like, it's
You getting
I
morning sickness? You
simple.
know, where's a good place for brunch? You know, that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Like,
Can you recommend any good parenting books? That's the level of conversation. Like, they're what's kinda crazy to me is that the whales seem to be the only other species on this planet that is like the Na'vi in terms of intelligence, or whatever. All the other ones, they have, like, a close connection to, like a human might have with a horse. Like, the
yeah,
pterodactyls, like, they're wild at first, and they have to break them essentially, like
yeah.
horses, but then they can have sort of close utilitarian and even some emotional bonds with their, little pterodactyls or with their Leopard.
They're dinosaur jet skis. Yeah.
Exactly. But the whales are like they're exactly as sophisticated, if not more, than the Navi themselves, which is really strange. And also, like, it call it calls some things into question about how any of this is supposed to work. Because all the other animals they can, like, connect to with their little tail things, and then basically puppet at will, right?
Yeah.
They kind of forfeit their own will to the will of the Navi, which is kind of interesting. It's
A
weird that
little bit of an ethical dilemma, perhaps.
perhaps, especially when you're endangering all these animals constantly, it's weird that James Cameron views the Na'vi as, like, perfect noble savages in many respects, and humans as terrible, when, like, the idea of, like, taming a wild animal to use it for our own purposes
That's
seems
very
like.
human. That's a very
Yeah,
human, and in fact,
exactly.
I would say exclusively human thing to do.
Yeah. It's like he's such a, like, "Oh, nature and human beings are the worst, and we're ruining nature and destroying nature," but meanwhile, he's like, "Oh, the noble savages who live in perfect harmony with nature actually can just control the minds of other living creatures around them and use them to their will."
They can dominate it the same way a
Yeah,
human would dominate,
a
breeding a
horse.
dog or a horse,
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
it's like, okay," but the whales aren't like that. The whales can have sophisticated, full-on sentences, conversations, and say, like, "How's your baby doing?" "Oh, I'm great.
Yeah,
How."
I think the chief of the water tribe, either a little bit before this or at this point, when the second son is hanging out with the exiled whale, who is a killer, he explains that once upon a time the whales used to have wars with each other. So
Whale wars.
like yeah, Whale Wars Pandora edition, like like it says in the chat. The whales used to have wars with each other, and after so many wars and so much violence and everything, they eventually decided that killing is bad, which is interesting because it's sort of like played up as if that this is something that's like a novel concept, but humans have also pretty much collectively decided that killing is bad. Like, we shouldn't do it without reason. We shouldn't just kill each other.
Yeah,
It's,
so here's what's weird about it, because the Na'vi, for all intents and purposes, are basically just still human beings in many respects. For example, the Na'vi aren't pacifists. The Na'vi aren't, like, even vegetarians, they, like, catch fish and eat, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they're not vegans or anything, right? They still eat nature and do things to tame it and all that sort of fun stuff. Um, and the Na'vi will fight to protect themselves, and they're noble savages, through and through. However, the whales, they're literally said to be smarter and more emotional than human beings or Na'vi. They're like like the height, the pinnacle of intelligence,
intelligent
and
life. They have more neurotransmitters and connectors than us. They can
their
understand
emotional
complex
center.
emotion.
Yeah,
They
the
can
emotional center of their brain is bigger and stronger than humans and Na'vi.
they can understand concepts like philosophy and
Yeah,
music
that was
and
so crazy.
advanced mathematics, but
Yeah,
the concept of
better in
self
every way.
defense
Yes,
seems
here's
to
the
have
thing.
escaped them completely.
They're they are so committed to not killing that they won't even kill in self-defense. And these so we find this out because we find out that the whale that nobody believes that the younger brother was saved by, because whales, are never alone. That whale is actually an outcast from the rest of the whales because he's a killer. And our younger brother's like, "No, he's not a killer. I met him and he's nice." And they're like, he's a killer. He's an outcast." And no one trusts him at all. we find out that he is an outcast because he killed, and that's verboten in
Well,
this.
and we find out this because the Navi can kind of just like swim into the belly of the whales, uh, and
Yeah.
they'll have like a little connector inside the belly that they can
Hmm.
plug their ponytails into and just share
Hmm.
memories. They can just get memories from it. So what the second son does is he swims into the belly of the whale, plugs in, downloads the memories, and finds out that he was exiled for attacking a whaling ship.
Yes,
He
in
atta-
self-defense.
he attacked a whaling ship, killed him and a bunch of water navi that were hanging out with him. Or killed his family and a bunch of water navi that were hanging out with him, and so he gathered a collection of whales and went and tried to kill the humans and succeeded. But he got some
Yeah,
other whales killed, and so he got exiled for this.
he got exiled for engaging in self-defense. Now, one thing I want to make clear is that I do not believe that the whales are smarter or more emotionally intelligent than the Navi or the human beings. If they can't understand self-defense and the basic ethics of like self-defense and self-preservation, they're not smart. I'm sorry.
No.
If they're going to banish each other for fighting against the whaling ships that are trying to kill them, they're not smart. They're incredibly
Well,
retarded.
and if they're
Right?
smart enough to understand complex mathematics, as Jermaine Clement tells us at one particular scene in this movie when we get the whaling sequence, they're smart enough to understand complex mathematics, but not the tracking devices that get stuck in their backs and lead the humans to them. They
No.
can't. They're smart enough to communicate and speak multiple different languages, probably, you would assume. Like, they can speak Navi and whale, but they
Yeah.
can't just tell one of the other whales. They don't have a word for, hey, swim over my back and pull that thing out of me, please.
No. It turns out they might actually not be that smart at all. Especially, because it's so funny because like they understand philosophy. And it's like, well, their philosophy does like forbids self-defense. So I don't know if that's a philosophy worth praising, my dude. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I
So
really don't think.
a couple questions in the chat I want to answer for people. Can the shark that the whale killed earlier not talk? No. The only other animals that can talk are the whales for some reason. And yes, the whale killed the shark in order to save the Navi, but he's the killer one. He's the outcast one, even though like
Yeah, because
he's
he
willing
because he
to
killed in self defense or in defense of
another
another
innocent.
innocent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why he. Like, well, I guess yeah, because they have a bond with the Navi. The whales clearly don't have any, or this whale clearly doesn't have any bond with any other animal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like the whale is clearly playing favorites with the Navi because they have an emotional connection to them, which would make some sense. But also, I just do not like. I don't believe the whole like they're literally too stupid to understand self-defense. I don't buy that they're smarter than us. I'm sorry. Like that's not sophistication. That's not some enlightened moral position where they'll just let themselves be killed. Like
Like
that's
as we see in the whaling sequence in
yeah.
a little bit, where they just kind of allow themselves to be
They don't
themselves
fight back.
and their children. They're being hunted down by humans in brutal fashion, of course, because James Cameron. This is like the most important part of the movie.
Yes.
Um, what are these whales, British or something?
Yeah.
Got him. Anyway, yeah. So they're like them and their children.
Mm.
They have babies with them, young calves that are being chased down and just slaughtered, massacred by these humans. They do not ever consider that they should turn around and fight back. The Navi also, I'm glad you brought this up. The Navi aren't pacifists, Jay
Yeah.
Jameson, because I
They're
wanted
not.
to bring up that the Navi tell Jake's second kid not to hang out with that whale because if he's been exiled by the other whales, he must be a bad person because he's a killer, right?
Yeah.
But they believe in self-defense, so they would probably be on his side. I would
Yeah.
assume
You think they would?
you would think that they would be like, oh well, I mean, is it really like, should you really exile the guy for defending his family and his children and his friends? Like I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think maybe the other Navi don't know that and just know he was exiled. and he has a reputation for being a killer. But if that's what he was told by the other whales, then the whales are like not being very forthright. Like, if they told him that, oh, we exiled him because he was a killer and didn't explain what happened, I feel like they're being a little cagey on purpose.
Yeah, definitely.
But the point being is that the whales are presented in the movie like they're some sort of higher beings that we're meant to sort of like aspire to be, but they're just awful. Like they're
They're
so
just
stupid.
big dumb fucking animals.
Yeah, and so yeah, can Navi download memories of other species but not each other? That's so the whole memory thing. The implication in the first movie is that you connected with the animal and you just like feel its essence and just sort of have an emotional connection to what it's feeling in the moment. But for some reason, the whales, it seems that when you connect with the whales, you can literally just access their memories and experience them like
Yeah,
in
I don't remember him getting the life story of the pterodactyl horse that he plugs into in the
no,
first house,
no,
the
that
first
doesn't happen.
movie.
And I don't know if that happens with the other Navi either, right? Like they connect their tails and have that like intense emotional and spiritual connection, like they're on ecstasy or something. But they don't they can't access each other's memories, can they? I think
I
that's something they just invented for this so that we can explain. Oh my God, wouldn't you know it? He's not really a killer. He's just he did it in self defense. But like the movie's so incoherent because we're meant to root for this whale. This whale ends up saving their life, as we'll get to in a minute. But somehow the main whales, are presented as these beautiful. They're whale noble savages.
yeah,
But they're not
it's just
smart. They're
another.
really dumb. And so, like, which is it, movie? Like, are they like the Jedi in the prequels, where they're like so enlightened
It's
that they're
just
actually
so enlightened that they've actually become sexless robots that are
idiots? Yeah.
devoid of humanity.
Is
Yeah.
that what happened to the whales? It's presenting it like they're perfect, pure beings, but whatever. So we get this whaling sequence where the humans are hunting. It's like one of the
Well, I
longest.
think before we do that, we get a sequence where the the human avatars, the evil avatars, and
Mhm.
Spider have arrived at a different Sea People village, and they tie them all. Like they come in with one or two helicopters and a couple guns, and of course they like win. They tie them all up. They've got them
Yeah,
all on the beach, and they're demanding them to let them know, like, where is Jake Sully? Tell us where he is. They're showing him a picture of him and everything.
yeah.
Like, where is he? Doing the whole thing. And they're, for whatever reason, none of these sea people are turning them in, despite the fact that now their entire village is completely fucked. Like, it's
Well, I
been.
think they don't know, right? I
No,
think they
do
legitimately
they
don't
really
know.
not know? I
Well, this is
thought.
some village that that Sully and them have not been to. There's a
It,
whole bunch of these villages scattered over the
yeah, but I
island.
thought they had heard. I could have sworn that, like, the chief of the sea people that Sully's hiding with says, like, yeah, well, of course they've heard that there are tree people living with us, but they're not going to give you up. Which is like,
Oh,
why the
that's
fuck
worse.
wouldn't they give you up?
Yeah, that's worse. It should actually be that they didn't know.
I mean, it could be that I assumed that they like had heard about it because they all know each other.
Mhm.
And so they're just letting they're like, yeah, no, for these two cowards who ran away, like we're just gonna let them kill our horses, our jet skis, and our people, and then they're threatening them. They've got him at gunpoint, and they keep they're holding to the story. We don't know where he is, you know.
Mhm.
And so he points a gun at the wife of the chief of this other village, and one of the Marines kind of goes like, "Dude, are we really gonna do this?" And he goes, "I
Yeah.
guess not." And so he doesn't do it, right? And it's just like, wait, so these guys are the villains, like the ones who aren't like they
Yeah.
don't want to harm innocent civilians. Like they're like, dude, are
Uh-huh.
we really gonna do? We're not really gonna do this, are we? Like this is we're
Yeah.
just leaning on him, right?
Mhm.
It's like, yeah,
It's so
like
funny because if you want them to be the cartoonish villains they're depicted as in other scenes, they would just kill them,
yeah.
you know? And but
When this
you've
is
made them actually kind of like they don't wanna kill innocent people, and then I'm like, "Well, Well, do you actually think they're the cartoonish evil villains or what? Like, I'm so like,
Well,
it's
then, and
very
this
confusing.
is another example of them having a bunch of leverage. Like they could, and from what we know, they should be totally fine with killing all these other Navi that aren't Jake until Jake reveals himself because he's an
Yeah,
outsider. They know he's an outsider. So if they kill a bunch, they slaughter a bunch of these people, they're gonna turn him in, right?
yeah,
Like that makes sense. But he doesn't even think to do that. He
no,
doesn't think to do that with the
not
tree
willing.
Navi because he could just kill a bunch of the tree Navi even though Jake's left, and so now they're like, wait, he abandoned us, and now we're being slaughtered by the thousands. The water people in these other cities or tribes that just don't have any connection with the one that Jake ran to could be being slaughtered and going like, no, you guys, like that city needs to turn him in. Like we're losing people, we are dying for this guy, like why, right? They would instantly want to turn him in, and
Yeah,
then he keeps kidnapping his kids and holding them at gunpoint and threatening to kill them and then not threatening to kill them. It's like it's the movie takes every opportunity to tell me that this villain does not want to cause harm to innocents, which puts
yeah,
him, I'm like, okay, so like he's going up a little bit in my book. Like he doesn't seem all
yeah.
that evil to me.
No, he's definitely he's almost he's less evil than he was in the first movie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it's really bizarre. And so the other thing is because I originally assumed that these other villages of sea people didn't know Sully was there. If they know he's there, it makes no sense that they don't give him up. They don't even have they haven't even met him. They just think because God, because they thought when they first arrived, this other sea people village was like, you're gonna bring the war here, and we don't want that. And that's exactly what's happening. And so you think the sea people, if they know that there's a tree people living among them,
And they've got
and
a rifle, like a high-powered
yeah,
rifle pointed at their wife's head,
they would
and
absolutely
like,
give them up.
yeah,
Absolutely. But they
I'd
don't.
turn him
It's so
in.
much worse. That's so much worse because I thought they just legitimately didn't know and they were screaming like, "I don't know what's happening. Please stop." Because that would have made more sense to me.
Yeah, like
Like,
I think there's a part where the chief that we know comes and tells Jake like, yeah, they're not going to give you up. Don't worry, they're not going to let anybody know where you are. So
no, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah,
yeah,
that makes
and
it
so
worse.
we get that scene. It doesn't work. They don't find out where Jake is. So what they do is they go, well, wait, the whales are important to these ocean Navi, right? So let's
Mhm.
go whaling, and that'll draw Jake out. And that's when and that's when they get the scene. We get this really long, unnecessarily long scene of the humans just like chasing down the whales and killing them and harpooning them, and
Mhm.
like the whales not turning around to fight and defend their children. And this is the part of the movie where like I think after 2 minutes, I got up, I went out, I took a shit, I came to the snack line, stood in the snack line for a little bit, thinking about getting some fake chicken nuggets, and then went, nah, I don't know, I'll just wait till the end of the movie. Came back, and the whaling scene still wasn't done.
Yeah, it's a long sequence, and it's just it's so they shoot harpoons into their fins with giant inflatable things to keep them up near the surface,
They
and
depth
they have
charge
all this.
them to make them deaf and concuss them. They're deliberately targeting the children.
Yeah,
Like, cartoonish evil bullshit with a guy on board who claims he's a marine biologist, which, like, this is another thing that this is social commentary that's about 2 decades too late.
yes,
Nobody but the Japanese and the Norwegians whale anymore. Like, pretty much everybody is like, nah, maybe we shouldn't do that. That's probably not a good thing. Like, we don't really need to, right? Nobody does this. We already collectively pretty much decided it's a bad thing. We
mhm,
don't need James Cameron to finger wag at us again because of this fucking
about
issue
saving
about
the whales.
saving the
Yeah,
goddamn whales.
but he does, and he's very insistent about it, and this is like, he spent the most time in this sequence than perhaps any in the whole movie, so, like, he clearly cares a lot about this issue that's not really an issue anymore in most places around the world, but he's going hard on the save the whales thing because they're pure enlightened beings that are so good they won't even fight back,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
by
if
so
he
good, I mean stupid.
if his goal was to turn the American public off of whaling, he's like 20 years late,
Yeah.
more even. Like,
Even if he made this a year after the first Avatar, he'd still be late.
yeah,
Yeah. Because I feel like there are early South Park episodes where they make jokes about the whole save the whales thing.
yeah. There's that whole episode with the whale wars.
Yeah, yeah. And so, yeah, they kill this whale, and then what we realize that why they wail here, and like we're taught this as if none of the human beings like that are whatever.
There's no no human beings, and so like once they get the dead bodies of the whale is where we get Jermaine Clement, the marine biologist, explaining that the whales are actually smarter than us. Their brains are bigger. They understand more complex mathematics and philosophies and shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's then so they drain this teeny tiny little bit of brain fluid from the biggest whale that they've got, right? And they go, yeah, also, by the way, this shit stops human aging. Just makes us immortal.
It's worth a lot of money, that's why we do it.
Yeah.
No, absolutely no exploration of what having the fountain of youth, like they concretely have the fountain of youth. Human beings are immortal in this universe. Assuming if they can pay for it. Like I think a vial costs $80 million.
Yeah.
You know, but like I don't know how much of it do you need to have.
Which
before
honestly,
you're
given inflation and how that must affect things going this far into the future,
yeah.
80 million is kind of a bargain. If I'm being honest.
That's even if you need a whole vial to stop aging completely. Like, do you just need a shot of it? Either way, there is no exploration or explanation.
There's no exploration of how they found this out, because like how did they find this out is what I really want to know.
Question.
Like where did they get the brain fluid in the first place of the whales on Pandora? Because they didn't know about it as far as we know the first time they were there. They were here for unobtainium.
They absolutely didn't. And we don't care about unobtainium anymore, even though that ought to still be very, 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 very valuable. Now we only sort of care about the whale brain juice, because this seems like a thing happening on the side compared to like what the main colonists
they came back to colonize the planet because Earth is dying, right? But like within a year, somebody killed one of these whales, drained its brain fluid, drank it, realized they were immortal. Like within a year? How would you know? How would you even know that this stops aging?
I guess their tech just goes, wow, it stops cell death. So like, but like what effect does that have on the world and why people are here and what they nothing, none of that.
Well, this is another, you know what, this is the chat's bringing all this up right now. This is another good point. They can already clone things, right? So cloning a human body was probably easier, and they can download their consciousness and memories into a computer chip and upload it into the clone. So you're already living forever. Why do you need the brain fluid now?
I don't know.
Why would anybody pay for that? We don't like whaling anymore. We don't like whaling, even for food. We're like, no, that's kind of fucked up. Don't do that. We can just use cows, right? Like, don't do the whaling. But this, nah, that's fine. They're aliens. They're
So apparently, in the last year, they discovered, because they just killed a whale, because he says that these whales are very hard to kill. But apparently they don't kill them for the meat at all. They don't give a fuck about the meat. They just let it rot. It's not even like the brain juice is more valuable than the meat. Like they don't want the meat at all. They just leave it there, right? So someone must have killed a whale, which is very, very hard, like time and cost.
Well, they say it's very hard, but it's really not. Like they'd probably just let you do it because they're fucking idiots.
Well, there's that. Yeah, but in the logic of the movie, it actually takes a lot to kill them because they're tough. I mean, this is quite an expensive operation, this whaling ship. It's got like hundreds of people working on it and all sorts of different types of ships. You know, it's an involved process. I imagine it costs a lot of money and time to do. They don't care that. So someone must have done this for the first time just for fun, or to see if whale meat was even good here, just to find out. and then happened
A
to go
Japanese guy hitched a ride on the first ship and was like, "Oh yeah, baby."
yeah. And so they must have killed the first whale just kind of hoping that the meat would be good or something. Discovered that maybe the meat's worthless, and then was like, "Well, what about this brain fluid?" Like,
This
how
shit's
do you
gold,
discover?
man. What if I mixed this into my Red Bull and drank it?
Oh god. Whatever.
And
So
well, and then so within a year they drank this brain fluid, and somehow went to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "Huh, that's weird.
you haven't
You
aged.
haven't aged a year. You don't really look all that different. You know, it's been a year, but you don't look like it. You don't look like it's been a year. You look about the same as you did last year.
If it stops, they
I
say
guess it stops aging in its tracks."
which is really funny because it's an odd choice to do stops aging rather than prevents you from dying of natural causes. Because now it's like, well, if you give it to your 4-year-old, are they 4 forever?
Ooh, boy, yeah.
Yeah,
Is this like whale brain vampirism? Are we getting into
no,
this problem?
I don't know if we're. If
Is the vampire lolly problem gonna be
uh,
Avatar 4? Like what are the implications here, James?
I don't know,
What
but
have you done?
I have the very strong feeling that there will be literally nothing about being able to live forever in any of the other movies, the same way the unobtainium will just disappear.
Honestly, yeah, because once we get out of the ocean, who gives a fuck about the whales anymore?
No, no one. The whales are done. So they go hunting. They kill this whale. It's brutal, and oh, it's so sad because the whales are so
I'll
pure.
take your
And
word for it. I was pooping.
yeah, so they kill the whale, and I forget how, but they find out the sea people find out that they killed one of their whales.
Oh, they
And-
basically stumble on the graveyard,
oh
and
right,
yeah, and
yeah,
she like finds the one who got pregnant at the same time as her, and is just like, okay, well now I give a shit that the humans are invading my planet.
we
Now
must
I
go.
care.
Yeah, we must go fight the humans because they killed the whales. Never mind that they're aware of the fact that they've been destroying the tree Navi and its people and its animals and its ecosystem. They don't care about that because they're kind of racist towards the tree Navi. And so they don't really accept that they're all part of the same world and want to go help fight with them.
Yeah.
I guess they're really not all that in touch with nature.
Well, they should be perfectly aware that the humans have arrived not simply to kill the whales, but to colonize their planet. And like somebody would have had to send a message, right? Like it's like maybe not, it's uncharted territory, but like if the
Yeah.
humans change the air, everything's gonna die. Like
Yeah.
you got to get them off of this planet. You can't
There's no.
just sit around with your webbed thumbs up your asses hoping that they'll leave you alone.
Yeah. No, it's true. You can't. And the other thing is it's made clear that they're aware of the fact that because in the beginning, they're trying to Sully and his family are trying to endear themselves to the sea people, and they say, "Hey, look, he's a great warrior. Sully's a great warrior. He fought off the humans." And they go, "Yeah, how'd that work out for you?" So they know that they were like they fought him off, but now they're back. And now
I remember when he said that in the theater. I was like, he fucking won. He won. They left. Like he could probably, if you would get more Navi, he could probably do it again. Like the humans, they're
Yes.
not that big of a threat. Come on.
No, but I mean, but the implication of like, oh yeah, you call that a victory? They're back now in even greater numbers, so they're aware of all this. They just have never decided that they want to go help the Tree Navi for no reason.
Well, yeah, I mean, the humans are back in even greater numbers, but like now we've got you ocean people, which inflates our numbers. So like,
I know,
yeah,
I agree with you. I'm saying that they're bad people.
yeah, I
They're bad
agree. Oh no,
Navi.
I agree.
Immoral. They don't give a shit about their fellow Navi at all. What?
They don't give a shit about like I mean James Cameron's whole thing, right, is that humans don't give a shit about nature or their own planet to the point where they let it die. But like the way he's written the Navi, they are more than willing to just let their whole planet die as long as they don't have to get off their asses and do something about it.
Yeah, at least the sea people, and because they don't care until the fight comes to their doorstep. They're like they're not in my backyard. What's the word for that?
I,
NIMBYism. That's what it's
yeah,
called.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, so now they're invested in the fight. Now they're going to go fight the people. And Sully's like, no, 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 no. They're trying to, they're trying to get us to retaliate. That's the whole point. And he doesn't manage to convince them. So the sea people are like, no, we got to go fight. We got to go fight the evil humans because they killed one of the whales. So they go and they're like set up to fight, but they don't charge in yet. And, like, don't they have a communication? Can't what's his name, Quaritch, talk to Sully at this point?
Oh,
Remember that? Is that this part or later?
I
Because there's a
don't remember.
I think so, oh, maybe not, but that happens at some point. But the point is, he's holding his kid hostage. Oh, doesn't he capture them? How does he capture his kids again? Because he captures his kids again, and I can't remember how.
I really don't remember. Uh,
Oh, no, they do that because they do the same thing again. So the people that found the dead whale report it to Sully, and then they go rally the troops, and then they get caught. So it's the same thing from earlier in the movie where they see Quaritch at the place where the climactic battle happened at the end, and
oh
then they
yeah.
report it, and then they get caught
Oh
and captured
yeah.
again.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Because
happens
they
twice.
yeah, they go out looking for oh, they go out looking to warn the exile whale, right? Because he's alone out there.
God, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's oh god, that's so stupid.
They go out
But they
looking to
bring
warn the
everyone
exile
again.
whale, and he's
They
got a
bring the
tracking
little
device
kid.
in his back. And they bring the little kid, they bring the 8-year-old or the 6-year-old or whatever to go on this like this thing. They're like, it's time sensitive, and they're gonna be hunting him because he's alone, right? And
Mhm.
they get to him, and he's got a tracking device on his back, and they're all struggling to pull it out, and then they get caught. And I just wanted to like they get caught by Quaritch and Spider's there, and they're all kind of like passive aggressive with Spider in a weird way because he clearly helped them to track
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but they're not like they're kind of passive aggressive to Spider because he clearly helped Quaritch to track them down, but they're not as passive aggressive to Spider as you would think they would be if they actually believed that he had led the enemy to them, you know? Like
Yeah.
it's so confused about what it's trying to do. But I wanted to go back to the whole point with earlier with the bow and arrow about how the Navi are just really, really strong, right? Like that's been a thing in these movies for a while, right? The Navi
Mhm.
are super strong, and that's why they can pull these giant bows and like that's why they're so good at blasting arrows through glass and metal and shit.
Yeah.
Um, however, when they capture these Navi, they put little slap bracelets on them around just regular pipes, just
Yeah.
railings on the side of the ship, which for some reason they can't just like rip away
Break
from.
off.
They can't
Yeah.
just pull out of the cuffs, or like even if they can keep the cuffs on, they can't rip the railing out of the side of the boat.
They
Like
can't bite through the cuffs with their teeth,
yeah, those
you
yeah,
know? None of that.
no.
So they do these little slap bracelets they put on them, clip them to like a human-sized rail, and that's fine. So they have them captured, and he's like, "Sully, you better come out and surrender, or I'm gonna kill your kids." This is his one move, and he's not even committed to it.
He's doing it again.
He's doing it again. And so Sully's like, all right, don't everyone attack. I'm going to go out ahead. And he's about to go out ahead. And it looks like they might shoot him or something. And then out of nowhere, the rogue whale comes, the only one who's willing to engage in self defense. He comes shooting out of the water and slams onto the deck of the whaling ship and fucks up a whole bunch of people. It's like, yay, whales here to save the day.
Yeah.
It's nice when you actually engage in self defense.
I will be right back. I gotta run and take care of. I gotta see a man about a wallaby. Give me one
What?
second.
Okay. Yeah. So the point being that the whale comes and saves them right at the last second. How convenient. They didn't even coordinate this or talk to this whale at all. Once again, like he saved him from the shark earlier, he just saves them all from they would have been obliterated, I think is the idea. They're presenting it like Jake Sully is essentially lost because they have his kids and he doesn't want to send everyone into battle just to be shot. And so the whale comes and saves the day miraculously. Hooray! And he slams down on the ship, kills a whole bunch of people. He manages to like free the ones who are chained to the railing. And the funniest part of this whole sequence is the wailing humans who go, "What?" when the whale fights back, because whales never fight back, apparently, because they're idiots. So, what happens? So yeah, then the battle proper ensues. Now that the whale has given them an advantage, the rest of the sea Navi, they come in on their Leoplorodons and other sort of dinosaur things. Big battle ensues. And even though Quaritch still has the opportunity to be like, hey, you better stop fighting me or I'm going to kill your kid, he just doesn't do that anymore. I think at one point, somewhere in this battle sequence, Spider, who's just in the control room, I think. Is that this part? Man, I wish he was here. He had the notes for this part. I think at one point he just throws himself into the controls of the ship. God. You see, only the sea people could rip through the cusp because they don't have twig arms like filthy tree people. Ah, that's true. Yeah. The movie sound as if you took Wakanda Forever and gave the necessary time to the VFX department, but kept the crappy story. I think that's true. I think there's even a chance that the story is even crappier. I never actually saw Wakanda Forever because it looked bad and it looked like something I wouldn't want to see.
I also did not see Wakanda Forever because I have completely tapped out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe at this point. I luckily didn't have to see Ant-Man. That was all Jamie.
So help me out because, okay, the whale attacks and then the battle ensues.
Jake rides forward in order, like, he's like, I'm going in, I'm gonna save my kids, because for some reason he believes this time the villain is serious about shooting them. So he goes in with his gun down. The whale jumps up and distracts them. It's not jumping up onto the same boat as the kids are being held on.
Yes, it is.
Is it? I thought it was a different. Yeah. I thought they had multi. Okay, maybe it is. Okay, but it doesn't. It doesn't jump up and disrupt the villain's like line of. It doesn't get him away from them. He's still right next to the kids, right?
Exactly. But I remember there's one part where the kid is like sees the whale and he like gives some sort of command to the whale and he hits some bad guys with a flipper. So I think it's the same exact ship.
Okay,
I think there's only one ship.
So yeah, he does. The whale jumps up onto this. It kind of throws him off a little bit. And
Quaritch is still right there and could still be like, "Hey, Sully, you fuck! I'm gonna kill your kid if you don't stop."
He's still got a pistol aimed right at his daughter's face, basically, right?
Yeah.
And because the whale has jumped up and caused a bit of a distraction, all of the Na'vi rush in, including Jake. Which they're pretty farther back than that gun is from Jake's daughter's head. So they all rush in, and nothing, like, he doesn't follow through. He doesn't shoot any of them. He just kind of like sits there as his men are attacked by, the water Na'vi, by the whale, by everything. And the kids basically escape by one of them jumps up and slices through the handcuffs with a knife, and now they're free. And once again, the plan hasn't worked. The plan to leverage his control over the life and death of Jake's children has failed again. For like the third time in this movie.
Because he refuses to commit. He has leverage and then he just doesn't use it.
Like, Jake should be panicked. When all the water Na'vi see this and take this as an opportunity to rush in, Jake should be panicked that this guy's about to kill his children. But he just goes along. He's like, nope, fuck it. Okay, cool, we're doing it. We're in. Move's been made. He, at that point, he might as well just be like, okay, kill my kids then. I don't even fucking care. Just do it.
Yeah. It's simultaneously that Quaritch is too stupid to actually follow through. Or he's actually just a good person deep down, which is definitely not in line with who he was in the previous movie.
But I'm starting to think that that's kind of what he might be. I think he is a good person, maybe even the actual hero of the story. Like, clearly thinks like he's clearly in this position. He's like clearly doing this over and over again because he's like, man, I would sure stop.
Yes. Exactly. You know what it reminds? It's a little bit like John Walker, where the movie thinks he's the bad guy, but then you go, I don't actually know about that.
I no, I don't. Yeah, I think he might actually. I think he might actually be the hero. He's like, I
So
sure wouldn't be willing to risk somebody shooting my kid. Geez, Jake Sully really is a bit of a fucking asshole, isn't he?
yeah. So in all the chaos, I don't remember all that happens in this battle, except that the older brother ends up dying.
He gets shot. Like he's the only
Yeah.
Navi who gets shot in the entire movie, basically.
Yeah, I think he's the only one of any of the main characters who dies. He's also the one with the least arc or character development in the movie.
Yeah.
He's just dead now, so everyone else can be sad about it.
Yeah. Everybody else can be sad about it, and Jake can give his second kid, like he blames him for his brother's death. Like this
Yeah.
is another point against Jake being the protagonist of this movie. This guy, like he's like, oh, you got captured. Like you got captured by the enemy, which means your brother had to come in and try to save you, and therefore your brother got shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you were trying to save a whale, you know? And and then like when he catches a stray bullet in the chest and they can't fix him. He basically like his younger son is like, "Man, I want to get some revenge for this." And Jake turns and looks at him and goes, "You've done enough. Stay here." Like he blames it on him,
Yeah.
which is like textbook terrible father thing to do. Like
Yeah.
I know that a lot of people were praising this movie because it's just like, yeah, the father, the it's nice to see a movie about a father doing fatherly things as a hero, right? Viewed as a hero.
Yeah.
I struggle to understand where the heroic aspect of Jake comes into this movie at all. He is so selfish. He is so self-absorbed. He is the biggest douche to his children. He's not a good dad.
Not a good leader. He's not a good dad. He's not a good leader. Yeah. He has no real strategy for this fight, and they only managed to win it all because of Deus Ex whale coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Saving them, yeah.
It I think I have a note here in my because when that whale thing happened, I had kind of stopped taking note. I put, what in the Deus Ex Machina fuck is the whole thing with the whale?
Yeah.
Did they just blame the whale for that whole massacre of the whales? That was another one on there. It's probably from a first. Oh, and another one is so many fade to blacks, which happen a lot in this movie. There are a lot of fade to blacks to get from one scene to another.
Another stylistic thing in this movie they don't really care for is that thing where for one random shot every 15 minutes or so, it like feigns a documentary style where like the lens kind of zooms in like they did back in like Firefly.
The Serenity, like it's almost like it's a camera on the ground thing that like Zack Snyder took for Man of Steel, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that sort of thing, which I don't really think has a place in this movie. It doesn't really seem to mesh with how the rest of the movie is presented. Like every time it took me out of it every time. I was like, oh, why are we acting like there's cameras on the ground now? None of this is shot like it's a documentary. It's not like Saving Private Ryan where it's deliberately filmed in a way where it could kind of look like there are handheld cameras on the ground, at Normandy.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any of that for the rest of the movie. It's just every once in a while there's a shot where it's kind of handheld and shaky and it zooms in. It's like, what do we do? I don't know. It's a stylistic choice that I don't really think works.
I didn't notice it as much because I was too busy kind of being like by this point I was actually angry.
Yeah.
Like this is the part where I started being like, how, like I've been here for almost 3 hours now. Like please, this does not need to be happening. Let's wrap it up, okay? I'm done. I'm tapping out. And like everybody in the theater is just like clapping and cheering when the whale hits the boat, when everything is going on.
At what point does Spider like take controls of the ship and start like crashing it into the rocks?
Yeah, I think it's around this point. He's still loose for some reason. They haven't put him in a cell. They haven't like tied him up. They haven't drugged him. They haven't, like they're just letting this backwoods savage raised child freely walk around the ship when they know, like, or they should at least suspect that he's probably not entirely loyal to them, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe they don't I think that they probably would all be like, there's no way that this kid who was raised for like 16 years on a foreign planet is gonna just align with our goals here. They should
No.
like, I don't think any of them reasonably should think that, but let's just give him a pass to be like, well, he hasn't done anything yet that's
They don't even cuff
directly.
him to the railing. They
Yeah.
should cuff him to the fucking railing.
Yeah,
Or
like
something.
like they don't
'Cause
try
what
to
he
use him as leverage, which you would think that the villain, this might be the moment when the villain kind of like like reveals his two-facedness here, where he's just like,
Mhm.
I don't really give a shit about this kid. He's not my real son. Like, why the fuck do you think I would care about him? I'll kill him right now if it
Yep.
means getting to you, that kind of thing. You would think that's where this would go in the movie, which would
Nope.
make Spider feel bad for having helped this guy out in any way, shape, or form. But nope, that's not where it goes. That's not what happens.
The movie doesn't think Spider did anything wrong in helping him this whole time, because randomly out of nowhere he just remembers what side he's actually on and decides to crash the ship. And
In
it's
the middle
supposed
of the
to be
fight, in the middle of the
yeah.
fight, he tries to crash the ship, and instead of just, I don't know, shooting him, they take great pains to like hold him down and restrain him.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, in the middle of a fight like that, you should consider him an active hostile.
Yeah. Honestly. Yeah. Exactly. But he's decided randomly now that he's going to do the opposite of help the colonizers. And so he crashes their ship. I don't even feel like going through all of this stuff, but there's just a lot of inane action here. And
Yeah,
then it's like the ship capsizes and floods with water because this is James Cameron and this is definitely not Titanic again. And I think
Sigourney Weaver ends up getting captured again by Quaritch, and Jake's wife come in, and Quaritch puts a gun to her head again and goes, "I'm not bluffing this time. I swear to God, this time I mean it."
Yeah.
Yeah,
he pulls the same thing again. So he says, "You motherfucker, you better not. I'm gonna kill your kid." And so what do? One by one, they start taking out all his remaining guys, and he just doesn't pull the trigger. He just sits there and waits for them to take out all his guys one by one. And of course, they do it with these because they're avatars, Navi people, and they're great at everything. So they're taking out all his trained soldiers with ease, like mowing them down like they're made out of styrofoam because they're useless. And instead of having any tension here, which you might want in a fucking action movie in your climax, they just do it with ease. And then finally, all they really have left is Courage. And he's like, oh, fuck. And he takes
he keeps holding the gun to it. He's still holding the gun to her head. Hasn't done anything with it this whole time, and he goes, I swear to God I'll do it. Like, basically, he's sat there the whole time while they've killed everybody around him, still finger on the trigger, but reluctant to actually do it, because I have no choice but to believe he's a good person at this point, because he does not want to kill a kid. Like, he's just like, no, he's like, I can't do this. I will not do this, right? So he keeps using this bluff, and then what do they do, Jamie? How do they get him out of this one? They drop the old Uno reverse card by grabbing Spider and threatening to kill him.
Okay, so I think we need to set this up a bit more slowly here, right? Eventually, they pick off all his remaining guys, and it's really just Courage left holding his daughter. I think he has her at like gunpoint or knife point, but he actually grabs her, has her like a human shield at this point, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, I swear to God, I'm actually going to do it for real this time, even though you've called my bluff like 3 times already in this movie and I've never actually done it. This time I'm going to do it for real. And what happens? Spider shows up kind of randomly at this point and he goes, no, don't do it. And Natiri comes and grabs Spider and it's like, you better let her go or I'm going to kill him. And it's like, okay, first of all, if we're presenting this as something villainous to do, really, you're going to have
your hero's going to do it, huh?
And she's going to threaten to kill the kid that her husband
adopted that she hates. She doesn't view as one of her own.
No, but she also thinks he's a demon child, but all her children like him.
Yeah, he's been presented as essentially like the goofy neighbor from the sitcom who
Yeah.
wins the heart of the audience, right? He
Yeah, so
has not
she
even been presented as like helping the bad guys in a particularly meaningful way. He deliberately sabotages some of their stuff, and
well,
then
he does he helps them out earlier, but she has no idea of any of that.
yeah.
She doesn't really know anything about anything he does in this movie. Like,
What I'm
for
but
all
what I, what I'm saying though is that like he helps them out as much as he hinders them by this point. Like
yeah.
it is one for one, really. Because like, what did getting them the birds do that crashing their boat didn't?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm just talking about from Neytiri's perspective. This is her husband's adopted son, and she doesn't like him because she's racist towards people, even though she likes Sully. Um,
yeah,
it's like her children. This is like their brother and sister, you know,
yeah. But like,
and
as an
so
audience member, I never believe that it's like even a possibility that it's going to actually happen. Like it doesn't
no,
even present it as if there would be a situation in which they'd be willing to let him die. You know.
no. But Neytiri is going to kill him, which
I
is
I honestly think she's bluffing because like she cuts him on
no,
the
no, no, no,
chest.
no, no, no. Hear me out, right? She absolutely was going to kill him. They kind of do a fake out where you think she's bluffing. So she grabs. There's like a Mexican standoff where Quaritch has Sully's daughter and her daughter. No, this is Sigourney Weaver, their adopted daughter, the Sigourney Weaver's miracle baby, whatever
Yeah,
we're calling
yeah,
her,
yeah.
and she has Quaritch's biological son, their adopted son, and she's like, "You better let her go, or I'm going to kill him." She pulls the Uno reverse card, and she does a little fake out where she slashes the knife barely through, like across his chest, and cuts him a little bit. And I guess it sort of mirrors that ceremonial thing they did
He
earlier
he
when
attempts he attempts to act a little bit. It doesn't go well.
no. So, and then he doesn't let up. And then she goes to stab him in the chest, and he says, "Okay, wait, stop," and then let's go. So she does the fake out thing, but then she like screams her like battle cry, like scream, like she screams bloody murder, and then raises the knife to his chest and stops at the last second when Quaritch says, "No, no, no, don't
Okay,
do it,
wait.
don't
Okay,
kill him."
wait. Yeah, so basically he's like playing against himself the whole game. He's like I think I would certainly stop if somebody
Mhm.
threatened to kill a kid. So they probably will, right?
They don't.
And then they don't. And then he just never changes his strategy.
Yeah, this is one strategy, and then finally they do the same thing to him, and then he gives up. Because okay, first of all, the only thing to conclude is that actually he's just a good person.
Yeah. And
Because other
actually Natiri is a bad guy. She's a villain.
because if he's supposed to be evil the way he was in the first movie, and the way I think the film wants us to think he's evil, then he's just stupid for because he shouldn't have any real emotional connection, especially like I don't know, I don't the character from the previous movie would absolutely have given up Spider. You know what I mean? Because he was a villain. But this guy loves his son a lot and isn't willing
Not
to
even
let
his
him die.
son. He's a clone of a.
You
He's
know, yeah, you know what I mean,
yeah.
though. Yeah, so basically, he's like, no, 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 fine, I give up. And then they get their daughter back, and then they're gonna leave. And Quaritch is like, you know what? You can run, but I'll come after you. And what he doesn't say that I imagine he says is, and I'm gonna pull the same move again, and you better not kill a kid this time. So, and then you think they're gonna get away, but then Sully's like, you know what? Let's finish this. So instead of just getting away, he's like, no, I'm gonna kill you now. So they get into a fight. Fight continues for a long extended sequence. And finally he manages to incapacitate Quaritch as like the ship is overturned and they're under it and it's filling up with water, and he manages to incapacitate Quaritch. I don't know if he's passed out or he's like stuck under a big box or something, a crate. Do you know which it is?
I,
Because this will
I
be
know.
important.
I remember that he gets like he's basically like out cold. I don't think he gets shot, but he does get
No.
like he gets knocked out.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. He gets knocked out underwater. Okay? Keep this in
Yeah, the
mind,
ship
guys.
is sinking. He's knocked out and then like underwater. Yeah.
And he's knocked out and kind of pinned under a crate or something like that. And our other heroes also get caught in the ship as it's filling up with water, and they're panicking because they're like, "Oh my goodness, it's filling up with water. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold my breath to get out of here." And so the kids who learned how to hold their breath, apparently fucking Sully didn't learn how to do this, even though the kids did, but they got to teach him how to hold his breath so he can escape, right? While it's filling up with water and all this stuff, and we're building tension because, oh my goodness, how are we going to get out of this mess? Fucking Spider sees his dad underwater, passed out, and he's like, "Ah, fuck, I better save him." And I'm like, I'm torn on this because he did refuse to let him die, so I get why he wants to save him.
Yeah.
But also, it's weird. So, but he decides to save him, so he pulls him out. Right? We see him pulling him out, and my first thought watching this is, "Oh my god, he's going to be fine, isn't he?" He passed out cold underwater and has been
Didn't learn the
underwater.
breath trick. Yeah, he didn't learn how to have the breath thing.
Hold on, let me say it. So he passed out cold underwater. He has not been training for the whole movie on how to breathe or how to hold your breath underwater. He's passed out cold, and we see him getting pulled out, and it's because Spider's going to save him, and it's going to work. So then, when the final 10 to 15 minutes of this climactic sequence, when they're like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it if I can hold my breath long enough," it's like the other guy was passed out underwater and he's going to be fine. I don't believe there's any tension here. This stupid movie. Ugh, drives me fucking crazy.
I mean, honestly, I can justify the decision to save him on Spider's part here because, that guy refused to let him die.
I know.
This woman, yeah, well, no, what I'm saying is this woman who he thought, he viewed as a surrogate mother was willing to fucking murder him, and he's gonna pull this guy out of there. Because, of course you would. That guy clearly gives more of a shit about you than your own surrogate mother. But then he goes right back to that bitch later on.
Yeah.
And of course, once we get to 3, we're never gonna mention this thing of just you were gonna kill me. You were gonna kill me about this. It's never gonna come up.
No. She might even still hate him, and the movie won't recognize that she's a bad person. So a couple things happen all at once. Oh, I should mention something that's kind of going to be important. Earlier in the big giant battle, out of nowhere, they're they're running from the evil human beings who are in their underwater submarines and stuff like that with weapons on them. And at one point, Sigourney Weaver's Miracle Baby uses her powers of animal water bending or something, and uses a sea anemone to kill a human being. She just has control over that. And even the sea Navi are looking at her like, "Whoa, how'd she do that?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, she's literally gonna be like a sea Navi Jesus. She has mystical powers that no one else has. What the fuck?"
Yeah,
and this will be important in a second, because later, when everyone is under the ship and it's filling up with water, and they're like, so there's 2 pockets of people. One is the younger son, the one who didn't die, that Sully has been really rude to this whole movie. He's with Sully, and he's his arc is that he's got to teach his dad how to hold his breath for a long time, because apparently Sully didn't learn how to do that when everyone else did.
You would think that he would have, because he was learning how to ride the Warriors version of the the thing that the alligator monster that can dive and sort of fly, right? You would think that he would have learned how to do that, but
apparently he didn't, and his son has to teach him, because they want this stupid family arc that just doesn't work.
But and I've noticed that there's a lot of older filmmakers who tend to run with this sort of idea that oh man, the teenagers are just so much smarter and know how to do so much more stuff than us. It's I should be amazed at how much a 16-year-old knows better than me at a computer, kind of thing. No, I'm not. I don't believe that this guy is incapable of learning that. I don't understand why they would have this because they do it with the mother too. He should know how to do this, and so should Neytiri. She can't do it either.
No, and so the kids have to teach them how to hold their breath, because apparently the adults didn't actually learn how to be sea people. I don't know what they were doing the whole fucking time, but apparently they weren't learning how to hold their breath.
Blaming all their problems on their second child, their least favorite one.
So. Yeah. So that's one pocket is the son who survived with Sully, and he's got to teach him how to slow down his breathing and his heart rate. Meanwhile, the little tiny 6-year-old who they endangered for no reason, she is in the thing filling up with water with Neytiri, and Sigourney Weaver's miracle baby has to channel her mystical powers that no one else seems to have to commune with the fishes, that like these fishes that light up. And she's like, she doesn't say anything, but she's like, fishes, go point the way to the people that are trapped in the ship.
There's
How the fuck do the fish know?
I don't know. I assumed she was sort of using it like a floating torch, like a long trail of floating torch, and she was kind of telling them where to go to light her path. That's what I assumed that's what she was doing. But how did she know where they were?
I mean, they can. It wasn't so dark that they can't see, though. Like you can see that. Just it seemed like the fish were leading her exactly to where they are. Otherwise, what would the purpose of them be?
For light, I guess.
I don't know, man. I think the implication might be that the fish were leading her.
I would believe it. I would buy it. I think it's also kind of interesting that she puts on one of the jellyfish backpacks that lets you breathe underwater. We see like 5 of them floating around out there, right?
And she only grabs one. She
puts one on, but like her little fish manipulation powers don't let her direct the rest of them in there, so that like we don't have to do this like, oh my god, is he going to be able to hold his breath for the rest of the act thing? Like, yeah.
And so she uses the lighted fish to find her adopted mom and sister, and she's like, "Here, mom, only mom for some reason. You take this jellyfish backpack. I didn't bring any others with me, but that's how we're gonna get out of here." And then surprise, everyone survives and no one drowns, and they make it out. And there was no tension at all because the guy who passed out for several minutes underwater is also going to be fine. So they find their way back to the surface, and the movie pretends like it's tense. Like, oh, are they going to make it? I don't know. The Sully's running out of breath. Oh, and then the whale again out of nowhere, he like helps them out. Like, here, grab on my fin, guys. He doesn't say that, but that's basically what happens. And then they pull them to the surface, and they make it. Oh my goodness. Would you believe it? The good guys win, and they didn't die. And then we cut to the 2 Quaritches, Miles and Miles Jr., and Quaritch seems fine. He's awake now. He doesn't need to go to the hospital or anything. He looks a little tired.
No reduced brain capacity.
None of that. And he's gonna climb onto his pterodactyl, and he's like, "Miles, you gotta come with me." And Miles, instead of saying anything like, "Thank you for saving my life, but my place is with these people," or anything like that, just goes, "Arr!" He just growls at him and bares his teeth. And it's like,
he does that a lot in this movie, honestly. Yeah, like he's more feral than the Na'vi are themselves.
He's trying really hard to fit in, so he like overdoes the feral stuff. But there's no recognition that Quaritch is the only reason he's still alive. You know, there's none of that. He's just like, fuck you. I won't let you die, but fuck you. And he leaves. And so Quaritch is going to be back for future movies, of course, because now that he's going to be the villain in every movie. I'm sure of it at this point.
Probably he might. I think he like. What do you think the chances are that he pulls like a Prince Zuko and becomes a good guy?
I don't think he's aware enough of the moral gray area that he's in this movie. I think he still thinks he's just unambiguously the bad guy. So I don't think that would happen. He would have to have some level of self-awareness about the character work in this movie, and I don't think he does. Because the movie is so black and white. It thinks it's so black and white morally about who's right and who's wrong, but I think it's just incompetence that leads it to being so morally confused. So I don't think he's going to end up being like a good guy in the end. I'd be very surprised that the humans in mass, or the people that used to be the human villains, would become the good guys in the end. I don't see James Cameron becoming any less radical, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. The only reason I bring it up is because I'm convinced that he kind of ripped off The Last Airbender for these movies.
So
Like,
Well, he definitely ripped off a lot of things. That's for damn sure.
yeah, I mean, we're gonna get the Fire Nation attacking in the next movie, I'm sure.
So they save the day, and then what happens in the end? I can't even
Oh,
remember.
they make some bullshit speech about how like we belong amongst the sea people now.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. Oh, that's the thing. He was like, you know what? I've concluded my arc that I've been having this whole time. You just didn't notice. And my arc is that now I'm not going to run away. I realize that I belong with the sea people. And it's like, well, doesn't Neytiri belong with the tree people? Aren't like those her relatives and friends? Shouldn't you go back to them? Why, like, staying and fighting means I'm with the sea people now, not I go back to the tree people. Doesn't make any
not
fucking
like
sense.
I'm uniting the tree people and the sea people,
No.
like which would have
What?
been the
Why wouldn't
natural.
you do that? That's such an obvious thing to do, is that you like bring them together in this fight in this movie, but they don't do that.
Yeah, like he doesn't like they don't begin. There's no word about like, oh, we began an outreach program between the blue Wakandans in the trees and the blue Wakandans in the ocean. There's
Yeah.
none of that stuff.
No.
You know, it's just oh yeah, we're gonna. I think he's getting ready. He's getting ready to pack up again, right? And the guy goes, the Sea People chief goes, why are you doing that? You belong here now. And Jake goes, you know what? You're right. I do. And then that's the end of the movie, basically. You there? Give me 1 second.
Close, and then he opens them all yeah, can you
No,
hear me? Hello? Hello?
we couldn't hear you for that little bit there. So
Oh. Um oh, they do the stupid ending again from the first movie where they zoom in on his eyes as they're closed, and
yeah,
you're just waiting for like he's gonna open them dramatically again, and that's the end of the movie. It's so stupid. It's so
yeah,
bad.
it's really dumb.
It's really dumb. So let's summarize a few things here. The movie looks pretty, but nothing about the design is especially strong, in my opinion. Like it's all super idyllic and pure, and doesn't feel real. Nothing like it doesn't feel like a real place at all.
No.
As immersive as like the visual technology is, it's like some of the best CGI I've ever seen in my life. But nothing about the aesthetics of this place feel real and lived in. There's no nuance in terms of any ideas, concepts, or messages about environmentalism or nature. They're just the noble savages again, facing off against the obviously evil humans who just want to destroy nature and colonize it and all that sort of stuff. But it's also very confused because it's so incompetent that some of the human characters actually seem like better people than the Navi, but the movie isn't
Yeah.
really aware of that. The
More
action,
incompetent than I would say the first one is in a lot of ways. Because
I
it's
think
just like, at
so.
least in the
I
first
think
one,
so.
the villain was a villain. And you can't, like, even if
Yeah,
you don't agree with how unnuanced it is, it's
clear
not,
cut.
yeah,
It's not confused. Yeah. I think the action scenes are like I think a lot of the scenes are well shot in terms of and well edited in terms of like when we cut to what and what camera angles, quote unquote, we use. But I think the action as it's written is incredibly stupid. In terms
yeah,
of like how stupid certain factions are and how easy it is to mow down what should obviously be superior human technology. They're like made of paper mache. They're basically useless. There's so many times where they're saved by a whale out of nowhere. Like the action is not good, is what I'm saying.
yeah.
Like
I
the
mean,
writing for the action is really bad, and you would think James Cameron would at least be able to do that better.
there's so many technical things that the movie does well, but because that's not how you make a movie, by just doing a technical showcase and by just editing well and cutting things together right, you make a movie by telling a story, and all of those things serve your story. And
Yeah.
James Cameron's story is fucking retarded.
Mm-hmm.
This is really, really bottom of the barrel kind of writing. It doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't understand what it's actually showing you. It thinks it does, but it really doesn't. There's also
Yeah.
like a lot of stuff. Like it's three hours 15 minutes long. It could easily have been an hour and a half. Like there's so much
Yeah.
stuff that's just wasted time. Like there's that whole sequence of the second kid playing with the whale that's basically like James Cameron went to SeaWorld and was like, what if I did that but with Avatar? Like
Yeah.
he's doing like the SeaWorld stunts, flipping around with the orcas and things. Like it's not,
Hmm.
it doesn't serve any purpose except to look kind of nice and show off how good he can CGI things.
Yeah. So let's break down sort of like four. We'll summarize like the four basic categories or aspects of writing, right? World building, absolute bottom tier garbage. It's awful. You
Yeah.
know, everything about the reason they were there in the first movie is completely ignored. Beautiful. There are all these things and factions that we had no idea that were here before. The
St-
the world building
stuff
is,
just happens on this planet. Like I mean,
yeah,
whale brain juice that makes humans immortal that has
yeah.
been discovered within the past year, that you have to assume was only discovered within the past year. An entire tribe of other people on oceans and beaches that weren't fucking
They weren't
discovered.
involved in the fight at all and had no interest in fighting this fight. None of that. The world building, the world building's awful, like really, really bad, and I think is even in many ways an insult to the first movie, which also had bad world building, but it ignores a lot of it.
But when it was just a standalone movie and everybody was kind of just like, well, he says he's going to make a bunch more, but like, come on, it's been 20 years.
Yeah, yeah. So the world building is bad. The plot relies so heavily on stupid decisions and contrivances. It's really quite baffling. Our heroes make dumb decisions. Our villains make dumb decisions. They're saved miraculously by insane timing of one random rogue whale that just happens to be in the right place at the right time,
Three
maybe
separate
5 or 6
times.
times. Yeah, it's so many times. They're like the whole premise of Jake Sully fleeing makes no sense and makes him stupid. That's kind of related to character, but in terms of
I mean,
how it,
it's the premise that drives most of the rest of the actual plot, because like
Mhm.
otherwise, how would we get to the sea people?
Oh,
Like,
sorry. Sorry. In the chat, Tim Fatone says, "I find it hilarious that we obtained unobtainium." That would be funny. Unfortunately, they just stopped caring about it. They're not even looking for it anymore.
yeah, who needs that shit? We got brain juice now, baby.
Uh, God. Characters. We've established, or we've gone over at least, that Jake Sully is kind of assassinated, especially when it comes to like the inciting incident and how he responds to it. Like he's awful. Like he's such a bad leader. He's not a good father. He makes horrible, stupid, reckless decisions that just get more people in danger. He's kind of a coward, and he wasn't those things in the previous movie. He
Yeah,
was simple and thinly characterized, and now he just sucks. So that's cool.
now he's just actively a fucking idiot. The villain, who was again thinly characterized but understandable from
Yes.
the first movie, is so turned on his head that he's almost more heroic than the hero.
Almost. Yeah, in some ways. So there's that. The kids, I think, are for the most part thinly characterized once again. Um,
They're about as thinly characterized as the main characters were in the first movie.
yeah, I think the pattern, if we had to boil it down, is anyone who was a character in the last movie has been obliterated, and anyone who was invented for this movie is thin, and
Yeah.
that will probably happen in the future movies as well. That's my guess.
Can't imagine it would go any other way.
Yeah, not at the rate we're moving.
The
Let's
world
see.
building, plot, character,
And
and
theme. Theme's probably the one that the most people think might actually be okay to good. It's not.
no, it's
All that
so
it's
childish and naive and like some kind of hippie utopian bullshit
mhm.
about how living in a jungle is actually better than living in New York. Like at,
Yeah, it's not even just that. I think it's broken and contradicted by what happens in the movie. So, family is a big part of the theme in this one. He's like, "I gotta protect my family," and it's like, "Okay, well then stop routinely putting them in harm's way, you idiot." Like he does that constantly. He's like, "Oh, family, 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 family stick together," but I'm gonna be such a dick to my younger son just because we want him to be like an outcast character, but it like undermines the whole family aspect of it. Neytiri doesn't give a shit about Spider, even though that's part of their adopted family. There's no sense of family between the two Na'vi groups. They seem to want nothing to do with each other, to the extent that they won't even help each other in the battle against the humans. The only time family really seems to it matters inexplicably in the case of Quaritch, who really cares about his son, even though you wouldn't think he does, and is ultimately because so many times Sully and Neytiri and all the other sea people risk Sully's kids' lives just so they can attack Quaritch. And it's like, I don't think you really seem to care all that much about. It's only the fact that Quaritch is either a good person or stupid that your children aren't all dead. So good job, Sully. Some family theme we have here.
Way to go, asshole. Yeah, and then, dialogue.
So, Daily Dose says Jake is actively encouraging the Na'vi to fight a war that he should know they can't win.
I would agree if those arrows didn't keep tearing through the fucking helicopters like they were wet tissue paper.
Yeah, if the sea people and the tree people teamed up, they could absolutely take out the humans. The humans are useless.
Just the way that it's presented, like through sheer incompetence, the humans will lose.
Oh yeah. Again. Yeah, and so the family theme is like on the surface, like even if it wasn't contradicted by what happens in the movie, the theme about family's important, hardly deserving of much credit or especially superlatives. You know what I mean? It's just like I think Little Platoon put it well in his video where he said that like you don't get credit for remembering that families are a thing humans care about. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Even if it wasn't actively countered and broken by what actually happens in the movie, the family theme is like, really? That's all you got? Is that, they love their children, huh? Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, James Mackin says, just have the ships land over population centers, burning everything around for miles. Yeah. Why don't they do that? That's a great fucking question.
They're so stupid.
Why are there nukes? Do they have nukes? Should we use them?
I don't know why they wouldn't have nukes. It might make the local area uninhabitable for a bit, so I'm not sure they would. But like a tactical nuke? Sure. Yeah, blow up those floating mountains. Bring them all crashing down. You don't need to live over there anyway. I mean, this is also a giant planet, ostensibly, but it doesn't really feel like one. That's more of a world-building thing. But, you don't really get I don't know. It's just, how big is this place exactly? Can the humans just go to an area where the tree people don't live and just set up there? I don't know. It seems like this place is huge. It seems like at best we've covered maybe half of the planet in terms of ecosystems.
No fucking way.
I know. I mean, at best, right? Because like I think what they're going to end up doing is that there are 4 basic tribes. It's Avatar, so they're going to have the tree people, air, whatever.
They're the wind people. Yeah. They're the air nomads, and then we got the water benders, and we're gonna get the fire nation, and then like I guess the desert people. There's got to be a desert.
Yeah, there'll be a desert biome, and it'll just be Dune. It'll just be aping off the success of Dune at that point.
We ride giant sand eels out here.
Hold on tight. It's going to be hard to like swim through the sand.
And water is precious, so your way of waters won't help you here.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think the movie is very bad. I think at least in terms of writing and any sort of unbiased way of assessing the movie, it's easily the worst written of all the Best Picture nominees.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Not even close.
Not even fucking close.
It looks better than some of them. I mean, it looks better than Women Talking. That's for damn sure. That's an ugly movie.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
It's not as nauseating and erratic as Elvis in a technical sense. But ultimately, Best Picture should probably celebrate the story of the movie. And this is one of the worst stories I've seen all year. The fact that this was nominated for Best Picture is a travesty. That's what I have to say about that.
I mean, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
Tim Fatone says humans aren't the Fire Nation. No, apparently there's some sort of
There's gonna be like a volcano tribe that
yeah,
lives like in Maui or some shit.
there was some article that said, "Oh, the third movie will reportedly focus on the volcano fire people," or like I think the article actually said ash people, and I thought that was funny in an unintentionally spicy sort of way. Um, and obviously, it's people of ash, guys, get with it. But no, apparently in the third movie out of 5, we're gonna finally introduce some nuance to the Navi, and you're gonna have some that maybe aren't pure and good. So kind
Yeah.
of bold of him to try and introduce nuance 3 movies into his franchise, but we'll see how
Yeah.
he does with that.
Magma tribe, Team Magma. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's very, very bad, and if you care at all about storytelling, and if you think as we do, and as I would say most great filmmakers do, that all the technical elements of filmmaking should be there to serve the story, then by any sorry, my dog's barking at everything apparently today. If you care about any of those factors, then this is a bad movie. I don't it doesn't matter how pretty it is. It's great as a technological sort of a showcase of how good CGI can be. That's
Yeah.
cool and all, but it's bad. It's a
If
bad
if
movie.
all you're in it for is eye candy, like it's junk food. It's the definition of junk food cinema. It's
Yeah.
so just airy and like completely lacking in all substance once you get past like wow, it sure looks good with my 3D glasses on. I'm sure
Mhm.
it'll look fine on 2D, but you're gonna lose. I still think you're gonna lose a good amount of that like that astoundment factor when like in the way that some of the shots are
Yeah.
constructed, because they're constructed in a way that's showing off how good the 3D is. But
Yeah.
when that's not there, it's just a regular shot, you know?
So one thing I want to say, because you see this defense sometimes for Avatar 2 online, where they go like, "Oh, you're saying, because people have said for a long time that Avatar had no cultural impact. No one's going to care about this sequel." And then they tout that the movie is doing incredibly well at the box office, which it is. And they're like, "See, people care about Avatar. People like it."
I don't
And
get.
and here's the thing: I don't understand why anyone would think this movie is good, but I think a lot of people do, and that's fair, to point out that a lot of people like this is either good or good enough for a lot of people, clearly because it's made a fuck ton of money, and that's fair. What I would say is, imagine how much more money this would have made if it was good. If this
I
was,
mean,
if this
imagine if
was,
this was like
yeah,
a fantastic movie.
yeah,
Like,
this would be the biggest movie of all time forever, essentially. You know what I mean? Like this would have made like $4 billion if it was really good. Like, you know what I like this
yeah,
like
this would have
people bring this
easily
up.
eclipsed every other movie on the list of like all-time earners. Easily.
Yeah. Yeah, so like
And it's not like the theme, it's not like the exploration of like the world or anything. It's not like it's not there, right? Like you
there's
can
potential
see
here. Yeah,
you can see
absolutely.
where somebody might go right in all of the choices being made here. It's
Mhm.
just that every single time consistently they take the lazy, just completely wrong, they make the completely wrong decision that causes more problems than it
Mhm.
solves.
Yes. People talk about this with the Star Wars sequel sometimes. You'll see some defenses of The Last Jedi. They'll be like, "Oh, but The Last Jedi made $1 billion." And it's like, yeah, but imagine how much more money it would have made if half the people that watched it didn't hate it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think many people, and this is, I don't, this is discouraging to me, and it can often be depressing that many people will think Avatar 2 is fine or okay because it's actually horribly written. But I do take some comfort in the fact that people would adore this movie if it was well written. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
would be like one of I still think the fact that so many people who saw it are just like, yeah, that was all right. It's like, man, just think of how like incredibly successful it would have been if they actually like really liked it
Yeah.
and remembered it and loved the characters and loved the arcs. If it had the same sort of critical, not even just, I don't mean critical necessarily as just in like professional critics, but in terms of what people actually thought of the movie. If it had the same reputation as like Top Gun Maverick, this would have been even more successful. They would have been
Yeah.
like, fuck, we got to make a TV show. We got to do, you know what I mean? We got like,
Yeah.
this would be one of the biggest franchises all time if the story was actually really good.
Yeah, this could be, the next Lord of the Rings if they had executed on it well,
Yeah. Yeah. And they absolutely did not. It's horribly written. It's terrible. I think I'd have to rewatch the first one, but I'm very much inclined to think it's significantly worse than the first. In no
I'm
small
not
part.
gonna rewatch the first one, but like, yeah,
I'm not going to either. But
I will forget
I
pretty much everything about this movie until the next one comes out, and then maybe I'll go see it. If the next one gets nominated for Best Picture again, which it's going to, because for whatever, like, this one didn't deserve it. The first one didn't really deserve it.
No.
The first one was was because of the box office earnings. This one is
that special
entirely
effects is all either of these movies deserve.
yeah. This is a legacy nomination, really.
Yeah.
But the next one's going to be nominated, and the fourth one and the fifth one's going to be nominated, and probably they'll let the fifth one win because they've nominated all five.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
But like, I have nothing about this movie made me interested in seeing the next, especially if it's going to be 9 fucking hours long.
Yeah, at this rate, the fifth one will be 2 days long. I'm pretty sure at the rate we're growing and expanding from movie to movie. I will say I would not have seen this movie at all if it wasn't nominated for Best Picture. But more specifically, I only saw all the Best Picture nominees this year because I'd already seen so many of them. And I'm like, fuck it, let's talk about all of them on stream. If I didn't make that decision, I definitely wouldn't have seen this movie. Enough people whose opinions I generally agree with and respect said it was shit. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. It didn't look good. It looks pretty, but if pretty is all it is, I can just watch the trailer. It didn't look good, and I was right. It's not good. So unless I'm going to do this again next year where we talk about all the Best Picture nominees, I have no intention of watching any more of these movies. I don't have any faith that it'll get better, considering this one is significantly worse than the first. I don't have any expectation that James Cameron will become any less radical of an environmentalist and misanthrope in the next movies. I don't think he's going to come around to thinking, you know what, maybe actually humans are not so bad. I don't see that happening. So
maybe humans are more nuanced than I'm giving them credit for.
No, there's no way.
There's no way he's going to do that. He hasn't done it. He had 13 years between the last one and this one to come to that conclusion, and he did not allow himself to do so. So there's no reason to believe he will do it again.
Yeah. So it's bad. If I could tell James Cameron anything, I'd be like, please do something else. Please. Or retire. Maybe. That's
hand
fine.
it off.
You can retire.
Hand it off to someone else. Yeah. You got a protege, right?
You know what he should. It wouldn't improve things much because he would still have a lot of control over the story for obvious reasons. But if he handed it off to a different writer, that might help some, but who knows? Yeah. I don't have any faith in it. Well, we've talked about this movie for almost as long as the movie itself, which I wasn't expecting to do, but here we are. Believe it or not, we actually have a second movie to talk about today. But before we jump into that, I need to use the bathroom because we've been gone for a while. So Hugh, if you would do me a favor and entertain the fine people in chat for me, I'll be right back.
Oh man. You better come back soon or I'm gonna kill this kid. Well, luckily, the next movie that we have to talk about for today did not have the same level of glaring incompetence behind it that this one did in the writing. So we will be able to end things on a good note before we get back into some of the other Best Picture nominees tomorrow. Now, I didn't see Ant-Man 3, Ty Cobb. I'll ask Jamie. I'll make sure that he responds to that when he gets back. But I've heard a lot about Ant-Man 3, and I can't say it sounds all that much better.
Dance, you dance.
You
No,
know what?
not sing. You
Slide
gotta
to the
dance.
left.
You know, you, you just reminded me how much white people love dances where they tell you how to do the dance in the song itself.
Yeah, I mean that's the only way that I know how to do it.
So,
Real quick before we get started on our Spielberg movie of the year, do
mhm.
you think that Avatar 2 is worse than Ant-Man 3 writing wise?
uh, um, no. I think Ant-Man 3 has to be worse writing wise. I think well, here's what I'll say. I think the storyline, the characters, the themes, if you could even call them themes in Ant-Man 3, are more broken than they are in this movie. And in Ant-Man 3, there's less potential wasted. So I could imagine Avatar being more frustrating for a lot of people that are really paying attention to the story because Avatar 2 could be good with a few major changes, you know?
Yeah.
Or actually, we'll say a bunch of major changes, but still. Ant-Man 3, I'm not convinced there's a good movie in there.
You know, from based on what I've heard about it, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
I found little of redeeming value in that movie at all. So, but at least that one wasn't nominated for. Well, it might be nominated for Best Picture next year, but I doubt it.
I'd be quite surprised.
Yeah, no, it's Ant-Man 3 is probably worse. I think less of it makes sense for sure.
I've also seen that image of CGI Cassie running through the battlefield, and I gotta say, at the very least, if you do subscribe to the just turn your brain off and enjoy things level of movie going, you probably will get more out of Avatar than you would out of this, because at least everybody
Yep.
runs and looks like a person.
Hey, the CGI looks really good. You know,
Yeah.
really can't understate it. It looks incredible, and it's very impressive the way you know to like real live action people are incorporated in these environments. You know, props to them.
Just imagine if Ant-Man looked as good as this, it also probably would have made a couple $1 billion.
Probably, yeah. you know,
Oh, oh, thank
yeah.
God it's not.
At least, yeah, because Ant-Man 3, has some jokes. People like jokes and fun. I didn't find Avatar very fun.
There were a lot of people laughing in my movie
What?
theater.
At what? What is there to laugh at?
Like
What are the jokes?
anytime, like Spider, when Spider calls them dumbass, or when they're all like, ah, "Nice shot, bro," and giving each other high fives. Like
But those aren't jokes.
it's enough, I guess. It's enough
Uh,
for it's enough for a theater full of people who are going to erupt in cheers and applause when "oorah" happens on the screen.
I
So
suppose you're right. Hey, Hugh, while we're here, do you want to talk about a good movie?
no, I don't. I'm more at home talking about terrible movies. But you know what? I think we can give it a shot. Let's talk about the
Let's give it a shot.
Fabelmans.
The Fabelmans, the most recent Steven Spielberg flick, I think deserves to be nominated for Best Picture.
I agree. This was the last one that I had to watch in order to finish out the list, and by the end of it, I wasn't like expecting all that much, because I don't know, I just haven't heard all that. I hadn't heard all that much about it except from you. But coming out of it, I was like, you know what? At least 50% of the nominees this year are actually worth nominating. So
Yeah.
that's actually not a bad ratio for the Academy.
Yeah. So The Fabelmans, probably the one of the, you know, least seen Best Picture nominees among up there with Triangle of Sadness because
Nobody went to
no
fucking see that movie.
and Women Talking.
I don't even think that played in theaters in my state.
I think I don't know. I don't actually know the numbers here, but I wouldn't be surprised if more people have seen Tar than this.
That would, yeah. Tar got showtimes around me. This did not.
Really?
Not very many. Yeah, this was out for like a
Interesting.
week or two, and then it was gone.
Yeah, I think it might have been kind of a limited release considering it's a Spielberg movie. But yeah, so The Fabelmans is the story of Steven Spielberg's life, fictionalized in some ways, I assume, and I would
Well, I
hope.
mean, for the first for the first order, his name is not Steven Spielberg. His name is Sammy Fabelman.
I will say I think Fableman is a fun choice for a
It
last
is.
name.
It is.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a little cheeky, but it still sounds like it could be a Jewish last name. It's good. I
Yeah,
like it.
yeah.
And he's a storyteller. He's a fableman. Get it? Good stuff.
Yes.
So this movie is essentially the story of young Steven Spielberg's life, his family life, and drama in his
Mhm.
kind of tumultuous family life, as well as him getting passionate about filmmaking and learning to become a young filmmaker. And it's
And it's a biopic done particularly well, I would say.
yeah, no,
Uh,
I have some qualms with some aspects of it, but overall, it's a nice movie. It's really fun, especially the scenes where maybe it's because I'm very interested in filmmaking, but the scenes where he's editing and making his little short films, I find those
yeah,
really charming. And like watching young Steven Spielberg learn how to become a director is really fun. I think there's a scene where he's talking to one of his actors and he's trying to get him to emote better, and the guy's like not a good actor, so he's trying to talk him through it, and he's learning like what a
yeah.
director has to do. There's a lot of really charming, fun stuff in this movie. Though the main drama is not him being a filmmaker. That's part of it, right? The main stuff, the main core of the movie is his relationship with his parents and his family life.
Yeah,
His
which is
mother. Go
it's a
ahead.
good way to take it, I think, because like it could have
Oh yeah,
very easily just become like a sort of a I don't want to say saccharine, but it could have easily become just basically a run of the mill sort of thing about Steven Spielberg likes making movies and he makes some movies and he
yeah, yeah,
gets on air. But this is inspired by a true anecdote from his life that actually adds a lot of it brings a new level of interest for me at least in
yes.
the way that he developed as a filmmaker. I didn't know about this until I watched the movie and did some
Yeah,
research
neither did
independently.
I. So, one thing definitely worth saying is that if you haven't seen the movie, it's worth seeing.
Yeah,
So I don't if you don't want it spoiled, feel free to come back to this later. I think it's definitely worth recommending. I I think yeah, like you said, why this works better than a lot of biopics, in my opinion, is that especially a biopic someone's making about themselves in a sense, is that he really isn't this isn't an ego project. This isn't a vanity project. This isn't a like, I'm such a great, brilliant artist. See how I became the artist I am. It's really like a portrait of the dissolution of his parents' marriage and how that affected him as a child and what that was like for his family. And it's much more melancholy and depressing at times than you might expect this type of movie to be. He feels it feels very unflinching in its portrayal of what must have been a very difficult time in his life. And I
yeah.
really appreciated that. I thought that was really good. I found a lot of it very, um, what would you say? I found a lot of it very relatable as
Yeah,
someone who also has divorced parents. So like I really connected with a lot of it. But it felt all of it feels very real and grounded. And I think the only um Oh, I was watching the visuals on stream and the theater disappeared for a second because I messed up the background. But that's fine. Just ignore that. I think my only real criticisms of the movie itself all stem from the fact that I think it sticks to reality a little too much because there are times when the pacing is a little strange, and it seems like a screenwriter who is more interested in condensing this or reformatting this to a more traditional, compelling narrative might have rearranged things or shortened some things or made things more tonally consistent throughout. Like, for example, earlier parts of the movie aren't very funny, but there are scenes later that are very funny. And you're like, oh, I didn't realize that
yeah,
tonally we were ever going to have fun. You know what I mean? not that it was bad in the beginning, but it does seem like, oh, we're in a funny stretch of the movie now, and I didn't realize this movie was gonna do that because the tone is a little all over the place. But I think a lot of it is the pacing issues that you might experience watching it, and tonal issues are kind of, they all stem from the fact that this is what happened, and like in the order that it happened and how it happened. So it's not been screenplayified as
Yeah,
much as maybe
as
it
much
could
as
have been.
as much as I would have liked it to have been.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's sort of
Yeah.
what I'm getting at. I think it could have been more Hollywoodized and made for a more compelling narrative. And I think a lot of the decisions he makes like feel like they're born out of authenticity rather than making it as compelling as it perhaps could be. And so I really appreciated it for its like authenticity and how unflinching it was as a look into all these characters and everything like that. But there are some times where I'm like, what are we doing for this section of the movie? You know what I mean? Like when are we going to get back to the main
Yeah,
conflict kind of
yeah,
thing? But it's good.
yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's fun. I think Paul Dano plays his dad, and Michelle Williams plays his what should we say, kind of manic mother.
Yeah,
Um,
manic is definitely the word I would choose, and I really like Paul Dano as his father.
mhm.
I like her. I don't want to I don't want to make it seem like I didn't think her performance was good. I do. It's just, and this might be a credit to her performance in a way. Um, but there's parts of it where it feels to me to be sort of like annoyingly performative in a way that I can believe the character would be. But
Mhm.
like at parts, I'm just like, I almost feel like it's almost tipping into overacting at points. So some of the times that didn't quite work for me, but like she does crazy very well, to the point where I'm like, if half of the experience that Steven Spielberg had with this mother is true, then he's lucky that she ended up the way she did in this movie, and not in sort of like a Queen's Gambit mom type situation, driving herself into oncoming traffic on a bridge after a
Yeah,
massive mental breakdown. Like
yeah,
it seems like it could have easily gone that route. And
mhm.
he's very fortunate that it didn't. Uh,
Yeah. I think part of that seems to be a credit to Paul Dano and how he handles everything. Um, his dad, I should say.
yeah,
No, but I sort of agree. I think Michelle Williams is good. One thing that's worth noting about this movie is that he seems. This is one thing I really appreciate about the movie because his mom is kind of crazy. She's a little manic. She's a little selfish, and she doesn't seem like she's the best mom in the world. And
driving her children into a tornado.
yeah,
It's a very interesting choice.
she's reckless and kind of careless and not very responsible. And a big plot point is that she's cheating on his dad with their family friend, played by Seth Rogen, who I should mention is actually pretty good in the movie and not nearly as obnoxious as he can be.
Yeah,
But yeah, so he's kind of more fun loving, Seth Rogen's character, and that appeals to Michelle Williams, who's kind of an adult child in some ways. You know, whereas Paul Dano's trying hard to be more responsible and focus on supporting the family and all that. A big conflict arises in the movie where Paul Dano gets this job out in California, but Seth Rogen's character Benny, I believe, the family friend,
yeah, Uncle Benny.
he
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, Uncle Benny doesn't get a job out in California, so they're going to move away. And so, but Michelle Williams is so like attached to Benny that she's mad at Paul Dano for moving their family away because she's kind of in love with the family friend Benny the whole time, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I think in the first time that happens, it's in Arizona, because
Yeah.
they start off in New Jersey, and it starts off as you would kind of expect. They with them taking young Steven Spielberg to see a movie, which is The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance,
Yeah.
uh, classic American cowboys or classic American cinema,
Yeah.
John Ford kind of thing. which will become important at the end in a really, I thought, really nice way. I really enjoyed the ending scene of this movie.
Yeah, it's a very strong ending. Big
Yeah.
fan. We'll get to it.
Um, yeah, but it starts off with him going to see a movie, and he's kind of scared at first. He's like, he's nervous about going into a dark room with giant people on a screen. You know, it's kind of fun in that way. He's like a kid who doesn't quite understand movies,
Yeah.
and so Paul Dano sits down and explains how it works. Like his mother tries a little bit to be like, "Oh, it's going to be magic and beautiful," and
Yeah.
he's still, it's not working out. So Paul Dano kind of crouches down and goes, "Look, this is how it works. Okay, it's going to play like 24 images per second,
Yeah.
and it's gonna, like, your brain isn't gonna quite be able to let those leave before the next one comes up, so it creates an image of, like, an illusion of motion." And it's just like, it's a really good way of describing why you should never shoot anything in anything other than 24 frames per second if you're playing it in a movie theater.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
but one of the things it establishes is the difference between his dad and his mom.
yeah,
His mom is kind of a hippie artist type. She's a piano player as well in the movie. Not entirely successfully. Like I think she's a concert pianist.
she could have been a concert pianist, but she decides not to do it because somebody basically convinces her that the safety of a family and,
Yeah.
of an engineer husband will be better for her in the long run than, what the risk that would come with being on the
Yeah.
road. And there's a great scene with Judd Hirsch where he kind of explains this relationship between that side of the family and their art.
Mhm.
Which we'll get to that when we get to
Yeah.
it. But
One of the reasons I brought it up is to sort of highlight the two different, like the sort of two sides of Steven Spielberg that are kind of at war with each other in his family, and there's like a lot of tension between them, right? His mother's very much a free spirit artist, kind of hippie type who never really felt comfortable settling down and having kids, and kind of, you can tell she sort of resents that a little bit. She, which is why she's cheating, why she doesn't really, why she still wants to play, you know what I mean? While she's still wants to be her old free spirit artist self. Meanwhile, and that's sort of exemplified by like, oh, don't be scared. It's like magic, you know? And then Paul Dano's the engineer. He's a very practical, he likes to know how things work. And so he explains specifically, like, oh, this is how film works. This is what's happening. It might seem all very real, but this is actually, if you break it apart, this is how it works. Right. And so what it does in a really nice way that doesn't actually feel all that like self-congratulatory, like it might be in different hands. It's sort of setting up the kind of the two aspects of Steven Spielberg's work that really are what makes his movies so powerful at their
yeah,
best anyway. You know what I mean? He has a very strong sense of the technical side of filmmaking, as evidenced, God, by so many of his, prime
like,
movies.
honestly, like, very, like, well, his crime movies, but also in this movie in
I
particular.
said, I meant like his prime. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. But
yeah.
like, so many of the scenes that they show, like, of him as a young guy just making, little movies on a Super 8, basically all the
Mhm.
practical effects that he figures out how to do to make it look more real is just, it's so charming in a way
Yes,
that, like, you can tell it's just like, man, this guy's good at what he does. He really has a
yeah,
passion for it. It's
yeah. So
great.
he's, and like sort of what he gets from his dad is the more engineer side of the craft in terms of problem solving technically and how to make a movie, and then the mom side of him is the more sensitive emotional side. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
a lot of I think one thing that you could never say about Steven Spielberg is that his movies don't have heart. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
that, it's so powerful in a lot of his movies, including this one, perhaps more this one than any other. It really feels like he's letting like his soul onto the screen. And that's one of the things I really appreciate it. It's not the best movie I've ever seen. It's definitely not Steven Spielberg's best movie, but as someone who really, really loves like a handful of his movies and thinks they're some of the best movies of all time, it's such a fascinating look into who he is as an artist that I would highly
yeah,
recommend it for
yeah,
that reason alone. But yeah, so we get the sort of duality between the not quite happy relationship between Paul Dano and Michelle Williams, And that sort of gets worse and worse as the movie goes on. They argue a lot about what to do. Paul Dano is trying to be responsible, and one of the things I really resonated with here is that I think Paul Dano's a lot like my dad's a lot like Paul Dano's character in this movie, you know, where like at one point you know, Michelle Williams is like, well, he doesn't want to be an engineer. He wants to be a filmmaker. And Paul Dano's like, yeah, but like that's risky. You know what I mean? Like he should
Yeah.
probably focus on getting some sort of steady work, you know, which is, you know, I think a lot of people, especially of that generation, definitely had that sort of attitude towards the arts and stuff like that. But of course, Michelle Williams, his mom takes it personally, you know, that he's not supporting their son because she thinks like that reflects that he doesn't support her because she's kind of an artist as well, right? So there's a lot of tension there. But Paul Dano is just trying to be like responsible and like look after his kids because she's not very responsible at all. So he's like, you know, maybe you shouldn't go into filmmaking. Maybe you should get like a steady job and all that sort of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I really like the relationship between him and his father, because I think it shows, it eventually like grows into a very mature sort of understanding of the differences between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I like how I like how it kind of like he builds the tension in the middle with, you know, the way that she her personality sort of is it drives her personality and the way that she comports herself sort of drives a wedge between the sisters and her and the rest of the
Mm-hmm.
children and her, because like
Yeah.
they all look at their father like this guy who is kind of a genius engineer, and he knows how to solve problems and build new things to solve bigger problems. Like I think at one point at the beginning, very soon after the incident or going to the movies, they're having dinner at, you know, the family house, and Seth Rogen is there, and they're talking about how they're gonna develop a computer that's gonna make it so that you don't have to lose computing power and energy, and it's all the father's, you know, it's all the father's idea, and so like
Yeah,
that's
he
sort of,
works for IBM.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so he gets the job out in Arizona through that and all that. But yeah, it's a really, I really enjoy that part of the movie.
Yeah, so we start off the movie following little young. I don't know how old he is, but he's pretty young. There are two actors that play Steven Spielberg in this, or Sammy Fabelman, we should say, in the movie. One is like how old is he? Like 6?
Yeah, probably about that. Yeah.
I don't know. Somewhere in that range. He's the kid that initially is like scared of movies, and he has nightmares about the scene in The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance where like
A
they hold
train
up
crash happened.
the
Yeah.
train crash, and he thought it was so real he had nightmares for a while, which is so charming to me and relatable because I loved Jurassic Park. I saw it when I was like 6, which is maybe slightly too young for the movie. I don't know, depending
Yeah.
on your perspective. But it's funny because I loved that movie, but I had nightmares for weeks that dinosaurs were going to kill me. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like it's just funny to me that my experience that mirrors his is a movie he made. I don't know. There's something
Yeah.
about that
That's,
I just
I
found really
mean,
fun.
especially when he's a filmmaker who's this involved in creating so many classic movies that kids would have seen, you know? It's a little different from, you know, a director like James Cameron's big stuff going back to him comes from like Terminator, right? And I
Yeah.
mean, I guess Terminator 2, but those are movies that like those are, and Aliens and stuff like that. Yeah, like they're rated
Hmm.
R movies. You wouldn't have seen that as a kid, kind of
No.
thing. Steven Spielberg has a really unique perspective to look at cinema through a child's
Yeah.
eyes and kind of be able to touch a lot of people who probably did have like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a good majority of people whose first movie was a Steven Spielberg movie.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't it wasn't my first movie, but it was one of the first movies I loved, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park was a huge deal for me. That was like that's the kind of like movie that makes you fall in love with movies for me, you
Yeah.
know. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
um yeah, so so then we flash forward at one point a few years, and then we get the Sammy Fableman Steven Spielberg that we'll get for most of the movie. And I just want to say I thought he was excellent
Yeah,
He was so good
he
in
is
this
a
movie.
fantastic act. Like he's doing this
Yeah,
role wonderfully. I mean, the
yeah,
kid, honestly, the kid who plays young Sammy Fabelman is also really good. Like the way that they have him when they show him directing his sisters in the mummy costumes that you see
yeah,
on the screen,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
or like when they show all the like, he's so good and convincing at
Hmm.
playing like a 6 year old Steven Spielberg. Like I
Yeah.
fully believe this kid could become the next Steven
Yeah.
Spielberg.
Yeah, yeah, I like some of the best scenes in the movie are when he's showing his work to like his parents and his friends and stuff like that, and like watching him. I think like because they have the projector set up in the closet where it's nice and dark. So like he brings his mom in there and shows him the little train. He recreates the first thing he ever makes is a recreation of the train crash sequence in The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance with his little play train set that he has.
Yeah, he got to play train set for Hanukkah because they think
Yeah, yeah.
he's super interested in trains basically or big like he
Yeah,
yeah he and then the one of the first things he does is crash the train set.
yeah, so we can make a movie. It's pretty great. Yeah, and so, like, the kid does a really convincing job of, like, showing it to his mom and then, like, looking at her, like, to see how she reacts to it and everything, you know? It all
Yeah,
felt very real,
well, and go and like
and
with the relationship with the parents, you know, the difference between the parents' response to things is Paul Dano when he crashes the train set is like, these are really delicate toys. You know, you got to be careful with that shit. You know, you can't just smash them around like this, right?
yeah, I bought this
And
to you like, I bought this for you as a gift, you can't just destroy it, yeah.
yeah, and Michelle, well, yeah, his mother is just like, oh, he's scared. He like he's having nightmares. He's trying to get control of it. So she brings him a camera and goes, "We're
Yeah,
gonna film you crashing the train set so that you can watch it over and over again until it's not scary anymore," kind of thing, right?
yeah.
And that's what gets him started. And then he does all these takes to make it really good behind her back. And it's
Mhm.
just like she's like kind of you can tell she's kind of like blown away. She's like, how he did this? Like
Yeah.
he did this, but then he starts like he starts making more and more little movies. There's a nice little montage of him kind of wreaking havoc on the toilet paper rolls to make mummy costumes for his sisters and film them,
Yeah, yeah.
or you know
It's a very cute little sequence
yeah
where he's, like, directing them. It's like, "Oh, that's great."
yeah I loved
Yeah,
it. I thought it was
yeah,
fantastic. And
yeah,
then
jumping ahead a bit, one of the things he makes later when he gets some money, to throw at his friends, he makes a little Western thing or no, it's like a war thing, right?
they do a
I'm
western first with the Boy Scouts because
yeah,
in order to get a merit badge for photography. Like after he moves to Arizona, which so
mhm,
like they have a big conflict about moving to Arizona, and I think that is when Michelle, his mother, takes all the kids into the car and drives them out into the tornado. And like
yeah,
they're all freaking out a little bit, and she kind of has to, like, get herself together and realize that the chaos that is being created here. She needs to get it under control. But they move to Arizona and they bring Seth Rogen with them. Benny gets to go with them. Like Paul Dano's been
yeah, he gets
convinced.
a job too, yeah,
Yeah, and so they move to Arizona together, and the family's kind of the same. And then like it jumps forward a little bit to when he's in the Boy Scouts. He's a little older, and they're working on they're capturing scorpions out in the desert because there's a company or a lab that'll pay like 25 cents a piece for the little ones, and they get like 50 of them to get 25 bucks, and they go and buy a bunch of reels of film
yeah,
for a Super 8 camera because
yeah,
he wants to get a merit badge for photography. And his like he's basically like, they're like, well, they say for photography, but we don't got to make a movie. And he's like, all a movie is a moving photographs. So like
yeah,
I like, why wouldn't they do that? And so they
mhm,
recreate a John Wayne movie,
yeah,
like a Western John Wayne movie together. And he's like, I really like the scene where he's sitting there trying to figure out the editing, and he's just like, oh, it looks so fake. It looks really fake. And then it cuts to him about to show the movie, and he's got muzzle flashes on the guns, and everybody's kind of surprised, and they're all just like,
how
wow.
did you do that? Yeah,
Yeah. And then as they're driving away, his dad is just like, how did you make it so that how that worked? How did you do that? And he
mhm,
tells him, I used pins to poke holes in the film. And his
yeah,
dad is like, that's engineering. Oh, I'm so proud of you, son.
Yeah. And then
It's a
it's
nice
yeah,
moment.
it's a really nice moment, A, because it shows the ingenuity that he has, that because what filmmaking is problem solving, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's all it is, and it's like, "Okay, I wanna do this thing. These are my limitations. How do I solve this problem?" And so, yeah,
How
like
do I
you
solve
said,
this problem and how do I make it look real?
yeah,
Like
he's
how
got
do I
little
make
prop guns that don't have muzzle flashes when they're pointing at each other and going bang, 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 And so, like, what he does, yeah, he takes a little pin, and for all the frames where the gun is supposed to go off, he just pokes holes in the film so that light comes through, and then it's like a flash of light where the muzzle flash should be. And it's like, that's really smart. And one of the ways he first bonds with his dad over filmmaking itself is when the dad's like, "How'd you do that? That's really cool. How, like, I can't think of how you did that." And he explains it and he goes, "Wow, that's really smart." And it's very endearing, very charming stuff. So while he's sort of growing as a filmmaker, we're seeing the marriage sort of start to fall apart a bit. Um, there's a big climactic sequence.
Well,
Well,
it's not
climactic
really.
isn't. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, they go on the camping trip, and he's
That's what I
filming the
was gonna
camping
say.
trip.
Yeah. So
It's not quite climactic yet because
I
it
know,
doesn't
I
get to the
misspoke.
point. Yeah,
That's what I was saying. But they go on a camping trip, and everyone's there, including Uncle Benny. And while
but
they're there,
I just want to
Paul,
say, for the record, right? For like, I did not know that this was gonna happen, but I was just sitting there. I'm like, why the fuck is he there? Like, what is going on here? Why is he with them on this family camping trip? That seems odd to me. So
yeah.
I was just like I was pleasantly surprised by that twist. I was like, wow, that they laid the seeds makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So the twist, if you couldn't have guessed it, is that she was having an affair with Uncle Benny, and young Sammy Fabelman discovers this. He's filming the camping trip, and he doesn't know it at the time, but he's just filming the camping trip, yada yada, getting a lot of footage. After the camping trip, um, his
Oh,
mom sort of what? Go ahead.
well, first we actually see the first bit of conflict between him and his father when it comes to the practical, get a steady job kind of thing versus becoming an artist or a filmmaker, because
Hmm.
he wants, because it's before the camping trip. Steven or Sammy wants an editing machine for 8 millimeter film. That's
Yes.
pretty expensive, and Paul or his father doesn't want to get it for him. He wants him to get a driver's license, and go, like, finish school and, like, learn engineering and everything like that. And so they have a little bit of a conflict because his dad keeps calling it a hobby, right?
Yeah.
Um, but he's filming the camping trip as they go. He ends up catching his mom. He ends up catching his mom having this affair. And as he's editing it, because he does, his dad gets him the machine
Hmm.
to do the editing. He gets him the editing thing. Uh, and is this after, because he when he brings him the editing machine, he says to him, like, okay, cool, you can use it to edit the camping trip footage because your
Yeah.
mom, because his grandma dies.
Yes.
Yeah.
His grandma dies, and his mother is very upset about this, and she kind of falls into a depression. And so Paul Dano says, "Okay, I'll get you this editing machine. First thing I need you to do is edit together something from that camping trip, because it'll cheer her up. It'll remind her of the good times, etc." So
And they
he
have a
edit.
fight. They have a
Yeah.
little bit of an argument because Steven Spielberg wants to make a World War II movie,
Yes. And
and
he needs the time to do all that, and etc. Yeah. But his dad's like, "No, I bought you this thing. Make something for your mom. She really needs it, please." All right. And there's this emotional moment where he's like, "I don't. She's having a rough time. I don't know how to get through to her." You know what I mean? Partly, I think part of the tension is, well, there's definitely a dramatic scene where Paul Dano, his dad, reveals that his his mom's side of the family doesn't really like him all that much, or doesn't respect him necessarily.
yeah,
Like, and so he doesn't he isn't as strongly connected to that side of the family. So when Michelle Williams's mom dies, he doesn't really know how to get her out of this depression, right? He doesn't really know how to get through to her. So he's like, okay, well, she likes the kids and she had a good time on that family camping trip. Maybe if you make something for it, that'll help bring her out of this funk.
Yep. And at the same time, they're getting ready to move to California and thus abandon Benny again because Benny's
Yeah,
not going to come with them.
that's part of the funk she's in that Paul Dano doesn't realize at the time is definitely contributing to it. But they're going to move to California because he got a better job at IBM, and Benny didn't because Benny isn't as
He's not as good. Not as good
he's
at the
not as
computer
good.
stuff as Paul Dano.
No. And so he doesn't necessarily realize that part of the funk she's in is that she's going to lose the guy she's having an affair with. And so while editing together this camping trip footage, little young Sammy Fabelman sees kind of in the background of a shot he was getting of his sisters, his mom and Uncle Benny walking off together and holding hands. And he's like, oh, shit. And that's the first moment where young Steven Spielberg starts to realize that his mom was cheating on his dad.
Yeah.
And then it kind of unfolds from there, and it sort of drives a wedge in his relationship with his mom as well.
Yeah, and they move into kind of a crappy rental house that they don't really want to be in, but they're stuck there for a little while. And the high school that he's going to now, he's not as comfortable with because, everybody in California is an anti-Semite.
Well, yeah, he's going to this school that's, all wasps and no Jews. And so there's a couple bullies in particular who are rather viciously anti-Semitic to him.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the whole school, but it's a few prominent people, and that's, that's enough.
The big jocks in this one little jackass who calls him Bagel Man a bunch of times.
Yeah. And so, it's kind of, I think it avoids being cliche, the sort of teen drama stuff, because it feels very authentic.
It does. Honestly, I was so happy with how it ends up. I was just like, wow, I can't think of a movie where I've actually seen like, a realistic sort of teenage relationship like this before,
So let's run through that little arc of the movie. So there's a part where he's getting bullied by these kids or whatever, and then he's not really fitting in. There's a school trip to the beach, a bit like a senior day, whatever they call it, where a bunch of the high schoolers are going to the beach and they're going to play games and stuff like that. And he's asked to film it, which is cool.
So I'm gonna rewind us just a little bit to the beginning of it. On his first day, he starts he tells him he's playing volleyball. He's not very good at it, right? He's not good at sports, so he doesn't fit in with the Californians, who are all Tom Brady jock types. And they kind of tease him a little bit. They come up to him afterward in the locker room and they're asking him what his name is. They find out he's Jewish. They start giving him shit for that.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is giving him less shit. He's sort of he's almost being nice, but in a very backhanded kind of way. The harassment sort of picks up. His mother's mental state is spiraling out of control at home. She buys a monkey, and he comes home one time, and there's just a fucking monkey running around the house and screaming like a monkey does, and there's children everywhere, and she's so lucky that monkey didn't rip off one of her daughter's faces. But that happens. And then he goes back to school one day, and he sees the big jock guy who's sort of nice to him, but also sort of an asshole, making out with a chick who is not his girlfriend. He finds this out because he walks around with this girl, a few different places. And they all kind of gang up on him a little bit after this, and start bullying him a bit. And he pulls out the card in front of the girl. He goes, maybe we should ask your boyfriend who that random redhead he was making out with in the stairs, in the stairwell was. And it gets him, punched in the face. And his nose isn't broken. They make a very clear point of saying that, but, Jewish families kind of overreacting sort of thing, big emotional thing. They're all freaking out for a while about him getting his nose broke. And through this, he ends up making friends with the girl that he, helped. It basically was like, yeah, your boyfriend's cheating on you kind of thing. He makes friends with her. And with her best friend, who happens to have a father who has a really nice camera. And so she goes, "Well, why don't you film the beach day for school with my dad's camera? I'm sure he'll lend it to
with your
you."
dad's, I think it's 35 millimeter camera,
Yeah,
which
it's
to
a
him
Airflex or
would,
something like that.
yeah, Arriflex, and I think the nicest camera he had ever used at that point is a 16 millimeter. So going all the way to 35 millimeter for him is like, holy shit, that's a nice camera. And so, yeah, so he has this brief sort of like relationship, teenage high school relationship with this girl, and this is where like there's a lot of comedy where she's like a good Christian girl, and so
It's so funny, dude.
it's so funny. I don't how do I even describe it? Where at first she's a good Christian girl, and so she doesn't think, well, she doesn't think her dad would like her being with a Jewish boy. But then she's like, well, Jesus was Jewish and he was kind of sexy. So
She's like she's she goes, "You're like." They find out he's Jewish. He makes a joke about being circumcised, and they both get all like, "Oh my god," kind of thing, right?
yeah,
And so then the girl who he revealed, the boyfriend's infidelity to, basically sets him up with her friend, who takes
hmm
him to her room, and she's got like posters of pop stars hanging up next to like pictures of Jesus, and he goes, "Wow, you got it's like a shrine to guys, a lot of guys." She's like, "They're sexy," and he goes, "Jesus, isn't Jesus one of these guys?" And she's like, "Well, yeah, Jesus was sexy."
yeah.
And she goes, "And Jewish."
Yeah,
And like
I
then
don't
she's
remember all the specific dialogue, but it's a very funny
it's
scene.
really funny.
It's good, and it was the kind of thing where I'm like, oh, I didn't know we were ever going to get this funny. Okay, there's like a little bit of like a, in a more classically scripted film, you might kind of hit a lot of the tonal beats that you're going to in a movie in like the first act or so. So you've set the stage that we're going to be doing some comedy, but we're going to be doing some drama or action as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas this, because it's following real life more so than a traditional narrative, they go long stretches where there's not really any jokes at all, and then it gets very funny out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, okay. I mean, I'm not annoyed that we're having fun now, but it is a little strange.
Yeah, there were a couple points where I just legitimately laughed out loud at the movie. It
Yeah,
was like, wow, that's actually fucking hilarious. Like this is
yeah,
like, it's great.
yeah. So one thing just to add to your setup there is that there's basically two main jocks that are bullying him. One of them seems like a legit psychopath, like an actually like he's a cruel person, and the other one, the one who he caught cheating, seems more like a reluctant douchebag. The way like it's expected that he'll go along with the bullying and stuff, but he doesn't necessarily want to do it.
His heart's not in it, you know.
No. Yeah, he's a reluctant jock douchebag. So the girl he's dating, good Christian girl, her dad has this really nice camera, and he wasn't gonna go to this school trip because he doesn't really have a lot of friends there, and people he does know kind of bully him. But he decides he's gonna go film the trip, and they go and they film the trip, and later there's like a big assembly where, like, in celebration of the seniors about to graduate or whatever it is, he's gonna show them what he cut together of their film at senior day, whatever
But
they
that's
call it.
on prom. That's a prom when he get.
Oh
He's
yeah,
gonna
it's
show
at
them film.
prom. Yeah, it's like towards the end of prom. It's like, we have a very special treat for you. Little Sammy Fabelman has made a little movie, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And so they play the movie, and oh God, I love this part so much. So he plays the movie, and it's a huge hit, right?
yeah.
And it's not like contrived. Like, it's easy to see why. It's edited in a really fun sort of way. Like he does this. There's this visual gag where there are people lying out in the sun, tanning or whatever, and then he got an insert shot of his friends like squirting.
They're like dropping ice cream
No,
on.
no, it's suntan lotion. So
Oh,
they're like
it's
dropping suntan lotion on him, and then he cuts in birds flying overhead. So the implication is they got pooped on by birds. There's like these little visual gags that didn't happen that he invented out of whole cloth that are
yeah.
pretty funny. And there's one part where they do a race, right? Some sort of athletic competition, and the jock,
Well,
the reluctant
during
jock.
during
Go
the
ahead.
whole thing, he kind of like, even though it's a silent movie and it's sort of just a collection of videos of teenagers on the beach, and you've got the visual gag with the suntan lotion and everything. He it really kind of shows how good he is at crafting stories from images, because he
Yeah.
chooses to focus on the jock who kind of bullies him a bit, and the girl who broke up with him
Hmm.
because of the cheating. Um, and he sort of makes them into the two main characters of the thing, and there's drama between them because he manages to capture the looks between the two of them as they run into each other on this day, and
Yeah.
he makes the jock guy look like a hero. You know,
Hmm.
he wins the volleyball
The race.
game and the
Yeah.
race, and I mean, it's really well done. The music for this part too is also great, and
I
I
think he's just
really,
like playing classical music or something, right?
yeah,
Something like
it's
that.
I mean, yeah, he's playing classical music. It's a John Williams score, so like that also adds a
Yeah.
lot to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's really it's a hit with everybody at prom. They all are cheering and having a great time with it, and because of this, the girl who broke up with the jock guy comes up to him at the end of the movie and kisses him, and they're back together.
Yeah.
Um, and he has been broken up with during the process of this because he tried to convince the other girl uh, to go, like, to move to California with him, and
Yeah.
or like to move to LA with him, because they're in California, but he wants to move further south. He tried to convince her to move to LA with him instead, and give up her plans to go to Texas A&M, and she broke up with him
Hmm.
after he
Yeah.
did this.
Yeah.
She tries to come back to him after the movie, and he has kind of disappeared. He left.
Yeah.
It doesn't want, like, he's out sitting in the hallway, kind of moping, and the jock comes up to him and has a big moment where he's just like, "Why would you do that? Like, why would you make
Hmm.
me look like the good guy here? I am such an asshole to you. What
Yeah.
am I supposed to say? I'm sorry. What, you think I should feel bad about that kind of thing now? Like, and
Hmm.
they have a pretty realistic, conversation where they're going back and forth. Like, maybe you should feel a little bad about it, honestly, but, like, I don't know why I did it, dude. Like, maybe I did do it for that, but also maybe I just did it because it makes the movie better. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like, and
Hmm.
you can tell that he's just such a good filmmaker.
You highlighted a very important point though that I think really helps sell the scene and make it not either saccharine or schmaltzy or whatever it might be in lesser hands. Is he's like, look, I don't know why. All right, it just seemed like the thing to do. I had the footage and I sort of made it into a little narrative where you're like the action hero, right? And
Yeah.
and the other guy clearly feels guilty because he's always been sort of the reluctant douchebag. He's like, you were nice to me and made me look really good in this movie. Why the fuck would you do that, dude? Because now he has all these feelings of guilt for
Yeah,
harassing
they're
him,
all
and he's
coming
like,
out.
yeah, and he's like, I don't know, man. It's like, you probably should feel bad, but that's not why I did it. I don't really know why I did it. It just made sense. Okay. You know what I mean? It feels
Hmm.
very realistic. This movie, unlike some movies, uh, doesn't give everyone the perfect thing to say all the time. There are a lot of
Yeah.
times when like people struggle to know what to say in certain situations, and maybe they don't say anything, or maybe they don't really say what they meant to say, and it feels very real as a result. And this is one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. It's so good. Um, but but walk me through the final punchline of this scene if you
Oh
would,
yeah,
because it's great.
so the foil to this is that, in addition to making the sort of reluctant asshole jock look like a hero and get him back with the girl, he basically uses the sort of psychopathic, really actually anti-Semitic dude as a visual, like, punching bag in a way. He makes him
Yeah,
like the clown of the thing.
he
Uh,
embarrasses him in the film a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
he steals two Pepsis from somebody and then walks up and tries to hit on a girl who walks away from him, and then he gets a shot of him, like, stumbling into the waves and looking like a total douche,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he gets really embarrassed and he leaves the room. And
Mhm.
so, as the jock and Steven are having it out in the hallway, the psychopathic dude kind of comes out, and he comes over to him and he's just like, "You asshole, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." And the jock defends him. Like, he
Mhm.
helps. He's basically chases the dude off, and they kind of give a little bit of a, like not a thumbs up. They give a little middle finger to each other. It's like, you're a jerk, dude. He goes, you're a jerk too. And they go their separate ways, but you can tell they're on good terms. And yeah, it's a really, I really liked how it showed that he kind of just worked through his problems by
Hmm.
with film, like with his,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
really, it's just really charming.
It's
and
really
and
good, and the jock isn't one dimensional, and neither is Sammy as like unequivocally good. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because he is mean and embarrassing to the other guy. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
who obviously we all agree deserves it, but it's like he humiliates him in front of the whole school. It's he
yeah.
uses his powers not for evil, but he
Yeah,
uses them a little vindictively. Yeah.
well-meaning revenge, if you
Yes.
will.
Though I will say you left out the absolute best part of this scene, so
Oh,
I'll
yeah, go
fill
ahead.
them in. So he fights off the reluctant jock, the reluctant douchebag, I should say. He fights off the actual douchebag, right? And then Sammy's like, "Hey, thanks, man." And he says like you better not tell anyone about this ever. And Sammy goes, "No, absolutely not. I'll never tell anyone about this." Which is so funny in a meta sense.
Oh, and then he goes, "Unless I make a movie about it." Yeah.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Which is like
It's
I
really funny.
I loved that joke so much. It's
Speaking
like
of, yeah,
yeah, like it's such a fun like meta joke, in a way that isn't obnoxious the way meta jokes can be, where he's just like, "No, I'll never tell anyone about this unless I make a movie about it." Haha. And then like and then they go their separate ways or
yeah,
whatever. But I think that's such a fun meta thing to do, to like a little tongue in
yeah.
cheek sort of like, yeah, I'm telling everybody right now though.
And this movie, I think, that wasn't the only bit of meta humor that I thought was actually really like kind of well executed here, because his sisters, at one point, I think after his war movie screens, right? They come
Hmm.
up to him and they start doing this thing about like, Steven, or Sammy, when are you gonna make a movie with a girl in it again? And they're giving him a bunch of shit like, you only want to make movies about boys now, kind of thing. And I just
Yeah.
remember that time where I think it was Elizabeth Banks who
Yeah.
was trying to take shots at him at an
Yeah.
awards show for like, you never make movies with women, and somebody yells out The Color Purple.
And she's like, "Oh, right, yeah, that one."
Oh, that one. But he didn't make another one, and then somebody yells out another one,
Yeah.
and like
No,
she's just like,
it's even worse because she's such a cunt about it. She says like, he someone goes, "The Color Purple," and he goes, "Oh, but he didn't direct that one." And it's like, "Yes, he did. Actually, he did direct that one."
yes, he
Just
did.
so full of shit. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
But
like
it Go
the
ahead.
meta humor is executed pretty well, I think. In
Yeah, because it's plausible in the world itself, which a lot of meta humor isn't.
Yeah,
You
and
know, the
and
fact that
we'll get to a real great example of it by the time we get to the end of it. But like,
yeah, but like yeah, yeah. But like just to explain that a little more concretely, like I think meta humor can be very annoying. I think it's very played out in a lot of sense these days. And I think part of when it really doesn't work is when there's no plausible reason for saying it in the story itself and it's only meta. So the part where he says, "I'll never tell anyone this about unless I make a movie about it," like you could believe his character would say that. It's
yeah,
just extra funny
that
given the
now he's
foresight.
making a
Yeah.
movie about it. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not and his sisters rather complaining about, "Oh, how come you don't have any roles for women anymore?" Because he used to make movies with them in it, you
yeah,
know?
yeah,
And so like that makes sense for them to say, you know? Um, yeah, that stuff is really good. Jumping back to the dissolution of his parents' marriage. So one thing that I really appreciate about the movie is that he's rather unflinching in his portrayal of his mom, but not like judgmental. It's just like, this is what my mom was like,
yeah,
make up your
yeah,
own mind sort of thing. You can tell he still really has a lot of love for his mom, but is perfectly willing to portray exactly how, because she does not come across very well by the end of the movie. You know what I mean?
yeah. No,
Like,
she comes across as pretty
selfish.
Selfish, yeah, and a little
Yeah,
bit uncaring about anybody other than herself. Well, I mean that just makes it selfish, but like, yeah,
yeah.
she like not a great maternal figure, I guess
But
you could say.
there's a point where we get to where Paul Dano finally realizes that she's been cheating on him, and they split up, right? And so Michelle Williams, I think, does she take her kids? Does the mom take the girls back with her? I think
I
they
think
kind of split up the family
they
a
do,
little bit.
yeah. I mean that part isn't explored super deeply. I don't think
Yeah,
like it kind of gets glossed over in a
with all the
like
prom stuff. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, I think she does because by the after the prom stuff, we cut to a year later, and he's living with his dad in L.A.
Hmm.
and they have got a thing of pictures in the mail from the mom where all the daughters are, and now she's living in living in Arizona with Seth Rogen.
Hmm.
Yeah, which is another good example of like her kind of coming across as a little bit of an like a selfish, little bit of a selfish person because she sends
Hmm.
these pictures, and he's happy about it for a little bit, but he really loves her. Paul Dano
Yeah.
does,
Yeah.
and then he sees this picture of her laughing with her, like laughing and having a great time with her new husband, and it hurts him. It hurts
Yeah.
him a little bit,
But she
and
doesn't really seem to care because
yeah,
that's just not who she is.
yeah,
She's
and I
very.
like that it kind of gives Sammy the ability to see that and to
Hmm.
understand it and to know like exactly like he knows what his father. I think it handles it the his own conflictions about how much of his father and how much of his mother he takes after
Yeah.
very well, right? Because
Hmm.
like we have the middle section where his father is really like he is like when his father keeps calling filmmaking a hobby, and he's like, please stop doing that, right? Like it's not,
Hmm.
that's not what it is. But then and he's like on his mom's side there because his mom is like, no, he needs to, he
He's an
needs to be
artist. You need to
free.
support him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he sees the damage that her way of viewing things is causing
Hmm. Yeah.
to his father, who's a good guy,
Yeah.
and is very there's not a lot of complexity to that. He's just a good guy, he like
Hmm.
so
Yeah.
yeah,
He seems like the kind of divorced dad who would never badmouth the mother to the kids. You know what I mean?
yeah.
He's just like, no matter how much he might want to or feel like she wronged him in some way, he's not gonna be that guy.
Yeah,
You know?
and when he sees the daughters getting upset with her, right? Because they start yelling at her like, "You're always so mean to him. That's why you're doing this." And
Hmm.
he goes, "No, this was my decision." And they're like, "No,
Yeah.
I'm not buying that shit." Like,
No one believes him really.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's
But he's trying hard.
trying to make
Oh,
it better for
oh,
her.
one of the better scenes in the movie, I think, is it hits pretty hard. So at one point, they sit the whole family down and they explain that they're going to separate, right?
Yeah,
And it goes over as emotionally as you might expect. But there's a point where the sisters are yelling at the mom. Like the dad is trying to defend her, but you can tell it really is her fault. But he's
yeah,
trying really hard to like keep everything together. And little Sammy, little Steven, he like disassociates and like sees himself in the reflection of the mirror in the living room with a camera in his hand, filming the whole thing like
yeah,
dispassionately. Like he's
yeah,
not really in the scene at all. He's just filming it. And like it's like a little way of getting himself out of this emotional situation he can't handle is to imagine himself filming it. And I'm like, oof, that hits really hard. Ouch. Like
yeah,
that right in the feelings. Why would you do that to me?
yeah. It's
It's so
great.
good.
It's
It's so
really
good.
good.
Hmm. There's a lot
And
of really good emotional scenes in this movie. Jumping back really briefly, I really like the scene. I don't think he deserves to be nominated for Best Supporting Actor for it, but when Judd Hirsch comes by,
oh yeah,
he's a visiting uncle or something like that, and at one point he's talking to Sammy about art, and he says something about like why do you want to do art? It'll tear you apart. You know what I mean? That's sort of
yeah,
one of the themes is that like pursuing this will tear you apart. Like why do you want to do it? And so like he's told constantly like this is like this is the concern, this is what can go wrong with trying to pursue the life of being an artist, and he sees it because it tears his family apart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he has to figure out how to not let that happen to him. So that stuff is really good. And so eventually there's this really great scene because his dad keeps calling it a hobby, keeps expecting him to just go to college at one point. I think, if I remember correctly, when they're in LA at the end, he's living with his dad and he's going to school. And while he's going to school, he's applying to basically every position he
He's just
can at
writing
every
letters
studio.
to like
Yeah,
TV and
exactly.
movie studios, basically being
Like,
like,
please,
just please, just give me a job. I want to
I'll
go do
do
it.
fucking anything. I want to work in the movies. And it's he's not really hearing back from him. And then at one point he gets a letter giving him a job offer. So I think his dad gets the letter first. And one of
Well,
the things he
it's in the
tells,
middle of that. Like he's having a panic attack, and he tells his dad he thinks he's having a heart attack, right? And
oh
his
right, yeah,
dad,
yeah, because he's working constantly and like he's really stressed out.
he
Is
hates
basically,
school. He doesn't want to
yeah,
be
yeah.
there anymore. Like he's like, I hate school. I hate it a lot. I'm not going back. My roommate voted for Goldwater. I can't go back, which is a really funny. Just I thought that was a really funny little thing.
Yeah.
But he's like, I can't go back. I'm not going to do it. And he basically tell like his dad calms him down, and then they have the scene where he opens the mail and gets the pictures, and then he goes. They have a nice little heart to heart. He's like, I would prefer that you went to school because I just don't think it's a reliable thing to be in TV and film. But
Mhm.
I'm not gonna stop you. That's what you want
Yeah.
to do. And then he
Yeah.
goes, "Hey, you missed this, by the way." And there's
Mhm.
a letter on the table for him in
Yeah.
that low moment, and he opens it up, and he gets a meeting with somebody at a TV studio to talk about Hogan's Heroes,
Mhm.
which is
Yeah.
like, yeah,
That little that just that little scene, it's rather subdued and not flashy in terms of, so here's something I think. There are a lot of movies that are character driven, emotional movies that are so melodramatic that I find them kind of sickening, you know?
yeah,
Like they don't, like I gotta be honest, a lot of The Whale feels like that to me. I know a lot of people really like it. And I have a hard time explaining to people why it doesn't work for me, or like why I just wasn't emotionally moved by what happens. But part of it is because there's no subtlety to it and all feels very writerly, feels very like, you know, scripted and staged,
yeah,
where all the drama is turned up to 11, right? Because they think more drama the better, right? Whereas I think the character driven drama stuff that I really like is subtle and subdued, you know? And
yeah.
I feel like this movie, for the most part, really nails that. So the scene, Paul Dano is such a good actor, by the way. I just
Yeah,
want
I
to,
mean, really though, to go from like the Riddler to this in the same
yeah.
year is
Oh,
just like
so good.
it's the range is pretty
Yeah.
impressive.
The scene he has with Sammy here in LA is so good, you know, and the way he just conveys to like, look, obviously, I'm worried about this for you, right? Because I want everything to be safe and reliable and predictable and all that sort of stuff. But like, I would rather you be happy and not have a panic attack, and I'm willing to accept that it might stress me out, but I want that for you. It's like,
Yeah,
just so good, really touching, really. God, his movies have such heart, man. It's so good. And so then, so we, conclusion of that arc, so to speak, is that he finally gets his dad's acceptance for this career, and then he finally gets the opportunity to just, meet with someone at a studio to maybe get some sort of job, whether it's like
an
at all a
assistant to an
creative job.
assistant to an assistant kind of thing.
Exactly,
Yeah,
that sort of thing. Then and that's sort of the conclusion, right? And then we get this little like epilogue sort of thing, which I loved so fucking much. It's hard
yeah.
to overstate just how much I love this ending, right? Because first of all, I think it's, God, my dog's been barking like crazy today. I don't know what at. Anyway, it's it's the best cameo all year, not even close.
Yeah, yeah.
So the end of the movie, right? He gets this job as an assistant to an assistant to an assistant. But
He's interviewing with a guy who's working on Hogan's Heroes, trying to put that
right,
on TV, right? And
right,
yeah, and the guy's just like, yeah, but you don't want to work in TV. You want to be working in movies. It says right here in the letter. It's like, man, I
yeah,
used to write these all the time, but yeah, it says right here, you want to work in movies. Hey, you know who you should meet? The greatest film director ever, and he's right across the hall. And like you can kind of see like the way that the actor plays it is he's just kind of like, oh, okay. and they put him over on the in the other room, and he goes, all right, well, good luck. And he sits him down with the secretary of this guy, and she goes, he's at lunch. Do you want to wait? And he's just like, yeah, sure, he will. And she goes, okay, could be
Might be
hours.
Yeah.
And then he's sitting there, and you get the sense that like maybe he's just like, I don't know who the hell, like who does he think this guy is, right? Like, oh, whatever. But then he looks around, and he starts seeing all these posters of all these amazing movies, classic movies directed by John Ford, and it pans around the room. They're all great, all of them. Well, maybe not all of them. The Searchers, but we'll get to that. But like all classics,
all these classic John Ford westerns,
and it pans all the way back around to the other side of him, and it's the man who shot Liberty Valance, and it's
full circle.
It's great. It's such a great callback to the beginning, and then.
And this is true. This is a true story as well, which is also incredible. It's like, it's not something made up for the sake of the movie. He actually did get to meet John Ford, right? And so once he starts to realize whose like secretary's office waiting room he's in, he's like, oh shit. And then fucking David Lynch walks in playing John Ford in the best cameo of the year. He's so fucking good. So what happens to you?
Well, yeah, he comes in through the door with lipstick all over him, and the secretary goes to clean him up, and she comes back out, and she's just like, all right, you got 5 minutes, maybe one, lose the tie, you'll stand a better chance. And then he goes in, and David Lynch is sitting behind the desk.
Actually, hold on, can I describe it? Because I love this scene so much, I'm gonna have a lot of fun talking about it. Okay. So he walks in, and David Lynch is just sitting there. John Ford, he's got an eye patch covering one eye. He's sitting there, and he lights a match, takes up a cigar, and he lights it, and he puffs it, and he lights it, and he puffs it, and he lights it for way too long. It goes on for like a solid 30 seconds to a minute of just sitting there, like redundantly lighting his cigar. He finally blows the match out, and he goes, so I heard you want to be in the picture business. And he goes, yes, sir. And he goes, why? And he's like, I just,
I really love your movie. He goes, I really love your movies. It's like, what do you know about art, kid? He says something like, I really love your movie. No, I mean, what do you know about art? Go over there. And he
like, you see that painting on the wall? Yeah. Walk over to it. And so he walks over to it.
What's in it?
Yeah, and he's like, oh, it's a picture of cowboys. It's an illustrated painting of cowboys. And he goes, okay, well, there are 2 cowboys, and they're on their horses, and they're looking off in the distance, so maybe they're looking for someone. He goes, no. Where's the horizon? And he goes, what? He goes, the horizon, where is it? And he goes, it's at the bottom. And he goes, very good. Now see that painting? Walk over to that one. And the camera like whips around his head. He walks over and he goes, describe it. What do you see? And he's like, well, there's like 5 guys. And he's like, no. Where's the goddamn horizon? And he's like, it's at the top. His voice cracks when he says it. It's like, it's at the top of the painting. It's really funny. And he goes like, very good. And he's and then he's like, best quote in the whole movie. He goes like, now you listen to me. When the horizon's at the top, it's interesting. When the horizon's at the bottom, it's interesting. When the horizon's in the middle, it's boring as shit.
Get out of here.
No, like, now get the fuck out of my office.
He leaves, and then he comes back in around the door, just like, thank you, sir. And he goes, my pleasure, kid.
Yeah. And so he just had this moment with John Ford where he gives him a little eccentric filming advice, I guess you could call it. And so he leaves, and he's practically floating because he's so happy. And he leaves, and the music swells. This is great, like soaring John Williams kind of music.
And he's walking down the street in the studio lot, with like the classic buildings around, the rounded little buildings.
Yeah, the stages. Yeah.
And
as he's walking away into the sunset, so to speak, the camera reframes to move the horizon to it moves it to the bottom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It
The
like
horizon's
pushes
in the
up.
middle,
Yeah,
and then it like as he's walking away, it's like it like kind of
awkwardly reframes,
yeah,
like kind of jankily. It's really funny. And so it moves, and then it's not quite level at the end, but the horizon's at the bottom, and then the movie ends. Fucking brilliant ending. So
yeah.
good.
It's
Uh,
I love that ending so much.
it's
It's
so funny.
so it's yeah, it's great. It's great.
So, and apparently that's a true story. And it's funny because you can tell it had an impression on Steven Spielberg because people ask him for advice, he gives advice like that. You know what I mean? Not the advice you might expect. Someone gave me this book of like a bunch of quotes from different filmmakers,
Yeah.
a whole bunch of different people in it. And one of the ones from Steven Spielberg is like, my advice for young filmmakers is to bring an extra pair of socks. Like, okay, thanks, Steven. Like that's the kind of advice he likes to give, because that's,
Yeah.
not unlike the advice he gets from John Ford, which apparently is a true story, which also makes me laugh a lot. And the other thing is, watching it, I was like, oh, that's really funny because it's David Lynch being David Lynch and he's hilarious. And then I looked it up afterwards, and that's what John Ford talks like. I was like, what? Not only is it like David Lynch being really funny and not really doing anything super different from his normal voice, but I'm like, that's actually a pretty darn good impression of John Ford. There's a video I found online that you can look up where he's being interviewed on this. I want to say it's on the set of The Searchers or some sort of movie like that. He's out in the American West somewhere, and they're pointing a camera at him. And the guy goes to like do the clapboard in front of his face, and he goes like, "All right, take one." It's like, "Take one? I'm not gonna have to do more than one of these, am I?" And then he's like, the interviewer asks him something to the effect of like, "How did you shoot this action scene in The Searchers?" And he goes, "With a camera," because that's what John Ford's like, apparently.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
Yeah. I
I
really,
it
really
ends on
liked.
such a strong note that it leaves a very like pleasant feeling as you leave the cinema. You're like, yeah, that was a good movie. It's not the best movie of the year. It's definitely not
No,
my
no.
favorite Steven Spielberg movie, but it's a very emotional, like mature, thoughtful, and fascinating little autobiographical movie about Steven Spielberg's life. And I would
Yeah.
I would highly recommend it.
Me too.
I think
I
it's
think
good.
there are a few things that it kind of like it does without moving. Like the scene where you find out that Judd Hirsch is coming to stay with them. She wakes up in the middle of the night and picks up the phone, and there's like a ghost's voice, like her mother's ghost's voice is talking to her on the phone and
Hmm.
warning her about not opening the door when he arrives. And it's a little like, oddly paranormal or for that.
That didn't really bother me because
I
I
it
just
didn't
felt.
bother me. It didn't bother me. I liked it. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, okay, okay, like interesting, an interesting
Mhm.
choice that doesn't really like. It's not developed on later. Not that it needed to be, but it's like a couple things where I'm just like, I don't know, like maybe.
It kind of fits. It fits her to me, that she would believe. Like, you know what I mean? That
Yeah,
she
no,
would kind of.
it fit me that it fit her to me that she would believe that kind of thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just an interesting way of showing it. I just didn't. I was like,
Hmm.
okay, I guess that's
Yeah.
interesting.
I think
Kind
you
of shows
know.
where his interest in paranormal stuff came from as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think overall, I think the pacing's a little strange sometimes. You go through stretches where you're like, "What? Where are we going with this exactly?" And
Yeah.
like, it's a little tonally inconsistent, and there's some strange details that feel real, but ultimately I'm not sure why they're necessary for the story. Stuff like that,
Yeah. Yeah.
which like I imagine if I took all the criticisms I had of the pacing and how the film is structured and stuff like that. If I took them to Steven Spielberg, he'd be like, "Well, I mean, but that's what happened, and that's what I wanted to do." So, he wouldn't give a
Yeah.
shit
Yeah.
about those
Well, of course he
criticisms,
wouldn't.
and that's fair. You know what I mean? Because they're not like,
They're
I don't
not.
know.
Yeah.
This is a
They're
very.
not like movie breaking
No,
details.
definitely
Like
not. It's just there's some things that I think might have made it a stronger experience if he was a little bit more willing to change things. Not drastically, but just in terms of the order and, stuff like that. Because from what I understand, the girlfriend he dates briefly, that's made up. Like that's fictionalized,
Yeah, that's
right?
a little odd to have like it. I don't know
It's
if it
funny
need.
though. I
It
really
is.
like it, but I think he could have been more willing to do stuff like that throughout to make it a more compelling and coherent experience across the runtime.
Yeah, I found it. So the one of the reasons that I think it was a pacing issue that I took with that particular beat was that I did not know. Like I had a difficult time gauging how much time had passed between when they started dating and prom. So like when she was just like she kind of he drops this, like, hey, why don't you just move to California with me? Why or move down to LA with
Yeah,
me instead of going to Texas A&M? And she does the thing. She's like, we just started dating. I'm like, did you? Okay. I would have figured this was going
yeah,
on a little longer, probably, but okay.
yeah. I
It's
mean, it makes a certain kind of sense, obviously, because it's like they have college plans, but they're
yeah, yeah.
dating. So it's like, but yeah, it's there's some pacing stuff like that
Just
where you're
yeah,
not
just
quite sure.
then all of my complaints with the movie were very minor, and it was
Yeah,
stuff that I was like, I don't like again, it was like, certain performance aspects that I found kind of annoyingly performative but believable at the same time, or little pacing
hmm
issues where I'm like, yeah, that feels real, but also like it seems like that particular thing. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I just didn't. I guess I didn't need more of the two of them together. I just figured there probably would be,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I yeah, I think it's a good movie. I didn't
worth
love it,
watching.
but I really liked it, and I would recommend it to people. I think
Hmm.
it's a nice movie. It gets, pretty sad and emotional, but it's also very kind of affirming in the end, Like you walk out with a good feeling about
Yeah,
life and humanity, you know what I mean? Which I
the opposite
definitely
of
cannot.
Avatar. Yeah,
Yes, and definitely not something I can say about all the nominees this year.
yeah.
I definitely think it deserves to be nominated. I don't If it won Best Picture, I would be very surprised. I don't think it quite deserves it, but,
I wouldn't be very happy if it did. I think I would be like, I think something else probably could have taken the crown
yeah.
here. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
but
we don't need to give it to Steven Spielberg, what I mean? He's got enough.
yeah,
I
exactly.
mean if, if he comes out with another, like, masterpiece movie, he'll definitely deserve the credit, but it's good, and I think if you like Steven Spielberg movies, I mean, one thing that's on display here in maybe a more restrained sense than some of his more bombastic films is just his knowledge of the craft is incredible. Like, this movie is, like, immaculately shot, in terms
Yeah,
of camera movements and stuff like that. It's all very dynamic and, like, he knows when to cut to what. Little simple things about film grammar. He's just so good at communicating things. He knows his stuff and it shows. And
is
it's
it
nice to
nominated for
be.
best cinematography?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Nope, it's
Uh,
not.
I don't know if I'd call it best cinematography material. I just think it's very, very competent. You know what I mean? Which
Well,
maybe that's the kind of thing that deserves it. But I I find his technical prowess very, compelling and impressive.
yeah. I
And
mean, if
it's
you were
it's
going to
like,
put it up against Elvis, though, I think we would
oh
both
yeah, yeah,
agree
yeah,
that like this
yeah,
should
for
probably
sure.
be up there on cinematography over that.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks really, yeah, it's a really good looking movie. It's well edited. The music is good. I like the characters. Good. I
Yeah.
recommend it.
One of the five of the nominees this year that I would say is actually worth a watch. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So that's The Fabelmans. Go check it out if you haven't already. Good
yeah.
stuff. Certainly better than Avatar. That's for damn sure.
Steven Spielberg comes out on top again.
Again, yes.
James Cameron, perennial loser.
Ouch. Yeah,
Make aliens again, James, and make it good, and then we'll talk.
yeah.
Okay?
One thing I say is I have much more confidence in the ability of Steven Spielberg to pull out a great movie at this point in his career than I do James Cameron.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's super likely, but I definitely think it's possible that one of Steven Spielberg's best movies is, like, still waiting to happen. And I
Yeah.
just don't have that feeling with James Cameron at all.
Nah. He's too busy making a billion avatars. So.
Yeah. You know, because I mean, like Steven Spielberg's latest movies are definitely nowhere near the top of his career, but I think this one's probably closer than some of the other. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see the post, but it didn't look all that great. You know?
Yeah, I found that one to be kind of forgettable, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. So I have faith in Steven Spielberg. He seems like a good guy. He's a good movie maker, and I really liked getting to know him in this movie. You know,
Yeah,
I was like, oh, that's cool. I find that really interesting. He's an artist I respect and have a lot of admiration for. So it's kind of cool to see his story done in such a way that, like I said before, it's not ego driven or vain. You
yeah,
know, it's a lot of the movie is more about his parents than him anyway.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting that he, changed the name and everything in order to sort of, in a way, almost be that guy dissociating and watching himself film it through the reflection in the
Yeah,
window. I think
yeah.
we can both agree, though, that Judd Hirsch does not deserve to be nominated for Best Supporting Actor for this movie. He's
No,
fine, but he is
he's in so little of the movie too,
like
and
when,
also
yeah,
like not Paul Dano,
yeah, really. What the like Paul Dano? It does a great job in
and
this
he's in so
movie, and
much
he's
more
in
of the
it like
movie.
yeah.
Yeah,
This is it's almost as I think I texted you this a little while ago. It's like when Meryl Streep won for Kramer versus Kramer for being in all of 10 minutes of the movie. It's just like, yeah, I mean, she's fine in that scene, but is she like the best performance? So
yeah.
good in like Anne Hathaway winning for Les Miserables. Like, is it that good that 10 to 15 minutes of screen time should get that award? I don't know. I don't know.
The Anne Hathaway one, I might give to her because she's the only like truly good part of the whole movie. Like really,
I yeah,
so
well,
much
I
of the
agree with
movie is
that.
either bad to just okay, and she's incredible. So I'm like, you know, that one I can, you know, she's also sings really well, and it's her singing. So well, I'll give her that one. But I'm not gonna Judd Hirsch. That's such
No.
a strange choice. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Anywho,
Yeah. Well,
that was Avatar: The Way of Water and The Fabelmans. Cameron versus Spielberg. I think Spielberg won again.
Spielberg wins again. Jews
Yeah.
win again, baby.
So that basically leaves 3 films left
Oh
to
boy.
do probably tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah,
So,
tomorrow at probably around 2, we will be finishing our discussion of the Best Picture nominees for this year, and who boy have we saved some spicy ones for
doozies.
last.
Yes. Maybe some of the best and the worst. Who knows? Who knows? Only time will tell. So join us for that
Yes, please
tomorrow.
come on by. We
Thanks
will
for
look
hanging out
forward.
with us so far. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. And yeah,
Yeah, we will
unless
see
there's
you
anything
all.
else you wanted to share with the class, I think we might end it there.
No, I think I've said my piece.
Good.
Yeah,
Good,
we
good.
will see you
Oh, and then
tomorrow.
also the other thing we'll do tomorrow when we talk about women talking, Triangle of Sadness, and Everything Everywhere All at Once is we'll conclude it with a ranking. I'm gonna do a ranking and you'll do a ranking, and then we'll see where they align and where they don't,
Yeah,
and we'll have a grand old time.
yeah. Let's do it. I'm ready. I'm ready to judge some people's art.
Good. Good.
All right. Thanks for hanging out,
Okay.
everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye bye.